Good morning, everyone. It is 9:02 a.m., January 31st, 2024, here in NYC. 36 degrees, partly cloudy, chance of volatility. What's up? It's your boy Doc. We're just going to do some preliminary, I just always wanted to say that, preliminary live broadcasts. Just checking in now on Tesla. We're going to be looking at Tesla, NVDA, Apple, Disney, SPY, of course, the Qs, and anything else anyone else wants to take a look at. We're going to be discussing some tools and strategies that I use after combing through hundreds of Discords, almost 100 Discords I've been in, and dozens of tools. All right, so I'm just checking in the beginning, and probably going to go quiet for a while. Market's not opening for another 27 minutes, so I'm going to share my screen. You'll be able to see what I'm kind of do before the market open, and feel free to share and chat what's going on. All right, see you guys in a bit. Hey, good morning, Sam. No, it's not on mute. I'm just cycling through some things pre-market, so just kind of easing on into the day. I'll get some narration going as I see something to narrate, but I'm just kind of cycling through my own startup process, I guess, if you will. But thanks for coming. Welcome, everyone. CeeLo in the house. What's up, man? All right, generally, what I like to do in the morning QTA, CeeLo is awesome. He posts there's a chat for QTA that we're in, and he posts his morning, I guess, report, really. I'll put that up here. This is what's awesome about being part of a good community. So what I like to do, I like to check my QTA for the day. This is pre-market stuff, so I wait 15 minutes after the market opens, but generally getting a good idea, usually based on yesterday's data. So it's kind of narrow sample size. It's pre-market. Once the market opens, we're gonna have more data, more GEX, more gamma exposure, I should say, to go through, and we'll get to that. But just a little taste of when you're part of a cool community, you get cool things. By the way, this is only going out to members. The invites only went out to members of QTA and potential QTA in my private client list. So we're going to be discussing QTA quite extensively. Okay, so I'm wondering if you can hear the static now when I'm speaking, or both when I'm not speaking and speaking. Hmm. All right, let's do it like this. Is there, can anyone hear me right now? And if so, do you hear any static with it? Buzzing sound is now off. All right, rocking and rolling. I appreciate you. right. 1 2 1 2 check, check 1 2. I always hated that. Like when you get to an event early, like on a wedding or something, there's always that dude on a check, check 1, check 1 2. Just say, hey, I'm checking a microphone. Hey, just like speak normal. I don't know. I know it's a sound technician thing. I'm just being annoying. All right, so I'm going to set up my screen here on the left-hand side. Well, I'm saying left-hand, but it's really just regular. I'm going to try and set it up for like a one-screen deal. And then that way, everything will be on it. So if you see my dragging things over, that's pretty much why. Just going through some emails and private notes first. All right. Good luck today. Thank you, sir. Nice. My audio technician. There was Ethan. I don't know if I extended the invite to where Ethan would get it. Ethan B. I think he was always the guy that was. We can't hear you. You're too loud. All right, so this is what I like to do. I like to have my Discord up on the side, all up upon me on the side there. I'll have my Trading View or TOS or Webull platform touching the bottom right-hand screen, the Discord up on the left here. And usually I would have the bank in the background, but it's been suggested that I not share my banking app because it was alerted to me that when I was sharing yesterday that some of my account numbers were there. And I was like, yeah, it's no big deal. They have to. He's just like, no, Doc, it's kind of a big deal. I'll figure a way around that, but I guess when like certain things that have to be described as placing a trade comes up, I can figure out a way to share that in the broadcast. But for now, we're just working on the side. I also just don't want to. I also broke the rule. I didn't want to have somewhere to like demonstrate. Well, this is what I'm doing. You follow me. It's like what I don't want to happen. I want to have like present the data, show a way to use it, and go from there. This is Solus. He's a asset to QTA. We've been colleagues for years, but Discord is part of it's the tool, part of the tool for QTA. Keep that in mind. So all the stuff that we're used to, a lot of it is on the Discord. And just to read quickly, I know you guys all know about we have the SPY, the SPX, the Qs. Don't forget about the weeklies. I will always, slide back and forth between the 0DT and the weeklies if I'm trading one of these three. And these are always helpful. And again, if you're trading something you want a little more, I know, CeeLo, you're scalping, you're in and out within a few minutes. I always have the advanced GEX that will give you information in between the feeds. But the feeds is really important for me because I can always look back in the last, so it takes like 11 o'clock. We can, if I notice like a confluence on Tesla and some what looks like a lot of positive GEX, I can just scroll up and see if the GEX is growing or if it's waning. These are all, and keep in mind, these are all stuff that I know most of us probably know, but it's good to like just cycle through and see if, just in case one of them doesn't hear it. Also, I tend to not over-explain, but I tend to continually explain things. So if in your head you're like, okay, I got it. Sometimes I'll be trying to say it in a different way. So this is our good old SPY. And this was the beginning of the year. Let's get the bigger. right around here. Right, beginning of the year, we started coming down. We held this support, and this was a major support, 467-ish. It's double line. I think this was the yellow and orange means something different. But as we came up, we developed into this trend. I think it's a little lower. And we're still in this uptrend, so a little up channel here. And I made these boxes, I think, CeeLo, because a discussion we were having, we were discussing iron condors or potential iron condors. This box was down somewhere in this area, like right around here. This was a target, and then this was a target for that hypothetical iron condor. I moved it out of the way just so we can breathe, but now I can erase it because I remember, I was like, I'm going to save it and show Carlos next time we're here. So, but anyway, we're in this up channel here, and we're coming up to this 490. Obviously, there's a psychological of 500, so we can continue up to that psychological 500. There's going to be some profit taking at 500, I'm imagining. And if we zoom out on the daily, what do we got? 12 minutes before market opening. Moving nice. Oh, I made some new pitchforks. Pitchforks is like one of those magic tricks, it seems like, on when you show someone, they're like, wow, how did that, really? But I'll darken this out. Oh, that didn't work. Now you just can't really see it. But this main pitchfork, this blue one, let's see if we can highlight it. So notice where this increases and meets, right? It meets the price action. This is going to be hard to see, but a lot of it you just have to go on trust. Runs up, hits 500, and it's coupled with the more local fork that also at the middle tang hits 500 right at the end of next week. So according to the forks, it sounds very mystical. According to the magical forks, 500 is a possibility. It's a psychological level, and it's an intersection between two different forks, a local one here and a more broader scope one that only went back to the pandemic as a low, and our most recent all-time high. Now we have new all-time highs because we're in this up channel. Anyway, I just thought that was interesting to show. Pitchforks is a pretty handy thing. I'm thinking about doing like a course for it. Like in an hour, you can become a master in it. It's like it's kind of like skiing versus snowboarding. It's easy to master, easy to learn, hard to master. I think pitchforks are somewhere in the middle of that, but you can judge for yourself. Either way, in this up channel, and we're over this now. What was resistance is now support. And keep in mind, if anyone is new to TA, or even if you're not, don't go by the rules that like once you draw a line, it's set in stone. Stay flexible with it. Let the price action tell you where it is, and don't try to force the price action into your little architecture, right? So I adjusted that one just there. It was a little off. It looks a lot nicer, a lot neater now. It makes more sense, right? Resistance, 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 resistance. Finally broke, came back and tested. We're now in the testing phase. If this holds, this trend holds, we can see a bounce higher, effectively putting that target of 500 into motion. If it breaks, that would make sense because up channels tend to break to the downside, just like down channels and down. I can't think just yet. I got to get my tea. On. I got 9 minutes. I should probably jump and get it. But what was it? On the Qs recently, Bryant made note of it. There was a downward wedge. That's the word. Downward wedge on the Qs. Once that broke, we had to wait to break the previous high inside the wedge. That line moved for some reason. It was here. Oh, there's a little dot of it right there. So once that broke, it was like, okay, everyone realized that broke. We're now out of the wedge. People took profit, but it did not break the secondary previous one. That used as a strong level and got rejected hard off of that, and then broke below all the previous lows. Now it even went below that. So anyway, the Qs are a little bit different of a pattern than the SPY. See how the SPY was generally an uptrend, and now we had that down day. The Qs, on the other hand, were in a downtrend, up day, and now a downtrend again. So there's a little bit of a divergence. You can crush that data in your head any which way you like, but I hope that kind of makes sense. If it doesn't, that's okay. I don't know if it makes perfect sense to me, but it is something to take interest in. I think AMD had bad earnings. Whatever they did, it had a bad reaction. So I don't follow earnings to the T. I will just follow the market reaction. So I have no idea if AMD they beat on both ends or they missed on both ends or what. The market reaction was this, and that's how I play it. I used to be listening to the earning calls intently, waiting for the COO to speak and see how the market reaction to his honesty or her honesty. But now I just follow the reaction. And I jump on a falling knife, or I wait to react to a strong market reaction. So I'm going to go grab a morning beverage with a little caffeine, and just let me know in the comment if the levels are too loud or too low, and then when I get back, we're going to get started. Sound good? All right. Where's my audio tech, Carlos? How's my levels? Good. All right. I'll be back in 2 minutes. And we're off. Ding, ding, ding. All right, a little louder. Sure, I can pop it up. So I used to be someone that would be glued to the screen at 9:30, and if I missed it, I'd be crushed. But now I'm trying to force myself just to slowly take it in, because the first 15 minutes of the day are the most volatile. Sorry, I just ran up a flight of stairs. I had to take care of that. I had a little water in the basement, so I had to shop vac that up. But anyway, so if you don't miss the opening seconds, it's okay. Like, I had like anxiety about it. But if you learn to curb that emotion, you may see some. We're into a lot of red here. So I'm imagining there may have been some type of catalyst this morning, or some type of news or something. Because it's like literally everything. Microsoft, okay. Oh, they had earnings, right? Did they? Yeah. Okay. Seems to be good. Netflix. Oh, Netflix. Yes. All right. So let's see where we are. We're in open air, right? Whew. Yeah, this is getting interesting. We gapped up and we're holding, going higher. This is something I'm just going to watch. I'm not going to invest in this at all. This is one of those things. It's like a runaway train. You don't know where it's going to stop. There's no levels to work with. It's just something to watch on the radar. But this gap is going to be looming as like a debt on any type of more upward progress. Let's see. The VIX, well, good to check. Still hovering above that level. This level usually is a nice bounce. Let's see on the daily. Nice support. And when it's touched, it's being a nice bounce, but lately kind of like hanging out a little too much. All right, let's focus on the SPY. We usually will get a direction on the SPY and then a halt. And then I'm going to pull up the QTA, the quant charts here. I'll have them going in the background. This is the SPY, the oval chart. This is refreshing every 5 minutes. Let's see if we get another one. So we're right above absolute GEX. That's our strongest magnet, down to 47. We're just making some mental notes. The previous VR is between 49 and 492, so we're below previous volume range. So if I were to look quickly at this, max pain is way down here. There's more. It's easier to go down than to go up, right? So keeping that in mind, what I say, 487, 487, and I just have a personal thing against Thinkorswim. Not the company or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, using it. So if you guys downloaded it to, if you import your levels, more power to you. So you just see me draw lines here. There's absolute GEX. I'll make it nice and purple. That's our absolute GEX in the SPY for the day. And what was the above one? Previous VR 489, and then 490, 491, 492. So every point is another level. Going down is 488 and 487, and then max pain down to 483. So right here off the bat, just by looking at those levels and looking at the price action, overnight highs, I don't want to move this down. Just keep this little in mind here. This level area, we should see SPY try to push up to this level, possibly get into a little bit of resistance, and then we might be thinking of to play the move down. If you're fast, like CeeLo fast, you want to play up to this level. That's like what is that? About a full point. I'm not that fast, so I'm going to wait. SPX, absolutely, sir. Or ma'am, I'm sorry. Blue Ocean. SPX is one thing I don't trade. I was trading that for a while when I was working under someone else. I realized that everyone does trade it. It's just something I don't really pay attention to. So, I mean, I pay attention to it, but I don't actively monitor it and pay attention. Gap down as well, holding at this level. 4,900 was a huge level for like, I think, past week or so, right? I remember from Brian's notes, something about 4,900 being a nice pivot or traction. Tesla was another one. I had a I put another position in yesterday and I got out of it. It got stopped out. Oh boy, we can't get this down. There we go. Tesla's sitting above a major level, 182. This is after earnings, came down 180, 181-ish, sorry. 181 held, came back up, and now we revisited after hours with all the earnings. This took a sympathy hit. Used that level again, and now we're bouncing up higher. The weekly trajectory still stands to get another attempt at the top of this gap. I thought yesterday that was it. It was going to breach it and went. I was so off yesterday. I had to go to the doctors and waiting for some results. So I was more emotionally into trading than I usually am. I even posted things like, here we go, like take off. That's not like me. That's not me. So apologies for that. So ran up, tested that level. Remember, gaps can act like a support and resistance before you get into it. After you're in them, it kind of acts like a vacuum, but it took a nice resistance rejection off of that. Now we're in this area here. Rest of the week, we could take another shot here or use this again as a second touch. Not really going to actively speculate a trade there. I think SPY or something that we had a theory on, so we're going to stick with that. It's now on top of the VWAP. I'm going to pull up the regular quant chart that uses the 2-day VWAP. And this is just, this is a little, kind of a little all over the place, but this is just how I think and how I trade it. So I'm not really putting together a structured live session that has like bullet points and, you know, teaching moments, but it's just, this was going to be like a little raw into how I use QTA and GEX data. Hopefully, the dream is I get more comfortable with editing and I can put a little video together and document these trades. So now we're just in like an open space here where the midpoint is down at the 487 area. The 2-day VWAP is got confluence now with the intraday high, the north intraday at 490. So ABS was 487. 2-day is 490. I'll mark that off. And don't be afraid to mark things off. And I remember when I was in front of there would be like 300 people sometimes in a room, and they would say, I read that there's a dark pool level at such and such. I'm like, okay, great, I'll mark that off. Anything, any type of data point, mark it off. Can't hurt. So now we have 490 as the 2-day VWAP and north intraday. The overnight high is probably just around 489.50, I would say, right around this area. It tested it, rejecting, test, rejection. Possibly could move this line. I'll borrow it. This was probably from something else, but I left it up for a reason. At the end of the day, I try to clean up the lines I use, but yesterday, hello, Bryant is in the house. Oh, Tesla had a nice rejection off the QTA sell zone. Aha! Yes, sir. What we got? Oh, I just deleted it off the, it's all right. I got another window. Let's get another one. Charts. Open your charts here. Beer here. Get your beer here. Just kidding. It's 9:39 a.m. I do not condone. I'm just riffing, as they say. All right, so we have another quant up. And we're going to open up Tesla. Another beauty of QTA is it's so easily available just to, take a step back. So Bryant mentioned something about the Tesla. Tesla had a nice rejection off the QTA sell zone yesterday right here. And we can just dial it back a couple days and see how the run-up was to it. We can go back to the Friday and see what that bounce was off of the, you know what? In fact, let's do it right now. 26th, there was a 2 sigma zone, a breach, if you will, on Tesla. And I think it was Solis that was like, okay, we reached 2 sigma. You know, he was excited. He was new to 2 sigma move. And I pointed out that the intraday is lower than the 2 sigma level. So even though 2 sigma was there, the intraday was predicting that there would be action below 2 sigma. But fast forward now to that Monday, there's brand new 2 sigma levels. And we can see what the journey will be up to 235. We'll have to see. Was that the... No, I jumped backwards. Sorry. That didn't make sense. Yesterday, I heard a really interesting fact about yesterday. Last night, I was watching a documentary, and some guy woke up with a tune in his head, and he was humming it all day. He asked his friends, "What's this tune?" He wrote it. He wrote a song on it. He shared it with his friends. "What is this song? I don't know why this is in my head. Where'd it come from?" "I don't know it. I don't know it, dude." So he ended up publishing it. You know, wrote it with his band, and his name was Paul McCartney, and that song was Yesterday. So from dreams come reality. So come for the stocks, stay for the weird fun facts. All right, so we did not run up to that overnight high. We're actually testing the overnight lows first. That's usually a sign for me. The first one that gets tested is the most important. So if we test and hold this on a SPY, I'm going to be looking up. If we test and break this, I'm going to be looking down to the ABS. This is our first reflection point, I guess, or decision point. Right? ABS 487, overnight low 488, and we get back to the zero oval. What is that 488? Number 1, put volume. Congratulations. You are number 1 in put volume. So the oval chart, if you're anyone new to QT, I should say, is just more data. It's available on the SPY and the Qs. It gives you more data. You have BK, when she posts, she uses a lot of call block levels. These are similar to that. So what a call block is just, so a call block, right, is essentially what, as I understand it, the last 20,000 volume at that level. So this previous call block, it had 20,000 or more at this level. Above it, it had less than. It could be 18, it could be 2,000, it could be 4, and it's just this is an auto update. Do not adjust your television screens, right? So that's the information from that. I think BK, she incorporates actually a 40K block, the last 40K block, and that would be really helpful on things like SPY, Tesla SPX, and so forth. And I see you posting all your data in there, so it's welcome. I've never seen someone like walk into a community and be like, "Hey guys, so I'm just gonna jump in where the story was and continue along with it." It's just joined the group and fell right into place. Awesome job, sir. Awesome job. Paper trade, yes, sir. See, here's another instance of paper trading being successful. A lot of people shy away from it, like, oh, that's the stuff that people in middle school do. And it's not. I mean, here you have an experienced trader just paper trading it to see how it reacts. So we're about to get to the 945 mark, and we're going to get some new information. I'm waiting on some Tesla stuff. I could have used the advanced GEX, but we're just going to we're going to check it out this way. So right now, this is going to change. We have the 187 at the highest GEX. The max pain is at 190. This I'm not looking forward to change. This information and the absolute GEX coming in hot. Whoa, spiking on Tesla. I have it on my other screen. What's going on? Okay, it's not a spiking. Well, maybe it is, but on my other screen, it looks a lot bigger. There's a joke there. I'm not going to say. So we're coming up. Tesla, previous close was 191.59, which is right around these two levels. This is another level to play. If this becomes resistance and all the indicators are hot, I'll pop on the VI in a second, and we'll check the GEX in the next 60 seconds or so. I think Tesla comes in on the 16 minute. Yeah, 16 minute. So a couple more minutes for that. But in the meantime, we can check the SPY All right, we have net negative GEX. So the red, when it turns from blue to red, that just means it's net negative, which means increased volatility. Where did the ABS jump from? From 492, hold on to your hats. It jumped from 492 down to 487. Sound familiar? We had it already plotted out. But it's nice to see the GEX surrounding it. This is becoming a much stronger level, right? We have the high GEX confluent level with the 487. Should I make it bigger? I hope it doesn't jump to another screen. Good. Much better. Okay, I'll be doing that much more. So the confluent level 47 on the high GEX. The next lower, the second highest, is right next to it. Is that right? So this is about 85 or 90,000. This one is about under 80. This one is all right. So fair enough, but it's close, right? So it's not like you're going to be jumping off a cliff. I wouldn't call this a gap down or a fall off or what is it called? Gap off, gap down, fall off. Something. You guys know what I'm talking about. So this is a possibility down to 486. Being that SPY had that, there we go. It broke it. I was like, being that it had a nice low support system there, that'll be fun to watch. But we have broken it, Captain. So 486 was another GEX level, and I imagine that makes sense right here. Ooh, perfectly 486. Look at that. Isn't that magical when data aligns? All right, so we're coming down here. Why not take a little shot? You'd think that a bank would have the most perfect streamlined platform, but it's so full of bugs. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. So maybe, what is the 487 looking like? Slow. Get slow, get slow. And I think we missed the move here. So another thing I'm trying to really get patient with is waiting for the retest, right? One of my big problems, and Mila was saying that the same thing. The one thing I realized that sometimes there's not always going to be a retest, so that a good strategy would be to scale in. If we were watching this perfectly for an exact trade, a break, I would go in like 20%. If my total was going to be like 10 contracts, a break 20% in, get 2 contracts. If it keeps going, maybe another 20%. And then as it comes back and tests it, we can add the more, accuse the more. We can add more contracts if it breaks and holds. If it fails and it fails down, we're only down 20 or 40% of our contract. Normally, you would wait. You could take 20% and then wait for it to come back and then play the rest. But this one looked like a strong momentum. That's why I added the other possible 20 in there. There's not really, I think it surpassed this, right? Yeah. That would be the where it would make it stop and turn around. 47.86. We passed that. Or have we? Let's hit the minute and see what's action in there. All right. So it stopped at that level. That's why I dropped down a lower time frame. Sometimes there's a little more action you can see there. So we are coming back to here. That'll give us another shot to possibly play this down to 486. Right? This is always there, but right now with the momentum and the indicators, let's go double check. I mean, that looks like a nice strong move. 487, that's the absolute GEX. It is also a little bit of support and resistance, not as much as Max Payne, but with that GEX bar on the other side of 487, this makes, just from my experience in using the tool, it makes me believe that the price action is going to race down here, and then, okay, while we're here, why don't we just make a stop over here? It's like going to Disneyland and on the way back stopping at your favorite rest stop or whatever. I don't know. The analogies, they'll keep coming. They'll get worse and worse, I promise. Then when we're here, the GEX might change here, and then we can make another decision. But for right now, it looks like we're coming back. We're back testing this. This was a strong level overnight. It makes sense it'll come back and back test it. So what I was crying about 2 minutes ago that we missed it, we may now have another shot. And you can select your own levels, choose your own adventure. If you want to get real tight, you can go for like a 488 put, a little further out, 487, or if you like the risque, the big moves, 486. I kind of tend to gravitate toward the latter. Now, I'm a little hesitant now because indicators are histograms kind of coming up. RSI is making a new higher high, but no, not a higher high. It's working on a new higher low. Sorry. Let's see real quick. I know everyone's going to cringe when I go down the 15-second, but it will happen. Oh, this is interesting here. See on the 15-second, we got a nice shoulder ahead, and now another shoulder forming. So maybe the back testing isn't fully. This line was here. I didn't draw this. On the underneath a minute, it's new lines. So at 488.17, I don't think we're going to come all the way back. All right, so to recap, we're looking at a move down to 46. I'm going to pop that on the green. Now, these are all hypothetical. This is not financial advice. Act as if everything we're doing here is paper trading. Please trade accordingly and trade small. Trade small, trade often. Someone smarter than me once told me that. Especially if you're running into issues like, man, I'm hitting a tough streak, and usually the go-to move is to throw more money at the problem. Sometimes if you throw less and just do it more, you'll get it right. So instead of saying, "Oh, this is a good move. Let's push in all our chips," push in like 10% of what you normally do. And I know it hurts. It's like, man, I'm only going to be making 10% of what I would normally, but this is what you do. Trade small, trade often until you start getting the results you want. So I'm just going to check back on chat. I'm sorry if I'm ignoring chat. It's just the way it's everything set up. All good. My social temperament is the polar opposite of my trading style. In social settings, I just jump right in. Yeah, everyone says that their trading style is sometimes different from how they handle different risk in normal life. Would it be wrong to interpret this as absolute gex and N1 at 487 and below gamma flip? So price should hang out around 47, 48 until something changes. Yeah, that's a good. I didn't take the gamma flip into account or the N1. I'm notorious for not taking those levels into account. That is a good description. I usually incorporate I tend to incorporate not every data point I should, but from just an opening sense of gathering those 3 data points, I saw a move coming down, especially when we get a little further out. In 15, it looks really nice, right? Because look on the 487, we'll just drop down 50 points. There's one resistance there. This is nice and green. This is a common thing you'll see, and sometimes it's attributed to a fat finger, or whatever the case is. But look where the level it dropped down to. It dropped down to another overnight low, and now it's our absolute gex. So I would not ignore these as a random or a glitch or a fat finger. I mean, it stopped there for a reason. All right, we're still hanging out at that level. And that makes a lot of sense. Thanks for bringing that up, Solus, that the gamma flip is there and the N1. And that's, I think, a beautiful thing. Whoa, we got some action on the harmonics here. What the heck? Oh, that's the futures. Okay. You know, in a conversation with Brian, he once said, I may be the creator of QTA, but I'm first and foremost a user, and that really rang true to me, and like how I gravitated toward it, because sometimes people create things on the fact of like, oh, is this gonna sell? Like, I'm gonna present this at Shark Tank just because millions of people are gonna buy it. But he created this for himself to help himself become an amazing trader. So keep that in mind, Everyone uses a tool different. Still on the back testing theory, I guess you'd say. Solid as a rock. So normally I would be taking screenshots of what we were just going over. I would take a screenshot of this. I'd pop over to the quant chart. I tend to use the regular quant chart instead of the all vol chart. Sorry, Brian, but it usually just because it proves the my point a little smoother than the all vol chart. If I post that, I get some DMs like, well, what about the other level there? What about this? What about that? This is nice and clean. We see we have a midpoint resistance here, 487. That would be confluence, right, with the absolute. So we have that marked off on the chart. The max pain's 44. 46, though, the intraday low. That's my my target now. If this holds up, the 487, we can just reverse our play. Instead of waiting for a play down, we can reverse it for a play up, straight up to the 2-day VWAP. This is be a nice ride through the gap, right to the 2-day VWAP. That'd be beautiful. But we're still kind of in this like bear pull, and now we have a nice bear flag here. And that's an interesting point on QTA, is that it's such a different look at the market that you can use it so well for confluence and confirmation of your already technical skills. Or if you're having trouble nailing down technical skills, you could just adapt using this and the GEX levels faster, and then you can work on your technical skills after. Oh, perfect temperature. I can't have tea right when it comes out. It's way too hot for me. But after steeping for a little while, it's just right. All right, so the indicators are saying we're coming up to a decision point here. The RSI is kind of getting onto the cold side, but it's holding up. We have a rising RSI and so far a flat price action, right? You see the RSI from here to here is rising, and now the RSI is coming down. So that would be a sentiment for a signal for bearish to me. Now that it just broke out of this triangle, that looks pretty bearish. Breaking the previous low is another signal that this pattern will play out. And how that pattern, what that pattern is you can do a nice measured move. You can measure the pole. I mean, this is like textbook definition. The length of the entrance. Oh, I'm going to mess this up. I used to have to memorize this at night. The continuation of the pattern will match the presentation of the entrance, something like that. Meaning that the pole before the pattern should match the move after. This is actually almost perfect of what we were looking for, but that's textbook. So we'll see if the textbooks are right. And if they are, I will make a donation to, I don't know, Macmillan and something, textbook maker. Let me get light orange, just so this is, any type of orange or dotted line on my charts is a estimated move or a predicted plotted move, not a trend or anything like that. Okay, now we can kind of see that there's something else forming. This is a downward facing flag. Downward facing flags usually signal reversal. So a normal flag would be facing pointed up, right? You have the pole here, and the flag would be facing up. It might be better described like this. So you have your pole, eventually, there you go. Your flag up, usually using support and resistance, and then a break to the downside. That's your pole and flag structure. When it's reversed, well, not reversed, when it's altered, you have a pull and a downward facing flag, the break usually tends to go up. So we'll see. Again, this is two textbook things trying to play out. Now this is kind of moot, but we'll see. This may still come back and back test it. So moving slowly. I mean, if this was a pure scalp move, you could play it on the break, and then as soon as it turned around to come back test it, that would be your profit taking. Then again, you just wait for the back test and then invest there. I'm in right now Disney Fun, just to have it on the radar for a couple people that are interested in it, and AVTX, which is another one. Private client following it along, follow along. That's what I should say. So I'm keeping an eye on the futures here. The futures, the E-mini futures, or the ES1, they look like they're coming down. Their next resistance is 49.12, 49.12.15. You know what? I think my eye spies ta-da! We have ourselves a descending triangle. So descending triangle, ascending triangle, symmetrical triangle. They tend to break up. They tend to break down. Whatever one you think. But just follow along into the mind of a triangle, and you'll see that there will be a break eventually. It's real technical. If you really want to get it, you can get the entry here, A, B, C, D, E, F, and that's A, B, C, D, E, F. A, B, C, D, E flush pattern. An entry, an A is the first touch, a B is the second touch on the other side, and C, D, then E, then F. So we should have a flush in the next, 5 or 10 minutes. Flush either way. Could go up, could go down. That's what I get with an ascending triangle on a descending pole. It's finding what it's doing, it's finding a level support, but the resistance is clamping down. So whichever one fails first, that's the way it will go. I'm just zooming out to see if there's a level I missed. Just going to mark that there so when I zoom in, I have it. Into the mind of a triangle. Yes. Or like a 2020 Friday special. Into the mind of a psychotic triangle. We take you to a quiet town. I spent too many Fridays in watching 2020 and the like of it. It's disturbing. But we have fun. And that's another thing. I've had a lot of people like, I really appreciate your market insight and everything, but sometimes you get off track. Like, I was like, I know, sorry, that's just my personality. And I said, I'll try to curb it. And people flipped out like, you shouldn't change for anybody. I was like, I appreciate you guys. I think Solos might have been there for those conversations. So now the move down is still in play. The bank job is still on. We have just a different pattern. I do not like green eggs. I do not like how the gold is now on top. The histogram is increasing. I don't like it for a down play. I do like it for that bounce up play we were talking about, though. I took 2 spy puts, thinking I was still working with the the big account. I was like, oh, I'll just take 2 right here. But then I looked over and I realized I'm supposed to be working on the small account. So if anyone wasn't here in the first initial, someone wisely suggested that I hold off on sharing my bank information before I realized that until I figure out a way not to share my actual banking information, because they were like account numbers and stuff and the drop downs. I know there's like security to go around, and that's what I said to him, and he was like, "Yeah, but still, you don't want to. You're not. Your job is not testing those security parameters. Your job is not allowing someone to get to that point of testing them." I said, "Yeah, you're right." And then he says, "I know I'm right." And then we left. Ha 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 ha. So you see how it's just respecting this triangle. We want to notice this pattern as early as possible, because if we were waiting for a trade using the information that we just saw, we would be on, starting to think about placing one. And if it breaks up, you want to make sure that it breaks and makes a new high, right? We want to break upward, because if it does break, it can use the previous high inside the pattern as resistance. So as it's doing now, it broke out of the triangle to the top, and it's using the previous high as resistance. See that? If we break this, then this is going to be the next resistance. That was already placed there from something else we looked back. So keep this in mind for a play to the downside. In my day, well, actually, starting in like 2020, when there was like an influx, like a major deluge? I want to use a good word right there. Deluge. Cascading of waterfall, if you will, of investors. They all took the same courses. And the course was, okay, wait for the break. And when it breaks, that's where you invest. So everyone would do that. And then the institutions kind of got wise to it. They're like, oh, okay, well, we'll break. Everyone will buy in. We'll get the better price for a selling move downward, and you'll see this bounce coming up for here, going downward. It's more proven on a bull pole with a ascending triangle rather than this way. I have extensive files. I have detailed files. That's the right. I have detailed files. And come with me if you want to live. Come with me if you want to trade. Never say that again, Doc. That was too cheesy. Crosses the line. You jumped the shark there. Come with me if you want to trade. Someone's thinking of a t-shirt right now. And it's not me. Yes, it is. So this is not a perfect line. Let's make it more perfect. Follow me. Come on, dude. See? You just got to be real with it. Like, dude, come on. This is okay. All right. I'm not stopping messing around. I know we're frozen on the SPY. It's only because this was a nice pattern to watch play out. I am on board with jumping around, checking other things. Tesla is hovering around that 189. I just wanted to see. We're invested in this, literally. But it's good to follow something. It's good to want things, too. Oh, what's that? My alert. Oh, let me grab that. Yes. Now it's 5 o'clock. Good stuff. Dun 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 dun. Now I have T2 stuck in my head. All right, we're breaking to the upside. We're using the previous high as a resistance. Now we're looking on the 15. He didn't open up the 15-second chart, did he? He's reckless. You know why I don't like you, Maverick? Because you're unsafe. You're dangerous. That's right. Ice, man. I am dangerous. When you look back at Top Gun, I think Maverick was like the bad guy. I mean, Iceman here was like this dedicated, by the book, you know, full-hearted, all into it guy, and then you have Maverick coming in like taking girls up in a cockpit. What? Doing flybys of a tower. What? Dangerous. These are the things we talk about while waiting for the price action. All right, so we used the previous high as resistance. Now we're back in the trend, back in the New York groove, and we're going to see if we break to the downside. And remember, once this breaks, we have this immediate support right here that it clearly demonstrated that it is right here. So, and as soon as we get a move, we're going to check the GEX because the GEX is coming up in 4 minutes on the feed. Good tea leaves, straight from the mountains of wherever this tea came from. Okay, I'm going to circle. I can't stare at the same thing. Watch when the second I go away, it's going to break. So Tesla's riding up the daily VWAP. And if we take a look and we update, refresh, we'll compare the daily VWAP. It should be below the 2-day VWAP, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, way below. And below the top, the north side of the intraday, reaching max pain. That's the most important one. Max pain, nice support and resistance. And I think something just flashed, so we may have action. Okay, so we broke that triangle and immediately hit that support right below it. Wait, wrong one, dude. Get it together. See what's happening. 1, 2. Yeah, when eventually I want to Oompa Loompa now, Daddy. I want to have a live trading like area, Zoom or whatever, where my goal, my vision is having other people jump on, share how they trade, yada, yada, yada. But the more important thing, the one thing I'm really looking forward is not only seeing how other people trade, but having the ability to play music, like any type of music. Because I don't want to do it on YouTube. I don't want to, it's not that I want to break, it's not like I don't want to break the laws or rules of YouTube, but I also don't want to have any copyright infringement because I respect the artist. Whatever. I don't know what I'm talking about. But you know what I'm saying. So now we've broken this immediate support we're talking about. And if we drill down, so 47.53, if we drill down on the 15-second, you'll see like a bit of a back testing action going on. And then we can follow along. 87.53, I said, right? So we broke through with a big volume, big red candle. So big red candle begets big green candle, big round one, big red one, big green one, pop it up, high volume, high volume. This is on the 15 seconds. So in 30 seconds, all this volume happened. Retesting now. And it looks like it's failing. Or it's not. So that's why you can't really hover. You can't spend too much time in the darkness of below 1 minute, because you start seeing things that aren't there. You get too micro focused. So we're on the minute now, which is really underneath where you should be. You should be at the 5 and 10, but since we're making moves as they happen, live, ABC, live as it happens. I wanted to pop down and show you the 15-second level. So we're approaching ABS, right? Now we can pop over and check some GEX. Let's cook. This is the one that's 15 minutes ago. Increasing negative GEX, right? We can check. See, this is good. We go back and check the feed. So it's about 80. High is at 90. Oh, maybe it's decreasing. My bad. Nope. Increasing. You are correct, sir. Hop into gold chat when it comes. Oh, hey, thanks, Brian. The intraday triangle and the SPY forming right now on the stream. Awesome. Yeah, this is really just it was directed and funneled toward. Oh, ABS proves to be a nice support. This was geared toward QTA members. I didn't get out on social media. Hey, Mr. Solis, I spent lots of time there. Takes a long time to get used to, but yes, this is definitely a sell attempt. Cool. So anyone that's joining us just by seeing this on YouTube, welcome. You're safe here. We're using ABS now as a nice support and a nice bounce. But will our previous support or resistance hold? This is where the action happens. It's using the triangle now as resistance. I should probably leave that up there. Because this line that I just moved back proved to be good resistance. So I'm leaving that there. We broke out of the triangle in about 2 touches over the course of 2 minutes, proved to be strong resistance. Leaving that there. Now, this line, 47.53, is proving to be more resistance than, or enough resistance. The second I say enough resistance, we're going to take another shot at it. And this thing should be up next. This is the bottom of the triangle. I'll mark it in blue. Okay, I click blue. Now it's blue. So it's all about levels. That's from a movie too. Can't think of it. It's all about levels. The greatest tip I've ever received was invest in plastics. I was an undergrad. The year was sometime in the 1950s. I was at a pool party, and someone told me, plastics. Only, I think at least one person will get that reference in this room. Probably have to watch that movie several times. I wonder what films they study now in film school. Like I'm wondering how many Nolan movies are in the syllabus. In my day, I mean, I know Kubrick is probably still in there. So we're bouncing around here. We can let this cook a little bit. Back to the 5-minute. We did the move down. If you were a scalper, congratulations, you got that move to the ABS. Good fun. If I had taken the 487s, that would have been my profit taking. If I was playing just the ABS, I probably would have gotten 48 puts, banked it at the ABS, called it a day, and then at 10 a.m., I could focus the rest of my day on some things. So consider that. You know, we're here all day, but we don't have to be. And the greatest thing, I think that the most fun thing to do is if I make my plays early in the day and I'm done by like 10:30, 11 o'clock, I have the rest of the day to like hang out and bother everyone else, help other people. And sometimes I might seem like intrusive or something when I'm asking questions, but I promise you, everything I ask and everything I post, it comes from an origin of assistance, you know. And I never want to be that guy who was, oh, here he is posting his charts, trying to make it seem like he's right again. It's always about like warning or showing a setup. Because I remember first when I started in Discords, it was like it almost seemed like a competition, like who would be right. And it's like it doesn't matter who's right. The stock market will tell us that we don't get points for being right. Well, I guess you do. Technically, that's actually the name of the game, Doc. You get points for being correct. But the idea is to be. I think I've shifted to providing the most data as possible. So if I can provide lines and levels and everyone can make their own decisions, I think that's the best way. And let's see what this happens. Ooh. Ah. Again, it sounds like the guy from 2020. So now, the police have themselves an RV. I know that's not right. I will adjust it. Slightly get there. Right? Does that look right to everybody? I was early, but I wasn't wrong. It's the same thing. Can anyone name that movie? I was early, but I wasn't wrong. It's the same thing. I know exactly what movie it is, and I think it was a big movie. It wasn't a very tall movie. Oh, look at that candle. I love when these things happen. So you have a high wick on the top and a low wick on the bottom and very little tiny body. And 4 more seconds left on it. This is an incredible indecision candle. I would think that volatility increases after something like that. It didn't print, but we saw it there. Rose up, came back down. So that printed like an inverted hammer. But this is interesting, this little trend line we got here. Maybe I'm not giving it enough. Give it a wider berth. I wanted to let you know that I got it without saying that I got it. Right? I want to leave it open for other people. Sometimes when I wake up early in the morning, this trend is really holding, by the way. When I wake up early in the morning, and sometimes I wake up, I don't set my alarm anymore. This is an amazing thing. Well, I do if I have to go into the city and have to catch a train, but I will naturally wake up when my mind tells me I'm ready. No, like when I wake up too early and I'm not going back to sleep, I'll check the markets, obviously, but then I'll put a movie on. And I had a discussion with someone, I think they might be in here. I don't want to out you, but they're like, well, first, people are like, what do you mean you're watching a movie? It's 5 a.m. What do you mean? I love it. Waking up early is the best. If you haven't tried it, I bet everyone in here has tried it because we're all market freaks, but waking up early is amazing. Like the world hasn't started yet, and you're just there, and you feel like you're alone, or it's a weird feeling. You feel like alone, but worldly at the same time. But it's just quiet, and it's a good time for a movie. You know, you check the markets, you pop a movie on. There's no calls to answer. There's no people to talk to just yet. But one of those movies was the one that Solis was talking about. I still haven't seen the GameStop one. What was it? I keep thinking of the name of the movie that Solis had. I can't think of the name of the. It's totally escaping me, but I haven't seen it yet. I kind of want to, but it's just also like reliving a very like it was an exciting time, but it was just a lot. It was very exhausting, that whole GME AMC and then Doge right after it. I'm not complaining. I mean, neither of those 3 entities owe me anything, but it seems like an exhausting thing to go back and relive. And I'm getting off on a sidetrack. Sorry. We're kind of stalling in the middle of this trend, but there's nothing else really to talk. Wait, let's go around the horn. Oh, Disney back up in the green. So just to fill you in, I had a 101 calls for Disney that expire this Friday. I thought it was next Friday. I'm a little upset that it's this Friday. I would roll it, but it's in a cat. I mean, I could close it and open it again. Yesterday would have been the perfect day. Oh, the most important things to watch on Wall Street today? Thank you. We are watching the most important things. Just kidding. But I have a 101 lotto call for Disney. I saw this bull pole, bull flag, and now it's executing very nicely, and we're in the gap to 101. If I would really played it smartly with like intent, probably would have got like a 98 call and like 2 more weeks on the clock on directional. If you're playing spreads, you might have a different more berth, more whatever berth. Why is that the second reference I use that word and it's awkward for me when I use it? So stop using it. Okay. You could tell when my mind starts to use all the lanes on the expressway. I want to get a good glimpse of what we're doing. So now we're in a down channel, which tends to break to the upside, right? Whoa, look at that VWAP. Say what? Say what again? I dare you. What is that? That's got to be some weird. Okay, that's on the 5-minute too. Interessante. All right, so the 5-minute, we are dipping down. The RSI dipped below 30. It's coming back up. The 1-minute for the day traders. So now we're still respecting that trend. That green bar right here coming up to that trend would have usually had my finger on the trigger. But you got to the trend is your friend until it's not. Let's check the quant charts for SPY. We'll hit refresh. Remember, the quant charts, you just have to click refresh. On the oval charts, it's every 5 minutes. And also, water is wet. So all these things are news. So we're coming down to the midpoint on the SPY, and we're holding there. I'm still, because I don't know. No, I'm really thinking that this. Okay, I'm kind of torn. I'm only invested small, so that's okay. But every penny counts. Don't think of it as house money. Don't think of it as play money. Think of it every dollar. When I really cringe when people say, I'm doing it on dumb money. Dumb money. Thank you, guys. Sorry, that was delayed. I looked over. But every dollar is, like, oh, I'm doing it. Sorry, I'm doing it house money, so whatever. House money? No. It's in your bank account. That's your money. You worked for it. You earned it. Treat every dollar as if it's the first dollar you put in the market. So now we're working on the trend and this resistance line. Still waiting for that momentum push down. And I really want to see a break of it. Maybe a retest or just a flush down to the 4. Oh, the catch. That's right. Thank you. Didn't come out yet. 10:15. 2 more minutes. Still the same. And the ES has hit that target we were talking about, that 49, 12, 25. It touched on that. That was a little harmonic pattern that a private client alerted me to. It's pretty cool. Just more confluence. More confirmation, please. So on the 5-minute, we noticed that the indicators were looking kind of like curling. But again, someone smarter than me told me, don't look at the MACD as if it's a roller coaster. And don't try to plan where it's going to go next. Just use it as if you're strictly using where it's been. So I know it looked like it was bottoming out on the last frame. But if you go on the surrounding ones, the 15, we're looking down, the 30, still in the bearish zone. I mean, all the way up to, let's see, 2 hour. Oh, 2 hours surprisingly down bearish. 4 hours bullish, and I think the day is too, of course. Yeah. But the day, look at that RSI. So let's look at daily. The daily, this is where I see it coming by next week. I shouldn't say it like that. This is where it's possibly coming by, I would say, next Friday. We should see a revisit of the bottom of the trend that we're working in right now. And we have this nice little green bar. We can slide in it. So once we break 483, then this is a high probability down to 478. Oh, that would be breaking the trend, though. So let's just stick it here. 41. But up channels break to the downside. So this would be a good opportunity to break. We can use the strong green candle and the support 477, and then we're going to check the advanced GEX. After this move, we're going to check the advanced GEX. We're going to plot that move out. We're going to do it live. F it, we'll do it live. Oh, that's another thing too. No cussing. All right, so now if we shut everything off on my annoying drawings, we can naturally see that it's finding support. That support is the absolute GEX. Will this hold and use it as a bounce? Let's see if there's any other technicals that fall into it. Yes, right back here. After a touch there, it said, see ya. So we're revisiting that level. This is an important level. And specifically, it is 487. Oh, wait, you know what? Zoom in here. 47.19. Let's see what I have marked off. I'll move the ABS up to 47.19. And that's really all it is. It's just kind of shucking and jiving. So I made it a penny above it. No big whoop. Live your life. So what? Who cares? I use the oscillators. I prefer the RSI to find divergence. I don't seem to be able to trade the oversold bought levels very well. That's okay. I think that's overrated. Trading the oversold levels is definitely overrated. Case in point, look at NVDA. NVIDIA has been in above 70 for, I don't know, 5 years? No, at least a few months. No, I mean, at least a few weeks, sorry. So let's look on the daily. Let's go to the daily. So NVIDIA popped a new high, so it reached it here, 70. It's been trading over 70 since the entire 2024. I would use the RSI more like, almost just like price action. So if this RSI breaks below this previous high, that would be confirmation for me for down, and it would complete this trajectory. So NVIDIA, I believe, or I don't say that. We have data to support revisit to the 550s by mid-February. That's not something I would advertise or suggest as financial advice, but that's just what I see. I think we're approaching 487 again on the SPY. We've broken that level. And let's see if our trajectory will bring us to glory. Remember, 46 is our goal, but I have 486 put, so I really want to get below that. I really should have done a little more investigating. In my head, I was like, hey, whatever, it's 2 shares. Hey, no problem. So look, all right, now we have a little below that. That's good. I'll move the target. You know what? Right there, it looks more comfy, right? I'm using this, although, and this is where the art and science of technical analysis really comes in. There is no right, there is no wrong. It's an interpretation of data. That's all it is, an interpretation of the data. This is really, I mean, this is looking like a break to the upside is possible, right? Whew. Slow down, Doc. Talking a lot, saying nothing. So on the 15-minute, we could see an overwhelming red journey. One green and amongst a sea of red. There is no green on the 30-minute. And watch how this looks like on the, what are we, 1 hour in? Yeah, 1 hour. Let's go 1 hour. Just a boop. Straight redness all the way. Ooh. Did I not mark this right here? 486.61. How did I not see that? All right. I see you now. I see you now. I'll tell you what. Caffeine kicking in. I'll tell you what. All right, now we have that new support. New shooter coming in. 47 is previous volume range, low in AG3. Yes, all right, thank you. Thank you, CeeLo. So the previous volume range, that's why we should be using the oval chart. Brian is saying that to himself out now. See, should have used the oval chart. You're right. It's just that I'm not good with confrontation. There it is. We have confluence, 487. Okay, now we've broken that confluent level there, and we're, oh God, I signed up for one seminar, and now I'm getting all these, oh, they're going to hear it from me. I'm a forever student. Not only do I like hearing how other people teach or how other people trade, but more so how other people teach. Like I learned an amazing way on how to help show someone to make levels that they weren't able to do so previously, just by taking a seminar with someone else. Let's see. Chat GPT brings GPTs into conversations. Oh, I got a daily Tesla opening bell trade alert. Would you like to be done with your day by 10 a.m.? A solid signal on the VWAP confirms that today could see another green day for Elon stock. See the trade idea on our website. Okay. Let me share this with everyone as we approach that 486.62. Well, I might have to watch this level. Yes, use whatever works. Exactly. Oh, yeah, I don't want to suggest that. Hope I didn't suggest using what I do. Absolutely use everything. Tesla is notching up a bit, but oh no. I expect this movement to continue this week, especially with both Google and Microsoft beating their earnings guidance yesterday. The entire tech sector could drift higher, but what to do, the charts say. They say this. Yesterday, the price action drifted below the VWAP. Okay, we're below the VWAP. We're coming back and testing it. Price target, 200. Okay, for February 2nd. This guy has a 197.5 call for February 2nd, which is Friday. And his price target is 200. Take that as you will. I'm not endorsing it. It's just something that was sent to my email. Again, a data point. I treat everything I come into as a data point. This broadcast, quiet numbskulls on broadcasting. This broadcast is the data point. That email is a data point. CeeLo saying that the 47 is the previous volume range and the AG3, that's a data point. Meant it as use the SPY cool overall chart. Oh, okay, yeah. I was just kind of teasing around because I remember a conversation we had that you would say, yeah, we use the overall chart. Anyway, so yeah, to take everything around you as data points and then put them into your blender and then use your own risk allotment, take it to your own bank account into size, your availability, all these things factor in to place a trade. And there was a time that everyone was taking everyone's word as like it was gospel. Like if someone said, yeah, Tesla to 200, people would be like, okay, this guy said Tesla to 200. Let's take out a second mortgage. It's going to go to 200. And then when it didn't happen, they were like really upset. And there was like, lawsuits going on and people were constantly posting financial advice only, that whole story. But now I think it's kind of like died down where people are kind of taking initiative and responsibility for themselves, that when they click the button, it's their finger and their decision that made it. Sorry, I got off on that track right there, but it's refreshing. I think we're evolving as, and I hate to say retail traders, I really like to say independent traders. We're evolving. We're becoming not the YOLOs or the all-ins, everything on 13 red. We're more structured now. We're more cautious. We're more community-oriented. Hey, Juan is in the building. AKA Z23. Is that after a car? Wasn't there? Is that like a Z23? Is that a car? I think it is. Mazda, right? You don't have to answer that. I didn't mean to get into your username. It's like if someone randomly told me, yeah, I had the craziest dream, you're like, tell me about it. Let's examine it. Like, no, I just wanted to tell you I had a weird dream. I don't need you to dive into my personal stuff. Like, back off. You're all up upon me. All right, we have a little bit of a poll here forming. We're going to drop down to 15 seconds to see a little bit more of a pattern. Yes. So you see what we have here? What we have here is a failure to communicate. We have, first of all, we have support right there at 486.50 ish. This could be a reversal, but it looks more like a nice flag to me. So we have another bear pole. And this is a nice bear flag. It's pointing upward as opposed to the earlier one. I judge my Jay got it. Robinson. Jay knows what I'm talking about. Jay got it. Mrs. Robinson? Are you? That was a movie, man. I remember having to study that in when I took film courses, but I didn't realize I didn't think there was like the most amazing movie, but I guess because of the time and the shots they used, that's why they stressed it. But A Graduate, right? That was the name of it. See how far back I can't even remember. All right, we're breaking here. I'm gonna try and box this in. So what I did there was just look at the previous break. I know we're on the 15-second, but it's still candles, right? Imagine this was 1 hour candles, a break, a retest, and a confirmation of now being resistance. That would have made me draw a line, and when we revisited it, it falls into place. So the bear flag is using the previous resistance to form its pattern. And this is how you can confirm a pattern by using other instances. Now let's pull up our quant chart, which I lost. Sorry. Let's see how we're doing. Checking in. We should be touching now the southern intraday 46.6, right? Or 46.40. Look at that. Kissed it. So keeping this in mind, where we are here, let's go back to the minute. Enough of this. Right? This could be the end of the move. I'm going to still hold in. Oh, the Gex. Sorry. I'm going to still holding out for a hero. This is still rising. Now we're above 80 on this next one, this 486. It's still a magnet to me. This isn't growing. The call and volume put and call volumes haven't changed. This is still on the uprise. I should really have the advanced Gex out. But we're just going to stick with this and try and demonstrate one at a time here. Is this still looking bearish to me? Yeah. We have a bull hand pull down, bear up. Second looks on the 15. It's just going to be one big bar. Yeah. Too much out. So 5. We're coming back and testing the bottom of the trend. Makes sense. So it's all just about, using what you know already, which charting, and then applying Gex and Quant with it. I know that was there. I think it's more important there because we could see where we need to break here. But it's still psychological. Let's put it. Can you guys, I don't think you can, but can you hear music right now at all? It's not supposed to be heard. That's the idea. But I have an ambient. It's like a soundtrack type music in the background. So now we have a range that we're trading in. This orange dotted line is more of a psychological goal to pass. Cool. Thanks, Bri. Excellent. Thank you, Solus. The idea is that I drew that just so I can have a visual of where I want it to go. An orange dotted line. That's just what I use it as. It's not like it doesn't mean anything else other than that. Well, it does actually. It has representation of the level we were just talking about. 486.40, 486.40 ish. I'll leave it right here. All right, now we can cycle around and take a look. We're bouncing off the top there. We're going to take a look down through our top one. NVIDIA, there was a 190 call on Monday. We did in the raw footage, as it's now being called on the internet. I think it was 166 as an entry. It's now at 655. So I don't think anyone watched it. But if you did and you're in it, consider taking profit. Or maybe not. Don't consider. We're coming into a gap. And this is the option. This is the option graph. This is not Apple, obviously. So, but you could trade as, looking at the option as a a price. Conversely, that was a put, I think. No. What am I talking about? 190, I said call, right? 190, it was 190 put, sorry. Get it together. Yeah, so the 190 was a put, sorry. Are we coming up to the gap? And what's SPY doing? 46.60 still. Yeah, Apple has a little more to go. Probably 184 would be good. Let's check the GEX on Apple. And just real quick. Real quick. Ooh. Okay. Confluence to the high side. Ooh, nice. Some draw down. Consider that. Data point. New one on SPY. Oh, yeah. Let's pop on the SPY weekly. As that loads, I'll pop the SPY back here. We're still holding at that level. But this, see now where we're zoomed out, that green line kind of stands out, right? I mean, it looks like a good target and a good support. Or even, no, I'm pushing it now. This green dotted line is more of a goal. It's not anything related to data. It's just something I'm pushing around looking here. So we came up, we got resistance. We broke it, came back and tested it. That's confirmation of that level. To me, that says strong like bull, and I'm going to keep that. There's a visual. We're getting really cold here. RSI's been below 30 for a few minutes. 15 is still cold. That's just signaling us or letting us know that possibility of, it wants to come back up. This might have been this might have been a bottom, but we'll have to wait to see. I'm going to adjust this level because it's telling us now that this is resistance. So the price action just told us we're going to touch it once, twice, 3 times a resistance. And a red candle here would be pretty cool, man. Be pretty cool if you did. I would like to see another attempt at this orange line right here. This trajectory is getting to be moot, but still, it remains. So maybe this doesn't make sense there. Maybe this makes sense here. Right? That was the break. So be careful what I do there. What I did there is not really suggested. Like, once you plot your lines, you keep your lines, and that's how it should be, and stick by them and stick to the rules. And that makes a lot of sense. But sometimes, what if your first lines are wrong? So then the thinking is you're changing your lines biasedly based on what your position says. And so if you find yourself doing that, then your position is too big. You have to be unbiased when you draw charts. As much as people think I'm Mr. Bear, Mr. Doom and Gloom Doc, but no, I just kind of able to like spot down moves better. Or maybe I look for more down moves, but I do play the upside. I'm not an animal. I do believe in the U.S. economy. So the futures, the ES has broken that support level and is now going back to 4,900. A very popular number. Any tea left? Yeah. NVDA is down to 609. Got up to 630 at one point. That was on the daily. 592 is my number. Or you could play down to 592. Why am I waiting for that number? This was a potential candle. We can get rid of that. 635. And that was yesterday. Oh, man. I think NVIDIA really is the new Tesla. And I've been saying that for a year and a half, so it's probably not, doesn't hold any water. But if you want volatility, think of it. When you think of garbage, think of Akeem. So now this is kind of going sideways, which would be, I guess, a little crooked, fractured bear pole and a bear flag. And it's actually pointing upward. All right. Yeah, it's pointing upward. Let's clean this up a little bit. Trend down to that level, and now a break, and it's ranging below it. I know there's some technicians out there like, no, that's wrong. No, that's not. It's not perfect. It's got to be. Yeah, I agree. I have that same. It's got to touch. It's got to touch perfectly, but I guess sometimes it doesn't. Again, it's an art and science. Please, these lines are not, how they should be. It's just think of drawing, charting, and channel your inner Bob Ross. Happy accidents. When he draws an extra tree, okay, well, we have an extra tree. So this is actually an expanding wedge, possibly. No. We just have a support, and we're testing it again. That's really all it is. Sometimes there is no pattern. Don't think of it as bending the spoon, but think of it as there is no spoon. Divergences on the oscillators. I'd watch where RSI is on a swing low if price goes lower. Thank you. Divergent on the oscillators. Yeah. So we have a rising RSI and a flat price action. That would be bullish. We'll see if that holds. This is just on the first chart I checked. I cycle through all the charts. All right, we have another attempt at our orange line. If that happens, we should see a little bit of a move, because I think when we plotted it, there was a big green, right? Yeah. Yeah. So this overnight doesn't really, well, maybe this, yeah, that would count, but nothing down to 485.80. That was where the green line was, but I moved it. So I moved the green as a target, and I moved it away from an important line. So I'll put that back. 485.80, that's 70 points. 70 cents, I should say. 70-cent move. So if we flip this around, right? I know there's a way to do inverse charts. I don't know if it's on TradingView somewhere, but you can invert a chart. So imagine this upside down. You'll have a run up, a test, a retest of that level. You would expect it to be, you'd expect it to be bullish. You'd think it would be coming up. So now the RSI that Solis brought our attention to, this is on the minute, might not be the one he was looking at. You have a rising RSI and a flat price action. That's bullish, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that a bullish action is going to happen. You can then check other ones, like you can check the tops. So the tops are steady on the RSI, and the price action is lowering. That is nothing. That might be hidden bearish divergence. So we're actually in a little bit of an indecision area. But let's see what it looks like on the 15-second. No, not the 15-second again. I thought we're out of that. Okay, I see a little bearish action here, right? An attempt, a higher attempt, semi-lower attempt. This is bearish, right? So attempt, a really strong attempt, and then two smaller attempts. That is a broken up head and shoulders. Two small shoulders, big head, two small shoulders. We have to see what will happen. Let's see here, rising RSI, flat price. So right here on the 15-second, you have a flat price and a rising RSI. That's bearish. No, sorry, bullish. Get it together. Keep in mind, this is our... So my intention really wasn't to focus solely on one trade, but it's turning out to be pretty good because there's a lot of stuff, a lot of demo on here. And I just wanted to see how that move to the secondary GEX level would actually play out. And speaking of which, check it out. Update yet? 4 minutes to update. Oh, the SPY Weekly. I pulled it up, but we didn't check it. Scroll. Oh, net's negative. Ooh, 480. How you doing? 480. Big confluence. Big GEX at, what was this? 70? No, 65. The next one is just over 40. This is the second highest GEX. Nice attraction down. Max pain is there. That could prove to be support and resistance 484. So this one might have been instead of playing the 0 DTE, this would probably have been a nice one to add a Friday. So we could play the 0 DTE today and have a Friday running in the background. Close this today, get that quick profit, and then leave the other one. As I'm saying that, why am I not pulling that up and doing that? Are we gonna break it? Break it. Sweep the leg. What, Sensei? Sweep the leg. Do you have a problem with that? No, Sensei. Good. 480. Wow. That is a little outside. No, I don't think so. 4 points? 6 points? We'll be watching this. Just like the song. Because we have nice momentum down here. 480 is, tell me it's right there. This is actually 483. That's the support I was looking at. Okay, 480 is the bottom of our trend. Well, look at what we have here. GEX is telling us that our trend will be tested. Well, this is next week. That's it. But it says it could come down here. So let's just somehow, hello, I'm clicking you. Orange line, you're embarrassing me. We're live here. Get it together. So if the GEX were to function correctly or along the lines, this is what I do all day. I just color. I just draw. I look at data and I color. That said by Friday. That's 2 days. I don't know about that. That's an extreme to the extreme. But we can pull it. Like it could draw to that way. It doesn't mean it's going to reach there. But it is moving faster. We don't have to follow this trajectory. That line is based on the previous trajectories. Trajectory. It's a fun word to say if you get it right. 46.77. I'm watching the price. I guess it's not that steep. Right? And now we have that plotted out, and we can go back and look at how more steeper it is than previous. It's a little more. a little faster moving. This is a lot faster than that one. But it measures the move, right? It measures the move we've been doing since the top of the trend. All right. Now we got that out. We are having a severe bounce here, huh? If this holds, I may be into playing the weekly to the downside. If this does not, I'm going to take profit on the SPY 46 puts, which are up to 43% right now. And I'm just going to slide over. I'm making sure there's no banking visible. This is the 46 puts. I just got 2 of them. It's up just over 40%. It was at 1.50%, but I want to keep it. It's up $63. If you had done, 6 contracts, that would have been close to $200. So just keep in mind that, you can make moves. I don't know what I'm going to say. You know what I'm going to say. So this is bouncing up above my kind of like stop loss I set. Where would be the next one? The next stop would be here. If I weren't to take profit right there. I think it might use 487. Oh, let's check to see. Why speculate when we have the data, correct? I clicked on it. It's just broadband. All right. Ooh, 46 is really creeping up there. And now look what we have. Now looky what we have. 483, Max Payne is now the third. Oh, no, the second. It looks like the second highest get. Why am I doing it like this? Sorry. I can hear someone saying, well, just open it. I said, okay. So, yeah, it might be the third highest. But still, this is nice. This might be a big jump. But when we get here, if we get here, this may change. So we're back down to 487 here. Back up to 487 here. And it's using the 487 absolute. Why am I moving it? Just leave it where it is. We get it. We know where it is. It's using that as a resistance. So far, no volume waiting. If there's no volume follow through SPY, should make a new low. Sounds cool. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, bounce 15 seconds. First volume hit looks good. Waiting for another volume pump to get above 487. You may get it. You may get it. I may have to close those other SPYs. 487 is my... I moved it from that 47.20, I think, right? I put it there for a reason. Why did I move it? 47.20. Courage of your convictions. $47.20. We're about to hit it right now. Oh. I wouldn't call that a rejection just yet, but definitely respected it a little bit, right? Support, break, come back, retest, and now resistance. Beautiful. Oh, yeah. Wait, what did I say? If it was going to bounce off that, I was going to look into the Friday move. And what was the GEX for the... What else do I want to do before I decide to make a decision? I'm going to look at the quant chart one more time. Is this the oval? Yes. This will give me... These little dashed faint lines are estimations for tomorrow's data. And now we'll see where we are on the 2-day view app. Or we're coming, that's the Qs. I was almost saying, hey, we're coming up and retesting it. So the 2-day view app is in no, it's not a game, it's not in the game right now. If this holds, we start our journey up, this is going to be a target for me, up to 490. And 490, I remember hearing that. Now I'm saying that aloud. 490 was something impressive. Maybe I should take profit here. 40 bucks on a 2 position, 30% trade. This looks bearish. That looks bearish. Let's go up. Look at that. Double bottom. Double rainbow. Wow. That was a really nice double bottom. Everything's looking like we might be coming back up here. Bull pole. One touch. Second touch. Rejection. Nope. Not yet. Not yet. 15 seconds say there could be more down coming, but getting back to reality. 1 minute. The histogram is coming down. The RSI looked like it hit a top pretty hard. Previous in the morning, 66, and now high 65. So I keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind. 66 for the RSI. We break that 66, a new high in the RSI, and a new high here could be more higher probability to the upside. If that new RSI, a new high, is not made, this proves to be resistance. This could come back down, drag the price action with it. That's not exactly how it works. The RSI doesn't drag the price action. It's just something how to interpret the relation between the two. And let's throw my favorite little indicator in there, the vortex indicator. So the blue is positive, the gold is negative. When the blue is on top, you have a rising action. When the gold is on top, you have a downward action. When they get really far apart, they want to start to come back together again. When they cross, that means a flip has happened. If they come back together again and they bounce, that usually means a stronger move to whichever way is on top. For instance, back testing it, right? The gold was on top. We have a downward move. The gold comes down to cross it, but instead of crossing it, it bounces off. And when it bounces off, we have that strong move to the downside. You see how that worked? Gold is on top. Price action's going downward, bearish. Gold, bearish, as opposed to gold, good. Gold is bearish. And instead of crossing, it bounces. And when that happens, you have a bounce off. You'll have a move in that direction. So this big move down coincides with this bounce of the gold here. And as they're far out, they tend to come back together again. Not really a direction. And then finally, when it crossed, we have this explosion to the upside. Now, as they're far apart, they're going to want to come back together again. As they come back together, we'll watch what happens. We'll watch what happens live right here with Andy Cohen. No, we'll see what happens. Here's your volume, Solus. Volume's coming in right below our at 487. Now, volume's either way. Some people look at like volume as bullish or bearish just based on the color, but this is deceiving because volume is volume. So lots of volume you could have a big green bar and it instantly turns to a big red bar. So just trade knowing volume's in it. Don't trade thinking, oh, it's green volume. That means it's all green. It's not all green in there. It could be 51 to 49%. Just something to keep in mind. All right, we're retesting here. This is was that the level? The same one as my stop out? Yeah, 487.20. And I'm using that, I'm adjusting it because the 487 was the absolute gex, but I'm adjusting it based on this level here. It showed me that this is a level that it respects. So look at that VWAP. I don't understand. I don't get it. That don't make no sense. But that don't make no sense. What movie is that? Southern movie. He's oh man, I can see it. Young actor, like a really close shaved head. I think it was Brad Renfro. That don't make no sense. Now, anyway, okay, we're breaking. Pay attention to the action dog. So sorry. So we're breaking that level, and I should have been stopped out there, but I did not. Probably because I didn't set it. That would be it. All right, are we breaking and retesting, or are we just hanging around? So I'm going to move this. I'm not changing my line. I'm just moving it so it helps my visual here. I moved it to match this little area here. There's a lot of action around that area, and now it's respected it again. On volume, I'm specifically looking for a 50K plus 15-second candle. So far, not there, but price keeps creeping up. So, if in doubt, oh, I missed the word because it got cut off. Trust the price action. Gotcha. Yeah, yeah, I'm sorry, Solus. I wasn't trying to give you advice. I was just saying, watch the bars. Again, if I say anything that sounds remotely like jerkish or whatever, just know that I didn't mean it that way. And I also know that you didn't think I meant it that way, and I'm just saying that out loud. See what I'm saying? The more I talk, the more room I have for my foot. So in the 5 minute, it's still red. It's showing resistance here, but it looks more and more bullish the more we keep the minute open. Right? See how the vortex is now spread out to the upside, indicating a high chance for a breakout here. Yeah, good stuff, man. I appreciate you. And same here, man. I read all your posts, and they are extensively detailed, which is so amazing. I judge my broadcasts on the amount of people typing, laughing. I think because it takes, okay, I laugh at something. You laugh. That's it. But then if you laugh and you have to instinctively respond by typing, ha ha ha, that's my goals. Life goals. Make other people laugh. Okay. So we're kind of still hovering on the SPY only because Tesla is just hanging out on using the View app. I don't see any type of I don't see any type of move either way. We have this level above us. This was a nice bearish action. I think it's just responding to this big move after hours. This would be a good spot if this holds to get in for more low. Only because that seems to work. We popped above it. It didn't like it. We filmed that head and shoulders. Big move down. Now, if it doesn't cover that big move down and continue higher, this move up was just to cover this gap. So gap after hours. Market didn't really accept it. First thing in the morning, boom, wants to cover that gap. That would be a move down. Battery dying. You gotta get a stock of batteries. Oh, I gotta remember if you're wearing a headset, I won't be. I'll remember that. I won't be saying anything loud into the mic. Look at this. Once, twice. Gonna test it a third time. Now I'm really thinking that this was a close point right here. This second bounce, second rejection. I know it's on the top, but it's a rejection because we were in puts. So there was an attempt, rejection, another attempt. The second attempt was even a stronger rejection. So this has a lot more momentum on, and as Solus was saying, he's watching the volume increasing. I think it was on the 15-second, right? Yeah. We could see a bullish action here. If that pops, 47.86 is in sight. I could still close those 46 puts for a profit, but it's just annoying because I have a feeling that we will hold some level somewhere. That sounds real technical. I have a feeling we'll hold some level somewhere to get what I want to happen. But I don't. If it does start moving, I mean, 490, 491 is a possibility. And that would make sense when we look at the chart again. I think the the 2-day VWAP was at there, right? We do have the daily VWAP in between. Yeah, I think I'm going to close these. 47.20 was my stop loss. We're now 20 cents above it. All right, well, since we're in it, see, this is the negotiation that happens when you don't set stop losses. You start negotiating with yourself. And you know what happens when you negotiate with yourself? You always win. So I am now have to set a strict level right here, 487.53, because I did not stop out where I wanted to. I now missed that. That would be the smartest stop out right there. Since I missed it, it's like, okay, now we're halfway to the next one. But this has to be my Alamo, 100%. It makes sense they would use this as resistance, though. You know, if we look at the RSI is having trouble at 66 on the minute. On the 5-minute, it's not making a higher high, the RSI. The MACD, okay, great, it crossed over, but we had this nice run from it. The vortex is about to touch or cross. This will be my indicator right there. I like using the vortex indicator. This doesn't give us any information. They're both pointed up. That needs more data. The 15-second, it's just too, well, maybe that kind of works. See now how the blue and the gold were really far apart and they're starting to come back together again? In the next, I don't know, minute or so, we could see a touch or a cross. If this blue bounces off the gold when they meet, that would work out perfectly for a rise above, a nice pop. If they do cross, that would work for a resistance play, a rejection. And this is how I use the vortex indicator for day trading. Ooh, my Disney is taking a hit. My Disney Lottos. Oh, did we do it? Yeah, we're going to do it. 5 seconds. We're on the 5-second clock. The gold has crossed above. Now, the blue's crossed above. This is the problem with 5 seconds. You can't really take any data seriously. You just kind of get an overall. I like to zoom out a little bit and get a feel. So the RSI is coming down as the price is going up. That's bearish, but this could be the RSI resetting to support a pop higher. When you're on a momentum play, the RSI can come down and not really be bearish divergence, but just be like the potential energy building. We can kind of see that the RSI is a flat bottom there with a rising price action. So let's see if that was, I know it's falling down, but that's bullish. A flat bottom and a rising price action was bullish. But again, 5 seconds is not something you don't write data home. News in the 5-second front. Oh, that news is now old news. Get it? As 5 seconds have passed. What was the one we were waiting for? The next minute or so, was it the 15-second? Yeah. So the bounce to take us higher, if the blue bounced off the gold at that level, that would have been a good sign for higher. Now that the gold is crossed over, it's leaning more to that this was a resistance, and now we're on a downward play. But as you can see, when they do cross, they can just hover and then cross back over again. So nothing is set. Your future is whatever you make it. Now we're really getting weird, hanging out on below the minute. Let's get at least back up to the minute. Being below the minute is I know Solis was referring to it. I know he operates on that, but it's kind of he's back, everybody. How's the battery? Fresh, nice fresh batteries. That's good. It's good. But sometimes hanging below the minute could be detrimental. Like you know, it's tunnel vision, almost like micro vision. Oh, the Qs are having a move today. I used to trade the Qs way too much. Looking back, I was like, why? So the Qs, on the TQs at least, they're using the bottom of the VWAP. Maybe we should look into this for a second play of the day. The Qs bouncing off the VWAP. Let's go to the video tape. Let's get another play lined up here. Because if this one fails, we'll get out of it. If this one succeeds, we'll get out of it. I want to have the next one ready to go. Ooh, look at all this sea of red. Oh, where are we? We're right here. We're right below the absolute, and the lower volume, let's see, 416, 415 is growing. Or is it steady? Let's see. Just above 30, just below 25. Just below 30, just above 20. Okay, it's kind of lessening. All right. This will be interesting to see right there. Let's pop back to the SPY. What are we doing here? So this is a nice move up, but it doesn't seem, it's not building levels. It's kind of reaching out over a cliff. It's got to find footing. So this, using this footing here as a retest would be a good move for higher, but it's just too, the structure doesn't look good to me. I know I can't explain it any other way than that. Maybe this was enough of a level, right? 1, 2. So we'll see. This is still proven to be resistance here. How are we doing on the 15? The gold and the blue are meeting again. Remember, if the gold bounces here off of the blue, at this resistance, we should see a rejection. If the blue crosses over, as it is here, we could see another shot at this level. Bum, bum, bum. Disney, where are you? What's going on with Disney? Oof, below the VWAP. Dag nabbit. I still like it. Is that? Yeah, it should be like there. 101 is going to be tough, but it was a lotto. It proved to be good, but it's a little underwater now. Should have closed it, I guess. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. How's the Qs on the weekly? Because maybe we could play a little longer out. If the Qs do have a bounce on the south side of the VWAP. And then I'm going to check the quant chart on it. All right, so we have confluence on the Qs down to 415. Max Payne says above a 422. We'll see how this develops. But we're going to stick with the 0 DTE for now. Pop it back to the SPY. We might have to kill some of these drawings because I can't see the price action when I'm zoomed out. This is useless now. These trend lines are, thank you for your service. You are free to move about wherever you go. So this resistance is proving to hold again, as we were kind of, I wasn't going to say expecting, but maybe even hoping, right? At least me. I know that there's some people waiting to go to the upside. But all indicators say that this is a strong level. The fact that we didn't get close to it, we see back here, we touched the level. We touched it, we breached it a little bit, got rejected, touched it, and it failed again. Now when we revisit it, we don't even get close to it. You know, it's almost like, you get to you meet someone in VIP, you're like, hey, you're my new best friend. Okay, great. I'm going to go get more drinks. And I come back to VIP, and then all of a sudden, security's enhanced, and I can't even get close to my new best friend. And then I realize, wait a minute, I'm a creepy guy, and I'm no longer friendly. So whatever. And so now the point is that the resistance is more, right? We didn't even get close to touching it. So that it's pushing more down. At least that's the way I interpret it, and that's the way I explain it, I should say, is that it's even stronger now. And I guess I would think if you look on a book map or something, you could see that level there. Rodrigo, What is the indicator called? Gold crossing the blue. Oh, the bottom one, that's the vortex indicator, otherwise known as the VI. It's one of the more simpler ones out there, just because it's two lines, and if they cross, terrific. If they don't, then you have a bounce. Uptrend, downtrend, bullish signal occurs. The VI plus is below VI minus, and then crosses VI. Blah, 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 blah. Just like what I explained. A downtrend or bearish signal occurs when the VI minus is below VI plus and crosses above VI plus to take the top position among the trend lines. So similar to what I was explaining, but just more in human words. What I really look for are the bounces. That's really a signal to me, and I don't think they even mentioned that in the description. So once again, the blue's on the bottom, the gold's on top. That's the downtrend. And when they come back, you're expecting a cross. Oh, we're going to cross, then the uptrend's going to be in play. But when it bounces, they did not cross, they bounced. And right here, the bounce takes into effect. And as the bounce comes, you get that strong move down. And then as they get far apart, they want to come back together again. Price finds its footing. And again, we come back. But this time, instead of bouncing, the blue crosses. And when the blue crosses, we get that explosion to the upside. Now, similarly, where we are now, we're far apart. We're starting to come back together. The gold crosses, and we have this move to the downside. But now we have this weird data here where they're both pointing down. We're on the minute. Let's zoom out a little bit and see. All right, see, we have a somewhat of a bounce situation here. According to this indicator, we could see a move strong to the downside. Not super strong, but strong. Like this one was strong. This could be strong. You could be strong like me. Drink milk. Remember all those milk commercials growing up? Milk does a body good. And then they turned out to say, well, wait a minute. Maybe full fat milk is not the most heart healthy thing. I don't know why I brought that up. Strike that from the record. Oh, you can't? Is this in court? Oh, okay. No problem. Just a look in on the futures. We broke that 49, what is that? 49.12.25. We came back up, tested it. Maybe I had the wrong level. Maybe you married the wrong woman. Maybe that's it. Okay, Chief. Watch yourself. That's it, isn't it? You married the wrong woman. Woohoo. That was a quote from a movie. I'm not having a conversation with myself. Oh, I guess I am. Really, technically I am. I'm talking to myself. And you guys and girls are eavesdropping. It's the weirdest thing. It really is. When you have, I can't get into it. Yo, Bill's in the house. Bill, man, where you been? Rodrigo, you got it, man. Welcome to the party. Bill, you were hanging out with some cool cats here. Bill was probably alerted because he's a subscriber to my extensive channel of craziness. But this invite, move to this house of friends. Yes, sir. He's got it. So, Bill, this was an invite going out to the QTA community. It's the quant trading app. So a lot of the tools you'll see us using are indicative of that. Is that the right spot for that word? Indicative? Basically what it is, it revolves around gamma exposure. And we use these levels to determine where price action would want to go. Not where it's going to go, but where the greatest volatility is. And you'll hear us say ABS GEX a lot. That's where the most liquidity is. And when that matches up with the highest GEX bar, we have the most confluence. So right at 420 for the Qs is where the highest confluence is. And what we're looking at now, it would be a lot better to explain it. That's something we've been looking at. So the SPY is at 487. And it's been hovering around here. Dude, brand new GEX just came out. Hot presses. 487. See, 487 is the absolute GEX and the highest strike price. That's where we're hanging out. Now, to add to that, we have the second highest GEX strike, which is right below it, 486. That'd be a nice move. It's easy move. Easy job, fast job. 1, 2, 3, right? Easy move to slide down there. I had 486 puts, which are now 2 hours old, or maybe an hour and 45 minutes. That if we don't get a move there, I'm going to consider closing because that wasn't. I wasn't going to be into this move all day. So just to go, great to be here. That's awesome. Love it. That's the idea of what we're doing. Max Pain is Max Pain, as you know, and it's at the third. So just a little crash course in GEX. So I'm going to extend this. This is my personal. This is like the doc line, not to be confused with doxing. Doxing. By the way, if anyone is into coding or AI or the Elon Musk type figures, and you like a little bit of a murder mystery with in the middle of Greenland in a snow base twist, check out Murder at the End of the World. Very good. Highly recommended. Essentially, an Elon Musk character invites just under a dozen select people to a retreat. Someone gets murdered. Drama and suspense ensues. Plot twists are abundant. I think it's on Hulu. And that's actually the sponsor of today's programming. No, just kidding. Today's program is brought to you by Quant Trading App. And it would be good if I had a link to share. Slide this out of the way so we can watch this. Remember, this is the resistance prior we were watching, and it proved to be good because it broke it and danced on both sides of it. Dance, dance, broke, dance, right? That's all you're looking for. Dancing on both sides insinuates a strong level, whichever way you decide to go. You know what? Did I spell that right? QuantTradingApp.com. There is your link for the tool that I'm using today. QuantTradingApp.com. Use the code DNOW30. You'll get 30% off your first month. It'll bring it down to 140. And if you need help using it, getting set up, let me know. Reach out to me, and I'll help you out. It's a fun tool. It really is. I mean, I've found it to be almost like discovering a hidden market. That's really the best way I can or hidden levels. Really the best way I can describe it. Because as I chart, you'll see me here. I'm going to place the level right here. Just because it's showing me that it's being support, which was previous resistance. But if we go on the other levels, like on the GEX, I showed you 486 just 2 seconds ago. There's nothing really on 486. I lied. There is. There's actually support right here. Previous resistance gapped above it. But nothing I would assume to be a level. So letting me know where all the other open interests are and the high gamma exposure, where the liquidity is, all these things can factor into technical charting, which QTA really makes good traders great and helps traders struggling with technical charting, gives them another out, another avenue to go down. And as easy as levels may come to some of the people in here, some people really struggle finding levels. They just, they doesn't have the eye for it, and that's fine. It's like It's like going to a piano class and saying, well, you know, why can't you just understand chords? And I wouldn't be able to do it. I tried piano. I can't. I play guitar, trumpet, drums, everything else. Can't really grasp piano. I understand it, but I can't play it. Where was I going with this? So the idea is that QTA gives you levels that you can trade off of. And just to highlight that for everyone who in here who uses QTA, you could spend a full day just trading off this chart alone and be successful with it. Right? So let's refresh it and see where we're at. I have the live price action up on my chart, but look at this. We could trade off this all day. We could have opened and say, all right, our target is 46.60. We're going to go down and take profit. On the bounce from that, I say, okay, if we hold this midpoint and the confluence of daily VWAP, we're going to take another trade for the downside. I'm holding this one trade. I'm holding this trade down to the 486 level. I'm holding this and banking on the fact that this holds and this attempt again fails and we sail down to the max pain. 486 was a high GEX level to now use confluence all around. Remember, the 46 level was the second highest, right? So follow me down this journey, was the second highest. Then the next below that was 43 and the max pain. The data is off. The max pain on the other chart was weekly. This is the for daily. So daily max pain 43, weekly 44. I'm saying that right? Let me slow down, make sure I'm saying it right. Double check. Thinking out loud. Yeah, this is weekly. I always cut off the bottom of the charts. I apologize. Yeah, right. Okay, good. That checks out. That's where we go. So you could trade just on these alone. These are the Qs. Sorry. Jeez. You try level to level, you know, and a running joke is that we could, you know, we have a, you know, a cousin or someone who's 13 years old, and you say, okay, just trade these levels. When we get to this level, if it bounces, don't take the trade. If it breaks it, it comes back and retests it, heading this way, take the trade expecting it to go here. Okay, that checks out. What do we do at this level? Same thing. If it bounces here, we could play the upside. If it breaks and retests, we play the downside. This level, same thing as the other one. And that's it. You just go through level by level. If it stops here, you take profit and play back up. If it continues, you hold on or make a new trade to the bottom. That's it. That is the long and short of it. And you could backtest everything to see if you got it right. Just by going here. Calendar. Everything's at your disposal. It's amazing. A whole new world of trading. I'm not going to sing it. I'm not going to do it. My voice is not what it used to be. I can't hit those high C's anymore. So this is kind of flirting here. You know, it could go either way. We're coming in for a soft landing. Could be rounding back up. Or the potentiality for a breakdown is really nice because this is all green here. Right? Big green begets big red. This is in our future. You want to land right here. Here you go. Here you go. Hold out like a little treat. Here you go. We have fun, or at least I do. I don't know what I was trying to draw like a biscuit. It just looked like a sad paper bag. What's funny is this orange line. All right, this is weird. This orange line was drawn by me just out of sheer trajectory, right? Random. It doesn't even line up here. But for some reason, I noticed that price action follows it. I'm not saying that I'm like, I have weird powers. It's just awkward and interesting sometimes. So I really believe this is our next target. So this will be a third time retesting this target. Every time you test a level, it gets less and less. The greatest example is a good friend in this industry, Blaze. He has a great analogy. Bill knows him very well. that it's like a mouse and a piece of cheese. So every time the mouse, which is the price action, approaches the cheese, it takes a nibble, it takes a bite. And every time I revisit it, it takes another bite. So now we had a big piece of cheese. Now we have less of a piece of cheese, and now even less. Pay attention because there will be a quiz. This momentum could break us right through it. That would be nice. We are getting into the cold area on the RSI, but that doesn't necessarily mean stop everything. It just means that there could be a reset coming. But look, we went all the way down to the 20s here, or even the teens. Oh, no. What is that? 21. 21! That's a good movie, too. I wish you guys could hear this music. It's driving. It's moving. I'm reaching out to, like guys on YouTube. There's all these guys that, compose all their own original work. And they have a feel of like Batman Dark Knight or a feel of Interstellar, something like that. And it really creates a good ambient type atmosphere. When I was live in front of 350 people, and on Fridays I would start playing Pantera and stuff like that and take requests, and I got a little out of control. But really, for focus, you want something that's in the background. You don't want to have it like affecting your emotions to the point where you get more risky. Oh, okay, now we're using this as support again. We'll drop down and see how it's acting around the 15-second. So in the 15-second, we broke through it, and now we're retesting it. Those SPY puts are up to 70% right now, or 69.43. And I don't like to have a goal set for them, like, oh, I want to get to 100, because if it doesn't get to 100 and the price turns around, it's actually, goals can become detrimental. Luck will only get you so far. Then luck will get you killed. Or is it courage? Or bravery? Who knows? All right. We are day trading, so we're going to go back to the minute here. Quiet, numbskulls. I'm broadcasting. So a new lower low, a new low of day on SPY. Testing this level, you can see it better on the 15-second. Right, we broke it. We came back to retest it. Now we should be good to go. Okay, one more retest. Yes? No? Maybe? Yeah. If this holds, this is going to be a good action down. And we can watch the vortex indicator. A bounce of the gold staying on top would be a good sign for down. The blue crossing above would be a sign for a reversal. Them moving in the same direction is something that we can't calculate. Or we can't use. Let's fix this. This may have to blast. All right, back to the 5. This looks bearish, right? A down, an up, a new down. So this may draw out a little longer than I anticipated. This bounce and a retest, or another shot at it, I should say, took a little longer than I thought. But we're still before noon. Anything I get into really early, I really want to try and get out by noon. Because then you have lunch lunch is kind of a lull. We lose 46. I'm looking for 45.6. I think that works. I think that jives what we have too, Bill. 486.5, right around here. Yeah, I see where you're looking. I see you, Bill. I'm really looking for yonder 485.81. Oh, 45.60. I get you. I was on the wrong one. Sorry, I was at 486.60. 45.60. Yeah, that checks out. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yep. Bingo. That's where we have the line. We're like 20 cents apart. This is where I got the 46.80-ish from, that line and this little area here. So you're right in the middle. Hey. Right in the middle. Don't you want to go to your home? Are you too good for your home? I'm watching Tesla. Tesla is creating an upward flag, still using that VWAP as support. The VIX is having a day, man. Yeehaw! What did we just started? I said, yeah, I use this green area. It used to be good for a box, but it's been dipping in. Well, okay, the last 2 times worked out pretty good. Here on the, what was that, Friday? Used it to bounce it to Monday. And then yesterday, touched it, and a clear bounce today. Very good, very good. How's that Apple call? It's at $6. Remember, we got it at 166 on Monday. $6 is a nice profit. Nice profit. NVDA, is that coming down yet? Ooh, cross back over the VWAP. And what was the other one? We were setting up Qs, right? The TQQQ. This was going up to the VWAP. Okay, we're approaching VWAP on the Qs. This is going to be a trade, a possibility. We're going to play at the upside or the downside. How are we going to do that? We're going to cycle through our data again. So first, I like to see if we bounce off, where's our target technically before I go through the quant and the GEX. And then I'll see if everything matches. This is going to be nice. If we bounce off the VWAP, there's a nice move right down to 414.60 area. So 415 would be like the furthest out lotto that would work if you want to go from the smallest risk to the highest. So now we have that. Quick check on the SPY. Maybe I'll pull up SPY on the other chart so I can watch that and make this, set up this trade at the same time. Oh, this is the Interstellar music. It's on now. It's so good. I recommend you guys trying it out. I don't know what you guys, if you listen to anything while you trade, but consider listening to like anything like Hans Zimmer. I mean, if you like, or regular original orchestra, the OGs like Bach and stuff, that's fine. But Hans Zimmer is where it's at for me. All right, so the Q trade. I got SPY up on the other one. I'm watching it. Let's set up how we're going to look at a Qs. The Qs, technically, it stood out to me because it's bouncing off the daily VWAP. Had a nice run up after a nice dive down. So we already established that the 414.60, that's a good move. Or was it lower than that? That's the move. Make it green so I not have this same issue again. So we got to work quick because it's bouncing off the VWAP. What do we do first? I'm going to check the Qs, the quant chart. That's the overall chart. This is the SPY one. Okay, next one. So this is still the SPY. Let's check the quant. I forgot we have similar musical tastes. I listened to the Interstellar soundtrack quite a yes. Soulless coming through. It is. It really kind of puts you in the right mindset. Or maybe just some mindset, because I have to have my brain humming on something while I'm trying to focus on this. So that we have Absolute Gex is a nice magnet at 420. So I'm not putting all my chips resting on this VWAP. I'm now alerted that 420 is a magnet, and with the call volume there, I'm actually going to treat this as a magnet and a resistance. So we're not going to go all in on this VWAP. The 421, did it say 421 or 420? 420. I'll move this down to 420. And I think that leads me to believe that there was an update in the GEX. It almost matches up to the VWAP on mine. So VWAPs can be used different. I mean, not used. It can be calculated differently. Sometimes it's calculated using the mid. Sometimes it's used calculating the last, or some other interesting calculations. So just keep that in mind. I'm going to have to take a break in a minute and stand up and walk around. Doctor's orders. Every hour, take about 10, 15 minutes to walk around. That is almost like an impossibility for me. So I moved it to like every 2 hours, take 10 minutes. It's really not an impossibility for me. I don't know why I'm making excuses. So what are we doing? So first we're going to check the Q0DTE after we just did the oval chart. 420 is the absolute. We see that here. And we see a lot of room, a lot of pull, a lot of attraction to the downside. This is a pretty far move from 420 to 421. This is a big jump. This is an even bigger jump, but the second highest is pulling us down to 416. I would like one of these levels to be higher. Then I would be not all in, but I would be all about a move down to the downside. Max Payne is a strong magnet. That's a little far away. So we may have to revisit this. SPY is still dancing above that 486.35 level. So let's take a look at it again. I mean, ultimately, the price action is going to tell us. If it breaks and holds this level and breaks down, maybe this would be an entry right here. A break below 419. And let's look at some prices for, what did I say, 417? Oh, my arm's getting stiff. I sound like such a, oh, my arm's getting stiff from all this trading I'm doing. So we're looking at 417 on the Qs for tomorrow's expiration is about 180 for a potential profit of another. That would just really get us 80 cents. I'm not really looking because I'm working with a small account. The whole idea of this was to prove to someone that $500 you can trade with. So I made it $350 just to be a smug person. So the 80 cents gain isn't really going to do it for me. I'm going to check out the TQs and think about doing a put on them. So the TQs have weekly expirations, and that's fine. But how will we translate that move into the TQs? The SPY is revisiting that level again. It's bounced off of it. So we'll zoom out. We can use the Q data and the GEX because the TQ is just, it follows the moves. It follows the moves of the Qs, but it just has a slightly different chart. So right now I would say that the Qs are in a fair value gap. Right, overnight, broke the overnight lows, coming back up, testing overnight lows and the VWAP. Same predicament that the Qs are in, testing the bottom of the VWAP for a move down. This is only to 52, but the real move is down to 50. I don't think that really translates from the GEX that we saw. What about the weekly GEX on the Qs? Let's check that. Because now if we're going to be doing the TQs, this is going to be a weekly move. So 415 on the weekly. Let's go back to the Qs and translate this a little bit. If I'm moving fast for anyone, let me know. I'm free after hours today if you want to go over anything. I'm going to hang out, I think, after 2. And we'll kind of shake it up a little after hour. We'll chop it up. So 415 is the goal for the week. I wouldn't say goal, but that's where the liquidity is weekly. And I don't make that 412. Make it 415. Where's that match up? Oh, it matches up from the open from last week on the 19th. Okay. So it's about a 5-point move. That has to translate to just that 2-point move on the TQs, I think. That would translate to that 52. But possibly that. It's hard to translate exactly. Right? The 2nd is the last day. It's Friday, right? Tomorrow's Thursday. That's Friday. Again, we don't have to, like if I get a 51, would that make sense? Because then I'm banking that this level won't hold. So I'm going to zoom out and see how strong that level really is. Bro, do you even lift? So we had it back here. We touched it pretty strong, right? We came up, hit it. I would say that's pretty strong, a 10-point rejection. Popped it. So now on the other side, it could prove to be pretty good. See how it didn't even get close to it and made a new lower high? But then on this move, it broke it and retested it. So that's pretty strong. I wouldn't bet on that breaking so easily. There's not a lot of room on the SPY on the hour. What was the day? Plenty of room on the day. Wow. Okay, look at this. So now when we zoom out to the day, that's that fair value gap we were talking about. That big green begets big red. So 52 is almost like, almost expected. Below it, if we break 52, 50 is a nice move. 50 is a nice move. And then there's another gap right here down to 49, maybe 49 and a half. We'll call it 50. Well, maybe we'll leave it there. So 50 on the TQs is 22 cents, right? So this is all about trying to make the most out of the least. That's the game plan with the small account and with options. SPY took a nice bounce, by the way. Nice bounce off that level. But if this is a smaller bounce, then we'll have something like this. So in the world of 0 DTE, we are now approaching time to get off the pot type of scenario. We can't wait all day for this pattern to play out, banking on a drop down. And that's exactly what happened on Monday. We were banking on a move up that happened at the end of the day, and we kind of held out through it. That's not the way you want to go into a 0 DTE. You want to be in and you want to be out. Almost like scalping, but just with a little more time on your hands. But still, you want to capture a move. You don't want to get a move and then wait for the second move. You want to get in and get out on the first move. This would have been the time to get out. Hindsight. Always look at hindsight, right? CeeLo, every day, CeeLo posts his hindsight of the day, which I think is great. I think it's a great learning tool to look back and reflect. Even if you were reflecting on someone else's trade, it's great to see what they're thinking. Oh, my zipper is stuck on my sweatshirt. There we go. It's good to examine where your missed opportunities are. This isn't something we want to bang our heads against the wall on. And it's probably a little tighter. It's like that. but we want to recognize where we should have. If this is before 2 o'clock, entry A, B, C, D, E, F. So we could see another bounce here, this hold, and then a flash down. All right, it's 2 contracts. I know it's only 2, but it's in relation to the account size. We want to make the most out of the least. So first of all, this has got to hold here. If it doesn't hold, I'm out. And this might be even drawn wrong. We'll see what's happening. What's going on? All right, lower RSI, lowers price action, lower MACD, lower price action. How's the VI is not really telling us much here. What I don't want another go at the absolute GEX. I want it to stay within this new descending triangle that we found. And then when we get here, I'll consider trimming. Well, we don't have much to trim. We only have 2 contracts. But even still, the strategy holds. You want to consider trimming if you're in it too much. All right, it's now 12 o'clock. I definitely have to get up and take a stroll, stretch my legs. Doctor's orders. I just want to see if this holds. I'll give it a little more breath. No, actually, that looks good. Right top of here, right under here. You should turn around right here. No funny business. All right, if that turns around, I'm getting up and stretching. And I think if you guys aren't in anything really intense, this is a health check, health reminder. Take this opportunity. It's 12 noon. Take a stretch. Get some water. Any type of fuel you use. That was my tea. That was a good one for the day. And we're breaking. Dang it. All right, Walk, you may have to wait. Where could it be going? It could be going right here. Remember, a break above, a break out of the pattern, you instantly want to look at the previous high. Obviously, this is the previous high, but we want to look more a little local. And let's check on the GEX, see if anything changed. Still supporting the move to the downside, if not even more so now. I mean, we're at the 90,000 mark on the 486 and above the 80, or maybe at 80 on the 483. That's a pretty big jump, though. But let's see how that pans out. 486 and 483. 46 is still in play. 43 may be pushing it. 43 is like down here. That would be cool, but that's a stretch. Meanwhile, we're thinking of 483 when we should just be thinking of hold this level. And I apologize if you guys are trading something else, but I really wanted to make this as like a how to use the data on a live trade. So I'm going to be able to jump around in a minute. So Qs, shoot. Yeah, speaking of jump around, we are planning on a Q trade. Okay, VWAP failed, right? We're headed to the ABS. Absolute. If the absolute holds, then we may have a play. So I think the absolute was also correlation with the 2-day VWAP, right? Or no? 420 is absolute. These are the Qs, right? Yeah. Oh, wait. I need to refresh. Enhance. All right, SPY is using that resistance again. Oh, God. I was like looking at the wrong day for a second. Yes, I was. That was yesterday's. Now we're on the 31st. Good golly. So we're breaking that VWAP, and the absolute is at 420. Max pain's at 422. So we break this VWAP. Our next goal on this chart is 422. Absolute is in the way. Breaking of that, holding of that, 422. This is actually making me think twice about holding that SPY through that pattern. Those SPY puts, they were up to 50%. Now I think they're probably down 23%. All right, still not terrible, but I would like one more shot and then it bounce down to there, but I don't think we might not get it. There's one more girl you won't be getting. Looking good, like Absolute's going to come in and say, hey, 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 you got more down to go there, buddy. Turn this bus around. So a new high on the, nope, I wouldn't say that, actually. Slow it down. Okay, a retouch of this level in the RSI, of this like 70-ish level. The 70 level is retouched on the RSI. The price action is lowering. So the top is flat and the price is lowering. It's a hidden divergence. I don't put too much investment on that, but it's a signal nonetheless. It's a signal saying that we could revisit this area. The vortex indicator is spread apart. They're going to want to try and come back together, or they're just going to spread out even further as I say that. All right, no joke. Time to get up. Everybody up, or at least me. If you want to play along at home, you can stand up. Hey, I can stretch my mic out to reach. Stand up, stretch, move around. SPY is looking to attack that absolute GEX level again. All right. Hey, Mangianos. And we're sitting again. Jesus. Wasn't even up for like 30 seconds. I really got to get better at that. Qs, keeping an eye on it. That's going to be our second trade for the today. What did I say? 422. 422 is max pain, and then 423 is a big confluence level. 423.5. Look at this. 2-day VWAP, north intraday, and the midpoint. These are two targets. I'm going to set this play in motion while I think about what I'm going to do about the SPY. There is some resistance, though, here. I'm going to, wait. I'm going to move this. I'm going to stretch it. We're stretching. We're stretching. This could be resistance. See how here? We're still in 420. We're still in the absolute range. For it, I just moved it up 49 cents to match with this technical. Just how I use it. Not saying that's how it's supposed to be used or anything like that. Just how it's public chat going. Should we extend an invite? Hey, Solos is in there. Good stuff. Good stuff. That deserves a little laugh and cry. And keep in mind, Gold Enthusiast Chat is for everyone that signed up with requests for more knowledge or an interest in it. So if you're in that room, type it out. It's there for just that reason, to tackle any type of enthusiast claims. Okay, SPY is breaking that level. We might just have to dump this. Had a gain of 7.8%. Or let's see. What I say, that level was my last one, right? Yeah. really do trade differently when I'm with anyone watching. It's just, I guess, human behavior. This is the previous high. We're making lower highs. So maybe this is really exaggerated. Oh gosh, wrong line. Right? This looks still flat, even though we have a couple outliers. It's really respecting this. So if we, by some chance, and I don't say like it's like that slim, it really does make sense if we revisit this line. I'm going to think real hard, and it might be a really fast decision, just to take profit here. Or maybe at least trim. And by trimming, I guess that means cut in half because I only have 2. So normally I would trim and take off like 30%. If I have 10, I would take off 3. And then if it broke, leave them. Kept going, take profit here. On the rebound here, if it broke below, I'd take final profit there. But we only have 2. So if we come down here, I'll take profit 1 here and leave 1 in case it breaks. If it bounces back up, I'll take full profit and I'll focus my attention on the Q trade, which is right now toward the high side. But we did just realize that the resistance level has moved up. So we're focusing on 2 different things. One is on its way out, and the other one's just beginning. It's like life. It's like a circle. It's like a circle. Yeah. Break this line. I'm getting up and taking a little walk. I think I said that 12 minutes ago. And I'm just adjusting it, not because of my own bias, but just because I really see that's where the level is. And it looks like it's agreeing with me. It's saying, yep, you nailed it. That Apple put is above 6 now. Break it so I can get up. Oh, chat, sorry. Keep in mind, FOMC today usually run up into the hold the phone. Hold the phone. Am I that out of touch that I did not realize? Holy moly. Bill, you're on my Christmas list. Today is the FMOC. Oh, God. Guys, I completely apologize. Completely apologize. If I had known that, we would have got into this day a lot different. Oh, man. This would have been a perfect opportunity to set up a strangle. We could still do it, but it would have been really cool to do it with this little account. Dang. Bill, thank you, but I apologize again. I didn't realize. Agreed, I don't trade on FMOC anymore. Just watch and hopefully learn. Also good to practice controlling my emotions. E.g., right now I'm fighting urges to buy a small fortune in protective puts. Yeah. Protective puts. That's exactly why options were created. They were created to help people who were owning shares or wanted to buy shares. I don't think they imagined the explosive derivative market that they created. Or maybe they did. But as with anything, humans can turn anything into a market. Tesla's really holding above the VWAP. What was that guy's target? 200? With a 197 call? Was that Friday? Yeah. That was my call. I said 200 by Friday, and I dumped it yesterday. So that kind of makes sense, that guy's call. We had an email earlier. So 200 is the psychological level, but it's in the gap. So it has to break through this resistance first, which is the beginning of the gap. And when it just peaked above it yesterday, I was like, okay, this is it. We're all, we're all aboard. We're going. Like a rookie mistake, not realizing my emotions got involved. I had a really emotional day yesterday without realizing a back test would be proper, and it didn't. So now we have to take another shot at it. But that kind of makes sense. It's a shot. It's a definite. It's a more of a lotto than a probability trade, or more towards the lotto end. But dang, Fed meetings today. All right, we'll set something up then. We're gonna do this great. We're gonna knock this out of the park. So I'm gonna shut these what are these called again? Pitchforks off. Second I get it. Come on, dude. People are watching. You're embarrassing me. Oh, it's because it's up here. Click, delete. And just to show you, it's pretty cool. I mean, the pitchfork, it bounced off the center tang, and now we're at the top tang again, and it lines up with 500. Just a couple notes to remember. So remember 500. Hard number. Psychological and open air. Yeah, we're going to set something up. I got to take a stretch. I got to get up. All right, I'm going to leave it on the SPY on the 1 minute. And when I come back, I want to see another attempt here. Across. So now a bounce here, a bounce of the blue could be a strong move to the upside. All right, I'm going to take a stroll. And we're back. What happened? We're not there. We're still making lower highs on the SPY here, but it's looking a little stronger to the upside. With that, that's lead me to go check on our GEX to see if we have some new data coming in. No. Well, let's see if this got higher in the last half hour. So there's positive GEX 50. Now it looks a little stronger, going up to 60. So this is at 492. Oh, why do I always do that? Sorry. Open in browser. 492. All right. But this still looms. This 426 is still there and is the closer of the next highest, right? So I'm not going to cut out of this yet. Still feel a move back down to at least this level here. Are we making new higher lows? I think we are. So is this situation happening? Or is this too early to call? That would be a symmetrical, kinda, insinuating reverse higher. The Qs are still fighting below the absolute and above the daily V. I hate holding a 0 DTE this long, and it was at 50%, now it's at 12. Should have cut and run. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? So we checked the 1 GEX on the SPY, and let's check on the Qs, because that's going to be our next move. And we're going to wait. We're going to wait for the FMOC, because geez, it's almost like amazing. It's not shocking that I did not know that, but it really is amazing that I totally spaced on it. Tesla, how you doing, Tesla? This 187.5 is like sticky glue. We broke above it when the 190s and then came right back to it. Now we're gravitating away to it, but it's still holding strong. High liquidity. Identical. What's going on in public? Public. Hey, who else left at that? T. Oh, that's Tesla Theta. What's up, Tesla Theta? All right, we got new GEX. New shooter coming in. New shooter. Any update? What did I say that the positive GEX was? Close to 60. And the negative is, I would say, 99. And then 46, that's the one we're looking at. About 85, right? I didn't want to expand it because we're going to go right back to it. All right. Curl down. That flips. How's this looking on the 15? Is this still looking like a, yeah, okay. We have a bear pole and a bear pennant, and we might run out of time on this. FMOC is at 2 o'clock. Why can I not remember that now? This changes everything. So here's the idea. We have our puts in place, right? We have our puts in place for the FMOC. I'm just going to call it Fed meeting. Our puts are in place for the Fed meeting. Now, to play the Fed meeting, there's usually 2 moves. The first one and then the correct one. And all that means is that you'll have a reaction, a digestion, and then a real move. Let's cut some of these lines out. Now that we have our pattern, we don't need all these lines. So, if the Fed breaks to the downside, we have that covered at 486. And a good break, maybe a couple points breaking, you could see that 484 come into play. Was that even a number, or am I just pulling that out of nowhere? 483, that's pushing it. But this is probably because of the Fed meeting. Now this makes sense. People are expecting about, I guess a 4 or 5 point move to the downside or a 4 or 5 point move to the upside. So you have your let me make this bigger. Sorry. So this is Fed meeting strangles. You have what is that? 5 points up from where we are now is at 492, and 4 points below where we are now to 483. There are people working both sides of the fence or hedging. Some people are more on to the put side and they're hedging to the top, and vice versa. The call and put volume kind of gets right in between, right at the 488. So 488 is right in the middle, puts to the down, calls to the up. So I guess more people leaning towards the call side. I go by the motto, if everyone's looking up, I tend to look down. If everyone's looking down, I tend to look up. And I tend to look down sometimes even when people are also looking down. So getting back to our plan, we have the 486 in place. This is a local train. This ends today. We cannot adjust this. We cannot tune it, roll it out in a cash count. This is stuck. So we have our downside cover. What I'm going to do is as we get closer and if we drift down and hold this level, I'm going to get calls for tomorrow higher. What price? Well, let's find out. All right, there's no account showing. I'm going to make sure before I drag this over. I don't want to get a verbal abuse from my friend who's only helping. I get it. So we're going to go to the SPY. I'm ditching the Qs play, unless we can play the Qs to the ups. No, I reeled out. I don't want to play the Qs. So we're on the SPY. We have the put in place. This expires today. We're going to go a day out. We could go to Friday if it makes sense. We're going to start for tomorrow. We're going to switch the calls. Is SPY going back down? Good. So we're going to have to hurry up. Or you don't have to hurry, because this could go here and bounce here. Whoa. All right, let's focus. The exit. First of all, let's get an exit. I always like to find where the exits are. The exit, so if SPY breaks to the upside, 488 looks good. If it digests over through tomorrow, 490 or 489, I'd be pushing it. This is the overnight high, but this was the close yesterday. And this is the 2-day VWAP. Hey-oh, hang on a second. 2-day VWAP is at 490. The intraday for today is 491. So we're going to use this. So tomorrow, the VWAP will be lower. So it's going to take this VWAP as tomorrow, and we're going to open above it. If this breaks to the upside and hits this 2-day VWAP, into tomorrow, the VWAP will be lower. It'll take today's, which is down here, and then tomorrow. So tomorrow, the 2-day VWAP will start somewhere down here if this will breaks to the upside. See what I'm saying? Follow my logic? So if we take the play to the upside into tomorrow, 490 looks doable. And even 490, because the target's 491. 490 call, I'm feeling comfortable with. Does anyone, you guys see how I got to that point? If not, email me and or reach out to in Discord and we'll break it down. But so getting back to 490 is our call target. That's 149. We are just a bit outside. I think we have like just $89 left because we spent too much. You spend too much. I want to get 2. I want to just add a little more into it, but I can't. You can't break the rules. All right. Maybe it will get cheaper. I got to stop these from popping up. If someone could send something. Can I just click on this? Come on. I'll have to get into notifications. So that's something to note. I have to keep that from popping up. Someone could send me an email asking me a question they don't want anyone else to see, and it's broadcasting. So we're all coming down to the bottom of this level. A break below would be nice, but it's not expected now that we have the pattern. And I'm wondering if that will stick. Because if not, we have the original line like this. Why isn't... There we go. That's the original line. This is the new updated trend. So a bounce here would insinuate back up and a trend break right around the FOMC, the Fed meeting. So here would be a good time to get into a call to the upside. If it breaks, I'm not going to buy the call. If it holds, I'm going to buy the call. We'll check in and see. See how crushed to the top that vortex is, the gold? RSI seems to be trying to hold itself here at 28.30. I'm going to pop down to the lower end. See, we're taking a second shot at that level. Where's that level coming from? It's just a random high or low. Okay. Okay. Drugs are bad. Okay. I gotta adjust where my mouse is. It's too far away. My desk is not set up ergonomically. Facts. All right, now we're below 80. That looks good. I may have to slide this over to place this. All right, we in it now. All right, let's check on the GEX, see if anyone's changing anything. Another 6 minutes on that. I kind of had a feeling Tesla would be, non-eventful today. It's a Wednesday. We had a couple big moves Monday and Tuesday. Apple, though, let's see if that was the paper trade we took on Monday. The entry again was 166. It's now cruising at a comfortable 580. All this attraction lower, and we're hanging out just above it. I think we dipped down. Now we're coming back up. If I was in that, I would close that. It's a Wednesday. It's Fed meeting. You don't want to see your profits evaporate right before your eyes. And don't think about missing out on money. That's not the way to go into trading. I'm already regretting buying the call here. Because if we break to the downside, I'm just ditching the call, and I'm going to close the puts, and I'm just going to watch the Fed meeting without any sauce on it. But if we do break up, oh wait, should I trim? Should I trim the puts? Oh, we only have 2. I keep thinking I have like 10. Small account. All right, so we're up 44% on the puts. Should take some profit here because we are going to bounce back up. Or are we? It's not really the bounce that, well, previously it took 2 bounces to bounce back up. Same before. Once, twice, bounce. Once, twice, bounce. Let's see if that happens again. Bill coming in saying, oh, yeah, I like to wait for the FOMC meeting. I'm like, the what? The what? But thank you. So to recap what we have here, how we're playing the FMOC meeting is that we have, and this is on a small account, and I was advised not to show the account numbers and stuff, but we have one put. Let's see if I can do it with the price action. Right here. There. So we have two puts, we have two puts to the downside that are already up, currently in a flag formation. We got one call at the bottom of that pattern, right? We waited to get into at the very bottom. We got the best price right here. So now so this is the reason why to go back to that, that's the reason why we have calls and puts, and they're both in the money. It's all about entries. So right now, I mean, this is something that won't last long. We have a call that's in the money in profit, and we have puts that are in the money in profit, 33% and 5%. If we close both ends, we're up, That is a good strangle placement. And it's not a strangle where I didn't select strangle and then select the spread. I just built my own. I have a put and I have a call. I like that because you can place them at their most optimal position. So we would get into the puts here and in the calls on the bottom side. So if we were just playing into this pattern, you want to wait to the top side to get into puts, wait to the bottom side to get into calls. This way you're capturing the best of both moves. Conversely, if we weren't in a play and we're waiting for a break, we would wait for a bounce here to get puts to ride it down to this level. And if it breaks, great, we're already into puts. We can even add more puts on the break, and we'll have those first puts on a discount. On the flip side, if we're waiting for a break to the upside in this pattern, we'll get calls here, play it up to this level. If it breaks, get more calls on the way up. Or if it bounces off, we can sell for a small profit, and that's it. This is a big, not a big, but a fast move to the upside here. As this pattern gets more and more crunched, we're going to see more of a ping pong action. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your name is. Once we get here, we should see something. Ooh, so today is a Fed meeting day. I should have put that in the title. I definitely dropped the ball on that. Wonder if we can we'll watch it live for sure. We can broadcast it. I've seen other people do it, so we should be all right. A halftime report. Oh my God. I remember when I first, in 2020, when all the insurance, meetings and everything dried up, it was CNBC all day, every day for me. It was like, this is what traders do. They get up, they watch Squawk Sunrise, and then Squawk Breakfast, and Squawk on the Street, and Squawk Brunch. And this is how we get the intel. Fast forward, you realize that it's entertainment. I mean, it's good programming if you're heavily invested strictly in a buy and hold trajectory or plan strategy. CNBC works. You get insight from CEOs and analysts. They have some good analysts there. They have some really good technical analysts. There's that one guy, Tony Zhang. He's good with options. And I forgot what the other guy, charting. His last name had something like charting. Can't think of it. But CNBC is good for general market intelligence, but you have to accept it as entertainment, because they're going to want to say, I don't know, there's one stock coming up. And they even do it. They give you a stock, and it's like, guess what stock this is? And they show you the outline of it. Because it's entertainment. They want you to tune in. They want you to watch their advertisements. I get it. So as long as you understand that, that's what it is. this broadcast is pure entertainment. This is not financial advice in the slightest. You're tuning in for the witty jokes, and we just happen to be looking at stock graphs at the same time. You see this action here? This is divergence. This is bullish divergence on the VIX. Good example. The MACD lowering peaks, RSI lowering peaks. When right here we have a raising price action. Price action is going higher, MACD is going lower along with the RSI. This should play out to the, and then couple that with a shoulder, head, shoulder. This should play out to the downside, sending any other price action higher. If this is actually divergence, if this is just potential energy building, we could see something different. We could see a break to the upside. But these are all signals that you have to take into account and measure with your own wit and experience. SPY weekly is still the same. We're approaching the 1 o'clock hour. Ooh, 480. It's so early. So early. 42, 65. Definitely the highest GEX. 480 on the week. Put volume above. Put volume. Okay. Put volume's the highest. And that's below the price action right now. Interesting. So that might be a barrier to cross. Because you don't if the price crosses this highest put level, all of those become in the money instantly. So this might be acting as a barrier. Even though the max pain is a little below it. I would go by max pain, actually. Don't go by my calculations. Because it's taking into account all these other puts too, I guess. So this would be max pain. And that's why it's a support. Perfectly works. Yeah, that tracks. SPY. All right, we're definitely tracking within this. I mean, man, if I had known it was the Fed meeting, this would have been a totally different type of broadcast. Apologies again. Thank you guys for coming and hanging out, by the way. If you haven't already, really consider hitting the like, subscribe. It's not like I send out newsletters to update you, but when you hit like and subscribe, it will alert you when we do this again. So this isn't going to be every day, and I don't think it's going to be every Wednesday. Wednesday is kind of like the middle of the week. It's the lull. So I'm thinking next time, Friday isn't the best either for the data because it gets kind of wonky. So maybe a Thursday. I did like doing Monday. So if you haven't already, consider hitting, or just do it. It takes you 2 seconds. Hit the like, hit subscribe. You'll alert next time we do it. And everything will be peachy. So just to recap, if you're joining us, we are waiting for the Fed meeting. I got into 486 puts prematurely without knowing about the Fed meeting. But we're going to keep them. I was going to close them right when we touch back here again. But now that the Fed meeting's on, I'm going to keep them. I really should have closed one now I think about it. Silly rabbit. Anyway, we're going to let it fly. We have a call to the high side at 491. I wanted really 490. 489 would have been optimal. Well, 488 really, but I mean, how then you're pushing it. Well, we're too close to the money to make it any worthwhile. You want to capture a big move, you know. You don't want to. This is the time where you can play it a little more risque. You know, you can go a little further out the money, expecting a big move, because this could be a really big surprise. There could be some cold water being poured onto investors about rate hikes. Toward the last few months of 2023, we kind of nailed the Fed. We everything came in as expected. It wasn't really as big of a deal. With the last meeting, the guidance in the interview going forward, it was suggested that there will be rate hikes, but they were not really sure how it's going to play out. Maybe they knew exactly 100% how it's going to play out, but they didn't want to say. Whatever the case is, it's going to be a little bit of a shock when the rate hikes start coming in or don't come in. I don't want to suggest either way. Tesla is breaking that 190, almost 192 now. $195 in sight. Disney, I'm not looking at you. The VIX, we were expecting a down move, and sure enough, shoulder, head, shoulder. It's got to break this neckline right here, though. It's good support. This bearish divergence played out exactly to the next level, right? It doesn't have to say, all right, head and shoulders, bearish divergence, we're going down to 0. We're just going to go down to the next level. The next level was right here, just about 14. Let's see if there's more information on a lower level. Oh, wow. That's pretty. Lower, 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 lower. Price action. Higher, higher, higher. Okay, lower, lower. No, not so lower. Lower, lower, lower. So bearish divergence coming in, and then when it peaked, price action started behaving along with it. Fell in line. The Qs was a potential play for the afternoon, but we're just going to stick with SPY. The Qs are good, really, up to 425 after breaking 422. And obviously, absolute gack. So take that back. We're not good to 425. There's a road map to it, but there's some road work in between. At 426, it still looms. I'm really shocked that we didn't get down there and touch it. We delved in, 34 cents away from it. I guess I'm just, crying semantics now, I guess, or something. I don't know. So as this pattern gets tighter, you're going to see more volatility, Faster ups, faster downs, smaller, scalpable plays if you're, super fast. But right at this point, you could play the level to level. Because I don't think anyone's going to really be making any moves outside this pattern before 2 o'clock. So if you're scalping, consider this a good playground. These would have been the best when the pattern was realized. I think like right around here, the pattern was realized. A second touch on the top of a trend, that is a go for the down. And that was the fastest down since the start of the trend. Coming in was pretty hot. Oh, sorry. Nike and ADS dropping on ADS news. Not sure what news. Just saw a headline flash about margins. Margins, margins, margins. Nikkei. I saw that movie, Air. Something about air. It was really good. But it just had such a good feel of like the 80s. They nailed it. Even like the film, it just felt like we discovered this movie from the 80s and we saw it sitting on the floor. It's a good feel. Good story about, I think it really revolves around obviously the company, but rather than Jordan himself, Michael's mom, and her foresight changed the game. She wanted a percentage of every shoe sold. Changed the game like a boss. How's NVDA? That's 650 still screaming. Yes, sir. But now, a even lower one to get it going, get it popping. We've moved to net positive. And let's check in on Microsoft after earnings. So that high confluence on Microsoft that was pretty steady at 410 finally flipped down. It flipped down to 400. So that just shows you how sentiment changes. You know, we were at 410 for a while, all day, and now slipped down. I'll check ADS in a second. Yep, and another hindsight. I'm always just really looking to see what I did wrong rather than, because it really helps. I should have trimmed to have one put and one call going into the Fed. Now I'm heavy on the downside. Literally 2-to-1. 100%. It's literally 2-to-1. It does not math. It's not. It doesn't work out monetarily 2-to-1. Actually, it does. Almost exactly. It measures exactly 2-to-1 to the downside. But what's funny is, this is funny. Look at the. They're both evenly in the money. I mean, I don't think you can place a better strangle. It's the prices, to the upside of the trend, but they're both in the money. That's because the puts we got in up here. Excuse me. I will not yawn into the mic again. Rookie mistake. I haven't seen it. I assume it's about Nike. Yeah, smart. Oh yeah, you got to see it, man. So you'd like it. She's played by, that great actress. Can't think of her name. You've seen the commercials. You know what it is. Yeah, but it's Ben Affleck, Matt Damon, and my other guy. Oh, from Ozark. I watched him since I was a kid. Anyway, it's about the Nike brand and how he's like Nike was like the small company, and how they took a chance. Instead of backing like 3 stars, they put all their chips onto one and focused all their energy on it. And yeah. I don't want to tell you the whole movie. I apologize for that. Are we going to break here? Are we having a break to the upside situation? A reversal? A symmetrical triangle reversal? Source programmable guidance? Or is it just testing the limits? The outer limits. How are we looking on the minute? Still lower low. Not for long. Higher high. I mean a lower low. Lower high. Higher high. We have a new higher high. So my 2-to-1 to the downside is looking pretty tipsy. Yeah, super smart mom. I think we have 100% like to viewer ratio. I don't know about these analytics of YouTube. Okay, everybody up. There we go. I used to work at a company where it was all about on the phones. And at some points, they would just take away everyone's chairs. They'd be like, hey, everyone up! Everyone, give me your chairs. And everyone slide their chairs down the thing. Silly. It's to create energy in the room. Sure looks like it wants to move up. Should test 488 if 5-minute closes above 487. I agree with you there. If we get a hold above this absolute, we will definitely revisit that VWAP. which is just below 488. Yeah, it's going to pop. Should have trimmed. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. I can still do it. And then we'd be evenly matched for the FMOC. I'm going to call it Fed meeting. Remember, this level is pretty hard. Pretty solid resistance is proven. But we are going to power through. This could be kind of considered a bounce right here. The cross started it off. The cross blue coming up hot. Now we're in this uptrend. We're looking strong. RSI saying no. See, it goes back to this level right here. Travel at 71. Or is it more like 72? $15. The Qs are testing the 420 and change absolute. So just to revisit or reiterate, this particular broadcast was strictly about 0DTE and how to use it, how to use the tools with it. Normally, I would be bouncing around from Tesla to Disney, AMD, Nike, Goldman Sachs, whatever else is hot right now. Hansel, he's so hot right now. Fun is up a good 15%, if you're following that at all. There is a potential here for that pop. We have the bounce of the blue. See that bounce? Instead of a cross, it's a bounce up. We'll see if that follows through. Around the 15-second, by the way. It's hard to trust that data. So now they're far apart. They're creeping back together. Histogram on the MACD is lowering. MACD, RSI had trouble at that 70 level again. The same area where the price action had that trouble. This is Giga Cloud. This is another one we follow. These were the potentialities of it. Giga Cloud was a good training one too. It had a nice cup and a handle, but it popped too early. It popped on a random Friday on some news, and now it's digesting it. Might revisit here, range in here. This is earnings. How's that VIX? Moving right along. Broke the neckline. And the Qs fighting on that ABS. Remember, a break of that, you're looking at the high 422.28. A break of that, 425. I kind of wish today wasn't a Fed meeting and we were able to do that Qs trade. Now we're just sitting here with this strangled. And I'm at the point now I just want to, if I wasn't live, I'd consider just closing everything and moving on to something else. I know the Fed meeting's coming up in 2. I know we set the strangle up and everything. But it's just like, I hate holding on to a 0DTE all day. When it worked out beautifully on Monday. On Monday, I got not flack, but I got questions about why I closed so early. Because I closed at, the realistic levels. But even though I had that instinct or that gut feeling for higher, that's why I took the lotto for 428. Anyways, great end of day. I think it was $1 or something to open them, and they went to like 3 something, 390 or whatever, or maybe 320. Dude knew. So this is good. This is an indecision candle right here. This is a doji candle. Kinda. It's a little bit of a fat body there, but That's awesome. Good for you. There's the indecision candle or a continuation. And the candle doesn't exist until the next one confirms it. This has confirmed this as a possible continuation on its way to 487. News. What's the news? Burp, 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 burp. Okay. No news for you. VWAP is in sight. Puts and calls on the SPY are still both not in the money, you know what I mean. Both in profit. Now the puts are out of profit. So this is game time decision. We can cut one at a break even. It's going to go to the VWAP. It's going to go to 487.89. And you have to, if you're in a trade like this, you have to kind of, check yourself. Am I willing to hang on to that much pain for a possibility of a downside? Now, if to add to the fact that I should have cut risk, if Fed meeting does not break to the downside, it breaks up, then I'll instantly close at least one of today's puts. If it breaks to the downside, which would be perfect, if it initially breaks to the downside, I will then take profit on both puts because they end today. The call is for tomorrow, like overnight. So that's the plan. A lot of people were kind of looking up. I went a little heavy on the downside, 2-1, and we're hoping that that proves to be the right action. We got some new people in the house. Well, all right. Yeah, guys, when you come in, you can pop over to introduce yourself, say hello. Let us know how long you've been trading, what you hope to do with your trading. Whew. The time is now 11 minutes after 1. If you haven't already, consider getting something to eat because I'm going to bank that from now until 2 o'clock, it's just going to be straight, or at least within this area. The VWAP as our ultimate top, and this level 488.50 as our ultimate bottom. I can't see any big moves happening before the rate hike is announced or the lack of hike. Keep all options open. And we'll watch it live. We'll watch it live right here. Yeah, let's get a point. I'm going to grab something to eat. Like I said, it's 1:12. The Fed meeting's in 48 minutes. 488 or 487.89 top boundary, I guess you'd say, or target, whichever one you're playing for SPY. and then the 488 40s level just below 50. That's the bottom. A move to this downside would be perfect. That would be natural. We consolidate it into the Fed meeting. Afterward, we pick a direction. It would be silly now to break this pattern and bounce off the VWAP only to come back down through the pattern. It's not to say it can't happen. Okay, I will see you guys in a few minutes. All right. Where are we? All right, so a nice journey up to making new highs on the SPY. I would say this is a bounce off the VWAP, right? Let's see what it looks like on the quant chart. I want to see a retest of that 487. Yeah. My VWAP was a little higher. The VWAP here on the quant chart's a little lower. So it's a reject off of the VWAP. It's not a simple line. It's more like an area. Or just different calculations of that. Really, that's what it is. The Qs are breaking to the upside and now on the north side of its VWAP. Now remember, the north side of the Qs has a nice opening to 425. There's some obstacles in the way, right? We have the overnight highs of 422-ish, but 425 is available. There was also Max Payne was in there, 424, I think. But for today, we're focusing on the SPY. So that makes a lot of sense, right? We had that first move on the SPY down to a level, and then it told us again at that level. Here we go. Told us again that level, bounced off. That would be a signal that, okay, maybe lower today is not going to be in the cards. Ranging out into the Fed meeting makes a lot of sense. If I had been a real, an actual person who did like research, what you're supposed to be doing, I would have known that. But thank goodness for other people alerting us to that. And now we're shucking and jiving. So instead of cutting it just at a 49%, which was around here, we're holding those puts to play the Fed meeting. It's not recommended to do it this way. It's literally I have 2-to-1 to the downside on a small account. Everything is banking on a big move. It's actually banking on 2 big moves. What am I doing? I have to get settled here. So 2-to-1 I have to the downside. You know, if you guys are doing something else, like, hey, thank you, Solus. If you guys are doing something else, let us know. If you're playing the Fed meeting. If not, if you're paper trading it, definitely let us know. Because paper trading is the most fun to do in a Fed meeting. Because you can try out all different types of wacky things. And one more thing I can put on here. No. Oh. So if you're just tuning in, we have the Fed meeting coming up in 32 minutes. Some people are playing to the downside. Some are playing to the upside. I'm playing a straddle, so to speak, 2-to-1. 2 to the downside and 1 to the upside. Small account. Everything's on it. I have to... Is this someone calling in right now? Okay. I got to take this. I'll be right back. Sorry, guys, I'm not back yet. I'm just pointing out in the VIX that there's room if this breaks that for the VIX to fall. And you know how the VIX reacts, or how the market reacts to the VIX, however you want to put it. Sorry, I'm just shoving a sandwich in my mouth right now, and I don't want that to be part of the broadcast. But I guess it is. Tesla still waiting that 192. What happens at 192? Some interesting stuff. Or is it 195? Yeah, 195. 192, a break and hold of that will get us to 195. Breaking to 195 could get us to 205 sometime during next week. Or 207. I was thinking 205 for the actual call. That email we read in the morning, though, that guy has a $200 price target for Tesla this week. And he's taking that 197.5 call. Sandwich. Throwing a sandwich down your throat. Hey, from Bensonhurst. AMD's taking a bit of a lashing from its earnings. Recovering, though. I guess catching the fallen knife. I don't think this is going to recover. This is going to start its trend. It's going to finish its trend down. That's a possibility, right? Ding, right there. This is a little breather. Probably up to 170, right? That looks good. 170 touch and more down. Qs dipped back into 420. Below that. This is an adjusted ABS, by the way. ABS was set at 420. I adjusted it to 49 cents just because of this area here. So if you're playing it strictly by the rules, it's really perfectly lined up with the VWAP right now. Just keep that in mind. NVDA, how's our NVDA doing? In the teens. Oh, what was the other one? ADS, right? Nope. ADS or ASD? Adidas, right? Adidas is an over-the-counter? For real? Or am I having the wrong ticker? For real? What am I missing here, Solus? Is Adidas really over the counter? I had no idea. It's gotta be. It's got to be. That's it. Dang. Then you really should see that movie, Air. Wow. What a juxtaposition of two companies. Free float market cap on Nike is 123 billion as compared to 27 billion on Adidas. But there must be a decision to go on the over the counter. I mean, this is weird to me. Oh, okay. It's not traded in North America. I see. I gotcha. Thank you. Sometimes Americans, we can be a little egocentric. Like, what do you mean? You don't trade on the New York Stock Exchange? What are you, sick? Something wrong with you, sir? I don't like it. That's a pretty interesting level. If I don't say so myself. Look at that. Coming up. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Is that the pandemic? That's the pandemic. Wow. This would be a good teaching tool back in the pandemic days as catalysts, how they do in effect. Yeah, I figured there'd be an ADR or something. Yeah, me too. That's weird. This is a great teaching tool to show how events and catalysts affect the price action of a stock to an extent, meaning we're in a pandemic and it found a level. It found a previous level. It's like, oh no, the world's going to end, but we got to stop at this level here. I mean, it's not really going to end, right? And all of a sudden said, no, we're everything's going to be okay eventually. And then it just broke down during that 2022. What a year. What a 4-year span of the stock market. Amazing. From pandemic to now has been there'll be books about this for sure. I almost forgot we had an investment going on today. And thank you guys for coming again. If you're just joining us, please consider, actually don't consider it, just do me a favor, hit the like button. It just takes you a second. It helps. We're going to build this up. I've only put the invite out to QTA members and private clients. So it's a small group, but it's just about 0 DTE today on how to trade 0 DTE. And it took a sharp left turn when I was alerted that a Fed meeting today. So 2-to-1, I have 2 puts to the downside and 1 call to the upside. And we're going to see what happens at 2 o'clock. We're going to watch it live. Should I invite more people? Or how about if you guys want to invite more people? That'd be the jam. And we'll mix it up. We'll chop it up. Yeah, there's 2 things that I have to work on for 2024 regarding trading. It's to take breaks. Physically, I can't stress this enough how important it is to get up and stretch your legs. Just 5 minutes even, just to readjust the blood, like give it a little shake. 5 minutes every hour. I did 10 minutes after 12 o'clock today. And also, incorporate a lunch. For the last 3 years, I think I've had a lunch only like 30% of the time. Not even. Probably a lot less. But it's bad, because then late at night, you're getting this full feast. It should be a little more structured. So look at what we have here. I'm going to shut everything off. What do we have forming here? Right? See it coming down, popping up. Tasty. Downside potential. Scrumptious. What is this line? Oh, that's a trend that we've broken. Hey now, things are happening. Friday at 481 is looking pretty good. So let's see if we can see it. See that? That is a perfect bear flag. So much so, I'm going to draw a line right next to this one. And then just move it up. Moving on up to the east side. Yeah. Now, let's double check SPY Weekly before I announce what I really like is going to happen. Excuse me. I really hope you guys didn't hear that I hit the mute button, right? So, I didn't say anything. I just, I burped. So, 480, big confluence for the end of week, SPY Weekly. 480, 7 points away. Big move, right? However, Let's go on the 1 hour maybe. Looks doable. It looks doable. The meeting may have a part to play in that. Again, I guess the gamma exposure is really just based on a lot of open interest and where other people have their puts and their calls, whatever they have placed. So it's not necessarily going to go there. It's just where it's pointing right now. So to put a lotto there before the meeting, which is in 15 minutes, by the way, if you're going to share, you want to get some other people in here, I would consider doing it now. Speaking of which, there's the link. If you want to copy and paste it and share it somewhere. I don't know where I would share it. I'm not really fully prepared to share this on Twitter yet. We're not sharp enough. I'm not sharp enough. I want to wait till we get something. Our website is so close to being launched. I think Super Bowl is the date. We have a commercial planned. It's got Arnold Schwarzenegger, the Kardashians. It's gonna be a big blowout. Super Bowl commercial. No. It just so happened it was a point in time, and it was a Sunday before a Monday. Oh man, are you ready for a little ASMR? Ready for this? This is root beer on ice. I call it root beer on ice. Oh, Chrysalis, you got headphones on, right? Here you go. I hope that went through pretty good. That's how you know it's fresh. Oh damn, that's good. It tastes like America in a glass. Zero, what is it they call it? Zero sugar A&W root beer. Not bad. Good job, A&W. It tastes just like root beer, or what I remember full sugar root beer tasting like. Tesla broke 192, on its way to 195. Got plenty of room to do it. It's only at 68 RSI. MACD is flattish, leaning to the upside, and Vortex is giving it the go, and that even has room to go. So a scalping play, I would wait to see if this level holds, or it already checked it. It already checked it here. Broke it, checked it, and now we're going. Maybe you can wait for a little bit of a pullback here as an entry, because if you're scalping, you want to get the perfect entry and the closest to perfect exit. So hold here at 191. Make it down here and make it easy. 191.67. Or anywhere above that. That would be a nice entry. But we're not trading that today. We are pegged. We are pegged for our risk allotment. get organized here. What else? Apple. All right, here's all the main players. SPY, the Qs, Tesla, NVDA, and Apple. That's what we're going to look at for the FMOC. So those Apple puts, if you're not out, I would get out. There's going to be maybe some resistance here, but definitely get out before the Fed meeting. You made your money. You don't want to try and risk that profit for more. Tesla is going to have a little bit of trouble at 192.50. The Qs, their next level to try and get to is 422.27. Above that, you're free to go. Free to move about the cabin up to 425. And the SPY, we're in this nice bear pole. Let's see what it looks like with the overnight off. Whoa, look at that. Down. Flag. Down some more. Come on, baby, give me some more. Hey, Google, turn Village on. Yes, sir. 9 minutes to go. So if you don't really do trends a lot, something about a trend that everyone should know is that there's always like a middle line. There's a 50 mark, a 50-50. And when you find that, you can do a little better scalping. So when you get to the bottom, you want to play to the top, right? Expect some action around here, because knowing it on the top side, if we got to the top, you want to play to the down, we run into that. So just as long as you know that that area is there, you can do it. You can do it a little better. A little better. Oh, where's my, I had a Scottish friend I was going to invite to this today. Let's see if she's up. Hey, Google, what time is it in Glasgow? Dinner time. I'm working on a possible SPY short trade to end of February based on some Tradie Ticks data. We'll post in the ideas section on QTA. Nice. We're gonna start promoting the ideas section. That's exactly what it is. Something you're working on, something you're based on a theory, based on data. And post the setup. Is that a knock on my door? I don't know if whoever this is, I don't know if I have time to handle it. 5 minutes away. Okay. No car out front. No problemo. If the market drops in the Fed meeting, it may be too late. But if it rallies, it may be really good. Low risk, high reward, targeting a SPY 45, 44. DPS for February 29th. Wow. That's tight, and that's far out. I think you should definitely surpass that. Because I was just looking to get a lotto for 41 on Friday. Is it too late to invite these people? I think so, but then again, they're not really. All right, you think it's time to pull up the. You could go with another type of short, but that's the spread I'm working on. Well, I wasn't knocking it. Yeah, that's great. I think that's really nice and tight. You should definitely have a lot of success, especially if your goal is to get below that debit spread. It might be capped though. Keep that in mind. Your gains might be capped because of the spread aspect. All right, quick thinking. What do? I should email it. To her, and then I can transfer it over, right? Okay. Quick thinking runs into slow computer. Who will win? The battle has begun. Whoa, dark mode is off. Very bright screen. Option strat is awesome, right? said a couple things. Oh, God. And we're gone. We're live. Uh-oh. It's frozen. Fed decision imminent. If we pop this on.
Alphabet aside, you would be seeing.
I don't know if you guys can hear that audio, though.
Much more of that holding pattern as well. There is. So keep a look, keep an eye on that. Again, the Fed decision is imminent. The Dow is pretty much flat. Let's get right up to Steve Leisman for that big rate decision. Steve.
Yo!
Reserve leaving rates
down we go.
5.25% to 5.5%, but making big changes to the statement. The statement twice mentions the possibility of changing the funds rate, setting out the circumstances for those rate cuts that maybe are nebulous, but maybe even a bit hawkish, depends on where you come from. I want to read you the statement that says here, the committee does not expect it will be appropriate to reduce the target range until it has gained greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably.
I didn't get that 481 put in.
It later says inflation has eased, but that it remains elevated. It also, so it's saying the committee will only cut rates when it's confident inflation is moving to the 2% target. No mention in the statement of whether it has that confidence. The statement also says, quote, in considering any adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will carefully assess incoming data.
Oh, everything's moving so slow.
And the balance of risks. The committee removed that bias that was in there for hiking, where it talked about additional firming. That's no longer in the statement. The risks to achieving its dual mandate, the Fed says,
lacking,
are moving into better balance. On the economy, there was an upgrade saying it's expanding at a solid pace. Had said it was slowing in the prior statement. Job gains, it says, has moderated but remains strong. And it removed the section on concerns about the impact of tightening credit conditions. That's gone from the statement. It also removed the section.
I think we have more down to go.
Prior tightening and monetary lags. It was a unanimous decision with new voters Barkin, Daly, and Bostic and Mester voting as well. So cuts, guys, are obviously in play, but the Fed at best is not telegraphing any timing around it or amount. And you could be ready to suggest those cuts may come later than the markets now expect. Tyler?
Hey, Steve, if you look at the statement, the key phrase that everybody was watching for was the one that you mentioned, right? Which was in previous statements, quote, in determining the extent of any additional policy firming that may be appropriate to return inflation to 2% over time, ... They've gotten rid of that. On balance, that should seem like it's net positive in terms of clearing the path for or opening the door a crack for interest rate cuts. Yet the markets did react marginally negative to this bit of news. Is that maybe fair to say then that the markets were already ahead of itself with regard to how many and to what extent rates would be cut in 2024?
I think that's a good assessment, Dom. I always dislike the idea of gauging the market reaction right after the statement comes out. I think there's some black box trading that's problematic. But here's the thing. Removing that statement, Dom, was the ante. Everybody thought that was going to be gone or changed in a way that was no longer going to.
Okay, puts closed 55%.
Additional rate hikes. The question was, what did we get, Dom, when it came to telegraphing of cuts? We got a little bit. They mentioned the idea of changing the policies, changing the rate twice, once in terms of reduction. But remember, that reduction idea is in negative terms, as in we're not reducing it until we're confident, essentially, that we're heading back towards 2% on a sustainable basis.
Bob, I want to go to you, Bob Pisani, for the market reaction here. Obviously, immediate reaction. I know Steve expressed some concern about black box trading, but it does look like the S&P 500 at least took a little bit of a leg down here. What are you seeing?
You don't need black box trading for this. This is very clear. Powell, there is no reason for Powell to give up strategic ambiguity on the rate cuts. That's exactly what he has done here. Remember, everyone was expecting some kind of timing that was very, very clear.
I might close this call too. I don't see it.
They were expecting 90% plus chances of a rate cut in March. The market's come down. Now it's 50%. It's going to go down a lot more after this one here. So I know the bulls have been arguing that, oh, we have disinflation, therefore real rates are higher, therefore the Fed should be more comfortable cutting. The problem here, which I think the Fed has acknowledged, is the Fed usually cuts when there's economic distress, and there is no signs of economic distress. So you've got a tension here. And I think Powell is acknowledging, the FOMC is acknowledging that with the strong comment on the economy here. So the question is this: could the market handle fewer rate cuts with a strong economy. I think it can, but this kind of aggressive statement was a little bit of a surprise for the markets.
All right, that's the view from the New York Stock Exchange downtown Manhattan. Let's head out to the Midwest, Chicago. Rick Santelli with what the rates and macro picture looks like in the wake of this announcement. Rick.
Well, let's let the markets talk first. If you look at an intraday of 2-year note yields, you can see it spiked up a bit, just shy of 430. Well below where we were yesterday, well below where we were the day before, well below where we were the last Fed meeting in December when we were at 473. If you look at a 10-year, 10-year yields popped up, well, to 4%, but here they are, well below the highest levels of today. The dollar index getting closer to unchanged. The way I read this is I'm totally in agreement with Bob Pisani. It's a giant Rorschach. Pretty much, if you look at all the data points, whether it was
I thought he said something else. Giant Rorschach.
Regional Fed surveys like Chicago, Philly, there's definitely weakness coming into the economy. You could still argue the labor market's doing better. We did see jolts. We did see consumer confidence. So there's some cross signals going on. But maybe some of the best signals are, harken back to 2018, 2019, when the newspapers were all upset with the president. Political meddling and rate setting, heresy. But yet, look at what's been going on the last couple days. On the 30th, Tuesday, Senator Sherrod Brown writes a letter to Chairman Powell saying you really need to ease. Over the weekend on Sunday, you had Elizabeth Warren, Senator Hickenlooper, Jackie Rosen, Sheldon Whitehouse, all write letters, a letter, and all sign them, all four. You need to lower rates. Seems though the senators are a bit nervous. I would think, based on the verbiage of most of the Fed speak I see, they're going to keep talking tough,
Fed speak.
but they're going to give the market more than 3 rate cuts this year. I'm not sure if it's going to match the market's ultimate aggressiveness on how they lower rates, but it certainly seems though the table is set. They're never going to give specifics. But as we get closer to the March meeting, or maybe even the April-May meeting, look for a lot more guidance to get the market on pace with the Fed, which is a little out of phase at the moment.
I want to go back to Steve Leisman. He's spent some time going through more of the details of that statement. Steve, what can you tell us?
First, I want to tell you that the way the market
I got to take this, guys. Hold on.
has reacted, we've had a up and down day. We were down around 48% probably that March cut, went up to 65% in part with some weaker economic data that was helpful on the inflation front, but also some concerns about community banks. And now it's back down to 45% was the last read that I saw recently. I like what Rick said. There is going to be time. There are several more inflation reports, several more employment reports that the market and the Fed can get on the same page about how much cutting there's going to be and how fast it happens. I think the Fed is signaling cuts are in the air, but not really giving the market what it wants in terms of any expectation of timing. And the difficulty is going to be in the next 20 minutes or so when we get to talk to Chair Powell is teasing out, Mr. Chairman, what will it take for you in the committee to be confident that inflation is heading back to 2% on a sustainable basis? That's going to be the discussion in the press conference, and we'll see how the chair tap dances around that answer.
Okay, that's perfect. So let's now reintroduce our panel to viewers and listeners out there. We have David Kelly, JP Morgan Asset Management. We've got Kristen Bitterly, Head of Investments at Citi Global Wealth. We've got Jim Caron at Morgan Stanley Investment Wealth Management. He's the Chief Investment Officer there. And of course, our own Rick Santelli and Bob Pisani as well. Let's go right out to maybe Kristen, to you first. We've now had a chance to kind of, at least first blush, take a look at this statement. There have been some notable changes there. Do you feel as though this particular statement then changes your outlook, your models for the balance of the year? The markets did move lower for stocks, but not significantly so. So maybe there was just an incremental amount of development with regard to expectations.
I think this, for us, it doesn't change anything simply because our base case is that the earliest we would see the first rate cut would actually be in June of this year. So I think when we hear what was said in the statement, it really is kind of walking back and giving the Fed some flexibility because there is a lot of data between now and March. And going back to something that David said earlier, when we look at the resiliency of growth, when we look at the GDP number, the strength of the consumer, the strength of consumption, there's a balance that the Fed has to strike there. So I think pushing back a little bit on the market in terms of anticipating a March rate cut and really kind of setting expectations that this is something that's certainly going to happen this year, but it could be more realistic for us to see more of a deterioration in the data or maybe not as strong of a growth picture as what we're currently seeing.
David, I want to go to you. I wrote down as you were giving us sort of your expectations or what you would hope to hear that you wanted Powell to admit the economy is growing faster than expected. What do you make of what you actually heard from the statement before we hear from the man himself?
Well, I think that is pretty much what they said.
Yep.
I mean, I think it was trying to push back on a rate cut in in March, and I think it really is setting the table for first rate cut in June because the March meeting they put out forecasts, but are they going to get enough information between now and then to really want to say, hey, now they think there is enough sense that inflation's headed towards 2%. So they'll probably punt there. Then they don't want to do it in early May because they won't put out new forecasts. So it sounds to me like June, September, December is what they're thinking. 3 rate cuts this year, provided the economy keeps growing. And this is good. And the other thing is they put in a phrase about the balance of risks, and I really think that's what they're looking at here. There doesn't seem to be at the moment a sign that the U.S. economy is going to keel over and fall into recession anytime soon. And until they see greater damage or potential damage to the economy, given the huge run-up in markets we've seen, they just see the balance of risk more being on the side of inflation being sticky than the economy falling into recession. And that's why I think they're being hesitant to have near-term rate cuts.
All right, Jim, let's go to you with this. You have argued, or you've made the case, that the Fed should start cutting rates sooner rather than later. A lot of economists are now tilting towards that summer time frame, May to kind of July. You think that maybe it should still be in March. Is there anything in this statement that kind of puts you at ease, or do you feel as though they should still go in March?
Well, I think Steve Leisman nailed it, because the question is, Mr. Chairman, what gives you the confidence to start cutting rates? We already know inflation's coming down. The 6-month annualized average of core PCE, which is their measure of inflation, is already at or below 2% at this time. So I think the answer is, like, what gives you that confidence is that the labor market has to start to get weaker, because what's been happening is inflation's come down, but the labor market didn't get weaker. So therefore, they believe that the decline in inflation at this time might not be anchored. So therefore, it might be too soon. So we have a payroll number coming up on Friday. Look, we'll see where that comes out. But I think the strength of the jobs market is now going to be something that they probably hinge off of. So, look, I mean, should they start cutting in March? It's probably 50-50. Does the statement seem like they're kicking the can down the road a little bit? Yes, it absolutely does. But I do think that they want to cut, 75 to 100 basis points this year. They like to get the ball rolling in March as long as the data cooperates. So it really is down to the labor market at this point, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think then, Jim? I just want to pick up on your point. I mean, the labor market does seem to be the key here. And if individuals have jobs, it seems that they're spending. I cover the consumer fairly in depth, and it seems like there's really no slowing the consumer, even if perhaps they're shifting the categories in which they're spending. I mean, what are your thoughts there on if you were on the Federal Reserve making some of these decisions, what would you need to see as far as deterioration in consumer spending, which is such a big, important part of our economy, to be confident enough to begin to cut those rates without taking on the risks associated with that as well?
Yeah, so look, so far the retail sales data is not cooperating. Strong in the third quarter, strong in the fourth quarter. There's still tightness in the jobs market. We saw the JOLTS report come out. So I think what the Fed really needs to start to see, and sad to say, but they really need to start to see companies have profit margins start to narrow and start to increase layoffs to improve their bottom line. That's not a great outcome, but for the Fed, what the Fed is trying to avoid is a price wage spiral inflation. And if inflation's not anchored, meaning if the jobs market's strong enough and if the consumer's strong, which is 70% of GDP, and they're going to continue to consume, then maybe inflation isn't necessarily might not be as anchored as they're hoping. So, look, the read through to the consumer is so far the consumer's pretty strong. And if that continues to be the case, then we might be disappointed, as Rick Santelli was alluding to.
Hey, Steve, I'd like to revisit a conversation that you and I had maybe just about 24 hours ago with regard to Paul McCulley and with regard to what the neutral natural rate of interest should be out there, that so-called R-star. Is
Right.
there anything that needs to happen for conditions to change markedly so that R-star, that kind of neutral natural rate of interest, actually begins to shift, either significantly to the downside back towards 2 or maybe even higher because of inflationary threats?
So the problem with that question, Dom, which is a problem everybody's having, is RSR is supposed to be a long-term thing, and we're all talking about it in terms of short run or short-term neutral rate. So yeah, if you have a big weakening of the economy, that's going to change the Fed's view about how much restriction or restraint is putting on the economy. I did want to go back quickly, give an idea, another thought to what Jim is saying. I don't think the Fed is quite as married to the level of job growth as it is to wages. You saw the ECI come down today. That's the employment cost index. That's something Powell has flagged as one of his favorite indicators. It came in below expectations at 0.9%. Normal's about 0.607. So we're getting there. I think wages is the thing that really is concerning to the Fed when it comes to the job market and inflation. I believe they're resigned in this job market or in this economy. Job growth is going to be at or above what we think is normal for maybe some time now. But it's the wage component that is the key to their inflation.
That's our Fed meeting.
Now, Jim, I know that you were
I had the
chomping at bit
report
here.
playing in the background.
What
I
exactly
realize
got you
now
riled
that it
up?
may have been too low.
No,
But
I
that's why I pulled
I
in.
think,
It's
you know,
now
I
they're
think
just going to
thanks for the clarity.
debate
I
and
mean,
talk back
he's
and forth.
absolutely
So what I
right. It's
did,
the wages
what
prices
was
that
the
we're seeing in the jobs market.
outcome
I'm not looking at necessarily the
of the trade? I
headline
tried
number
documenting it
or,
on the
the
fly,
employment
and it was
rate
just
or
so backed up.
jobs
So like
claims
the
numbers is
two
really
calls
what
that I
will shut
had,
down
the two
wages.
puts, I
Typically,
closed
there's a
them at
Phillips curve
55%,
with bringing down
and
inflation
that
and the level
able
of,
to
and the level
put
of
the
jobs and
money
wages in the
for
economy. So
trading
far,
the
that's
next
been
day. This is
broken.
the small
So
account we were working with,
the fact that
350.
wages have held
So
up is,
tomorrow's
you know, likely to continue
bank,
maybe
I guess, right
potentially for a
now
little
would be
while.
240.
This could
To
be
sort of
the
start the day off
ointment
to
that the
240.
Fed
We're
has
going to
to
hold this
navigate
call
through.
that's for
And the
tomorrow
communication around
overnight,
this wage price
just
spiral and
because
inflation, this is something
the
I've
first
not listed
reaction
before
was
in,
initially down. Now it looks like it
Powell's
might just be
comments
a
later on
flag coming out
So,
for more
Bob,
down.
a lot of the
But
panelists have brought up
I do
labor
think
and the
that once
jobs
they
market as part of their-
digest
as part
the
of their
information and realize that this
conversation,
was
we have
expected,
seen
you know, this
job
isn't supposed to
cuts
be a real
across a
shock.
lot
I
of
think
different parts of the market, but
they mentioned
specifically
that
in
just the way
technology.
Powell kind of
The
explained it
reaction on the stock
was a
market
little
side
aggressive.
over the last year has been
So we may
leadership from
see
that
a
group.
bounce
What
tomorrow.
exactly does the economic picture
Not
he's
really
facing
the
and tell
bounce
you
we're
about
going to
what the
want for
outlook
that
is
491.
what
That's
is
really
arguably
far
the
away.
most important
So
sector
this
out
is something I'm going to have to, you know, contemplate. Now we're breaking down this bear flag. So I'm going to get on my my horse here, and we were just talking about before the Fed meeting about how the target for the week is at 481. I'm going to see if there's enough in here, and if not, I'm going to cheat. I want to add a little. I'm going to add a little more to this risk. I'm sure that
Number one, the
client
Fed
will
says
understand.
the economy is strong. Number two, I think
Or
anyone who
maybe
reads
not.
this will come to
It's
the
a little more than what I thought. I thought maybe it was around
in March and May,
50 or
pretty
so.
unlikely at this point. So
We
the
could get away with
issue is
throwing
can
an
the
extra
stock
40 bucks
market,
in
I'm a
there.
stocks guy,
But
can
since
the
it's
stock
at
market
84,
handle
85
that
now,
kind of disappointment?
ugh,
And the
I really hate
S&P
to
is
see this
down
trade not
15 points
go.
from when the meeting started. That is statistically irrelevant with a 4,800 S&P. So
Let me
the
ponder
answer,
this
at
over.
least right now, is yes, it can handle
Let me
that kind of
see
disappointment.
if I can reach out to
And
them and see.
by
By the way, guys, thanks for
keeping
stopping by.
ambiguity,
If you haven't
this
already,
could all
hit the
change on
like button
Friday
for
when we
me.
get the jobs
Just
report.
takes
We're
a
gonna go
fraction of a
report
second
by
and it
report
helps
by
out more than
report,
you can
but
know.
right now, I would say
And
this is
consider
surprising
subscribing because we don't do
statement,
this all the time. And
but
when I
the
do, it's going to
reaction is
be
fairly muted
usually on the
in
fly.
stock market.
Kristen, before we go,
I
I would just like
appreciate
to
you.
come back
And we're going to
revisit
just get
sort of a
better and better
bigger,
with this.
broader
This is
question.
just
What
a
is
small
the higher
invite.
risk, in your opinion, for the Fed? Is it
For the crowd, this wasn't
cutting
really
too
meant to be
soon or cutting too late?
internet wide, but
I think at this point,
We're gonna
cutting too soon in
expand.
March, you don't want to be in a position where then you have to course correct from there. I think
Keep your
ultimately
account
this
safe.
difference
Okay,
that we're
send my
talking
code,
about
please.
as to whether or not it's going to be in March or whether it's going to be in June, just think about it in terms of the
Where's
market
my phone?
reaction
I
and
need
as
a-
an investor.
I need
And
an
what
assistant.
you know to be true right now, you know that we've hit peak Fed funds rate. You know that inflation
Not to
is
find
coming
my
down
phone. That
in
was
line
that.
with the trajectory that the
It was
Fed
two
is
separate
looking
thoughts.
for. We know that there's $6 trillion
Yeah,
sitting on the
809,
sidelines in money
329.
market funds that has
Ooh,
increased
don't
by
share
$1.5
that, guys.
trillion
809.
since the Fed started their
329.
rate hiking cycle. So when you take a look at
329.
that backdrop and think about how the market is going to react, it's actually pretty constructive overall.
Come on,
Kristen
baby. Come
Barrett,
on,
Dave
baby. Come
Kelly,
on.
Jim, Karen, Bob, Rick, Steve, thank you all very much for joining us here on this
Do
very
you
important
remember?
Decision Day. Coming up, we will get more reaction to the Fed's decision. And of course, we're just minutes away from Jerome Powell's press conference. We'll hear from the man himself and take you there live. That's right after a very quick break.
Yes. Hello, this is Doc. Wanted to know if you wanted to join us live. Wow, PayPal has a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. I just logged into PayPal here, and they have like a brand new landing page. We might have to take a look at that. And I really might have to think of cutting these calls now if we drop below that target. So let's back up. Let's look at how the day started. We had this first initial drop, and we stopped, and we banked back up. I was thinking we were going to finish that move down without knowing. That was prior my knowledge of the Fed meeting. Knowing the Fed meeting was there, this would have been profit taking. The first stop, the first like second green candle, especially on a 15-minute, that to me would have been, all right, take profit. Because right here is worth a lot more money than at the same price level right here. So that's important. I know you guys all must know this on options, but just for anyone that's here that might not know that, I'd rather share more information, more info than less. What was I doing? All right, before I pull the trigger on that, let's... It was low, but you could hear... Okay, I'll have to make a note of that next. There's a way to put the audio in directly. I'll figure that out. So NVIDIA, this was a trade that we were looking for a little too prematurely. This was the area where I thought we were going to turn around. We popped above it. It didn't like it. Now we're below it. This pattern, I expected it to play out. But this shoulder is a little higher. And it actually made the new high. So that's really the head. Right? So we can just drag that kind of like over like that. So same pattern, just delayed a bit. Next week, looking for NVIDIA to go down to the other bottom side. What happened to the... Yeah, that's better.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. The Fed holding
that pattern still
steady as
holds. It
expected,
was here.
but making it clear that it is not yet ready to start cutting. So
like
here for
moving it
more
there.
reaction to this Fed decision.
Uses the
Dennis Walker.
same
He's former
support and
president
resistance
of the
ideas.
Atlanta Fed.
And on the
Dennis,
SPY,
it's great to have you here.
we
In
dropping
your
lower?
notes, I sort of have your first key point.
Yeah,
as
this
all
level's
eyes on
broken.
March,
This
looking
is open for
first
the rest
cut.
of the week.
Seems like that's largely off the table. What's your reaction?
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think the committee,
This
by
is
putting
the
that sentence
small
into
account
the statement, was
challenge. Currently
the
down
frenzy of
$35 on it, but we have two
anticipation around a
plays
March
in motion.
move. And
Disney expires
it'll be
this week.
interesting to see how
SPY
Chairman
expires
Powell
tomorrow.
actually elaborates or interprets
I'm just
that
reaching out to her. She's
in
at
the press
work.
conference, but
I wanted to
they
know
didn't have to put that
if she
in,
had
and
a
that
chance to join us.
It shows they're trying to
and see.
calm things down.
I don't want
so
to
that
break the
they,
rules. That was the whole idea of
you
doing
know,
this, and I
don't
put
have so much
so frustrating of a
discussion
week.
March
But
move.
Yeah, Steve Leisman said it looks like the expectations came down sort of immediately after that statement came out for that move
between
in
internet
March.
doctors,
Is
okay,
the risk that if you
Qs
cut too
are at a
soon,
level now too.
inflation could
So now we have
re-flare
more.
out,
I
or
really
perhaps
closed those
it's
puts
not
too early, huh?
completely
I really
under
should have took
control?
them for the next day if I knew the FMOC.
I think
Do your
what's on
research,
their
people.
minds at the moment is
Lesson
this very
learned.
strong top line
Take a look at the
growth in
market watch.
economy.
And CeeLo, he
And
posts
if they
every
were to
day.
cut
Should have
too
checked that.
soon, they might very well stimulate to the point of a resurgence in inflation. So they certainly don't want to risk that. If the growth numbers were closer to trend, more around 2% or even a little bit lower, it might be a different story. But they're running the risk of adding fuel to a fire that could create a reversal of the inflation picture.
Dennis, it's Dom. There's been this tug of war that's been playing out with regard to whether there is a tilt towards easing financial conditions or tightening financial conditions. On one hand, interest rates are well off the highs, cycle highs that we've seen. At the other end of the spectrum, you've got mortgage rates that are significantly higher than they were a couple of years ago, tightening versus loosening. We have stock markets at record highs. That's a kind of loosening of financial conditions. All of these back and forth.
Oh, you guys want a little
balance,
sneak
your
peek
opinion,
into
is
the website?
Environment right now,
Maybe give you some
tighter
feedback?
or looser enough for the Fed to actually make a change to policy without causing all kinds of volatility?
Man,
Yeah, good
this
question.
this music is really pumping right now. It's
The
really
way
good.
I'd respond is I think they
This
are
can't be Hans
reasonably
Zimmer, can it?
satisfied with financial conditions at the moment, notwithstanding what you point out about it, mortgages. I look at the 10-year Treasury and
Yes,
it's,
it is. Alan Walker, Solus, if you want to look this up, it's
4%.
called
I think the
Time
committee is
by
happy
Alan
enough
Walker
with
and
that,
Hans
the
Zimmer.
committee probably doesn't
It's very
really
different.
believe or
It's got
have
a, like
lot of
a
confidence they
a
can
beat to it that Hans Zimmer
manipulate
doesn't usually have.
market
But
interest
it's
rates
refreshing.
very much, so they just want to set the policy
Hey, Jesse Sowers.
and let the markets react. I think their view is that at the moment
This is Halloween. I
they're
got to change this.
still
Oh my god.
restrictive.
Oh my
still
god.
restrictive, but at a
Uh,
satisfactory level.
one.
Does it seem to you, Dennis, that we have avoided the possibility of recession entirely?
Boy, I mean, based on the data we've seen in the last few weeks, you'd have to come to that conclusion. You never say never, and certainly the members of the committee are always going to be aware of the risk of a shock or the risk of a downturn.
All right,
that
Solus,
comes
give me
as a
your
surprise. But we appear
your
to be
honest take on this
into
website.
a soft landing,
Spy's
I would
holding
argue.
this support level right here.
And the recent data suggests that that's likely.
I really have to
continue.
read.
Dennis, before we let you
It's
go,
it's
is
too
there
much.
anything that you think
too
would
much,
be something
data.
Jay Powell would want
There's
to
too many bells and
seriously
whistles on
communicate
here.
to reporters
It takes
in
up
the next
a
few
lot
minutes
of
here?
memory
I
load,
kind of
especially now that
expect
we're
him
on
to
streaming.
do what he often does, try to
think
keep
that-
his options
that's the issue.
open, not take a rate cut in March totally off the table, although he'll have to be interpreting the
ready for it?
sentence that was in the statement.
As soon as it loads.
And in general,
You will be the-
reinforce the messages.
This will
that
be the
they
you will be the
are
first
committed
set
to
of
getting the
eyes to
inflation
set
rate down to 2%.
vision.
And
Allow
that with
myself to
its
introduce
emphasis in
myself.
Words like patient or
My name is
cautious or
Humpty.
careful, as he said in the
Pronounced
past.
with an
All
umpty.
right, Dennis Lockhart, former Atlanta Fed president. Thank you very much, sir. We'll see you soon.
So I like this
All
effect, right?
Well, let's get some
As
final
it's
thoughts
loading.
as we
Let's
count
keep an eye on
down
the price
towards
while
the
I
Fed chair's press conference that's
get
going to
my
happen in just
opinions.
about a few minutes' time. Mike Santoli joins us
I
now
want
from the
this
New
to
York Stock
hold
Exchange. For it,
for
Mike,
running
you've
to
had
close.
27 minutes to go through that statement and kind of
Yeah,
compare
I
and
have to cut
contrast
back
and
on this
everything.
memory. It's too much.
Senior markets commentator
loaded by
hat
now.
on. What's the takeaway for you?
You know, Dom, in broad terms, I think it's what it made sense to expect.
So these are the
which is,
two
the
logos.
Fed
This is
wanted
our
to
this
preserve
was our first
flexibility. We have 6 or
YouTube
7 weeks
logo.
of data
It was kind of
ahead
like
the March meeting. It's gonna be
futuristic,
plenty of time in there
clean
for
cut,
people to
tech
solidify their
oriented.
idea of whether,
And now this one is more of
inflation's on the
a
way to target or not. They definitely withheld any
you know,
even vague commitment,
subject- no,
obviously,
not
to get the
subjective.
easing started.
I don't know
but
what
to
you
me,
call
that
it.
wasn't make
Right?
or break. A March
Independence.
cut was
That's
not
what we're
make or
trying to
break
do here.
for the
One-on-one
stock
stocks.
market. The S&P 500
And then we have
is less than 1.5%
the
off
education
of all-time highs. We haven't had a 3% pullback since late October.
This is what I wanted to take a
Things
screenshot
are not
of.
really in a
And that's why I'm
stressed
showing you
position
the
right here. I think the only
preview here.
hazard, I mean, if for some reason the chair were to come out
Drop
in the
down
press
there.
conference and start to go back and emphasize that they think the economy has to be run below potential
this
for an
is the
extended period of
screenshot.
time to get the job done on inflation. That was the stale rhetoric of last year when they really
What's
felt like
the
they were
deal?
chasing
Can't take a
inflation.
screenshot.
So short of that, I feel as if it's like, look, guys, you're going to have to stay in suspense until March, maybe beyond that, May or
As soon as we get the
June.
screenshot, I
And,
can
you know, you could probably
drop
live
this
with that
down.
if we have a resilient economy,
Uh-oh.
as it so far seems
Am I losing
to be the
internet?
case. A lot can change, though, as people have been saying. With the
Woohoo!
jobs
That's a
number on
good. That's a
Friday and
positive. You like it?
inflation numbers.
I was going to say, I mean, does this up the stakes even more on the data between now and then? Data is always important, right? But maybe now we're looking.
I think it's
more at
really
labor
too much
market to
data.
look
But
for
I have to.
any signs of
Just got a
cracks
phone
to
call
then
from someone
see
that
if
wants
June's
to.
on the table.
Yeah, I do
They're
think
thinking
that,
about
of course,
investing,
they're gonna
so I have to
wanna
open
try
this
to
up for them. It's
seal
not
the
even close to
case,
being finished. But
and say that
I have
things
to show
look
them
pretty
something.
unequivocal going their direction on inflation. And I also have been saying they're
Yeah,
not targeting
you're at the
stuff
top of a
aside from
mountain,
inflation
right?
At this point, if the
This
inflation
the
number
bigger
is going
picture
in
of this
favor,
guy is that
then
he's
you
at
should
the
be
top of a
satisfied
mountain
with
looking
that.
at the
We're
sunset.
past
But
the
the idea
time
is
when
that
we
he's
have
on
to
his
talk
own.
about inflation
He's doing what he wants to
expectations in the
do in his
consumer
spare
survey
time. He's not
and
tied
broad
down to a
financial
computer.
conditions.
There's
I
so
think
many
You know, so therefore,
so many like
the picture a little bit. We'll see what
websites
happens,
they
over
put
the
people
next
at
several
computers
weeks. As I say, the stock market
and
probably could be due for
huddled
a correction,
around
even no matter what this
like
statement says,
a
no matter what the
laptop
press conference holds.
in
But
business
we'll see if
attire.
that's what we get,
I
as
want to
we go
try
through really
and
the rest of
make it
earnings
so
season.
like
Still
no,
plenty to chew
the
over
idea is
rest of this
to
week.
All right, Mike.
live your life
We're still waiting on Fed Chair Jerome Powell
while
right now
trading.
with regard to coming in
So
for
my
the
whole
press
goal was to
conference.
be
So
done by 10 a.m.
if I
today
cut
and then
you off,
spend the
it's only
rest of the
for a good
day
reason.
educating.
A final question-ish.
And now I
depending
don't know
on
what's
when
going
Jay Powell
on.
comes in.
This
Market
is not
reaction, you
supposed to
mentioned
happen.
pullback. How significant could it really be? Given
But this
that
is the
financial
education
conditions
part.
are as
This is
relatively
the
easy
empower,
as they've been for a
personalized
while
coaching
now.
realized.
Yeah, unless something changes on
And
that
so
front, the
our
credit
main thing is
declines,
educate,
those rates
empower,
really
enrich,
take
unlocking
take
your
flight
financial
from here or
potential, the
something.
education,
I don't
the
think
empowerment,
that
the
stock
enrichment.
market is set up for something nasty. Therefore,
And these are the
usual 3 to
these are the
5%
generic
pullbacks
shots.
happen at any time,
This is
so
what
you
you know
shouldn't be
they
surprised
give
if
you
I think
for
if the S&P
that.
stays above
These are
4,800, that's
you
where
know
it kind
not
of
real
broke out
numbers.
from just a few weeks
It's
ago.
actually
We're
$3.99 for a
talking
4
really about
session,
very routine
which works out to be
profit
6
taking
hours.
money.
Okay, Mike Santoli, thank you very much.
One-on-one
Here
stuff.
comes Fed Chair Jerome
Constant
Powell.
contact in the Discord, and then independence from gurus. My little article on
Good
that,
afternoon.
and then wrap it up.
My colleagues and
Down
I
thing like
remain
that. I want to
squarely
try and
focused on our
make it
dual
look
mandate to promote
bigger,
maximum employment and
but
stable prices for the American
smaller
people.
than what it is, if that makes any sense.
The economy has made good progress toward our dual mandate
All
objectives.
right, I got to paste this somewhere and then take one more
Inflation has eased
screenshot,
from
and
its
then we're back
highs
to business.
without a significant increase in unemployment.
Ooh, we might be breaking
very
lower
good
here.
news. But inflation
It's
is
working
still
on
too
that.
high,
It's working on that
ongoing
level.
progress
Good.
in bringing it down is not assured, and the path forward is uncertain. I want to assure the American people that we are fully committed to returning inflation to our 2% goal. Restoring price stability is essential to achieve a sustained period
All right,
of
one
strong
screenshot
labor market
in,
conditions that benefit all.
and let me get one more, and then
Today,
back
the
to business.
FOMC decided to leave our policy interest
Oh, let's
rate
see. I get more.
unchanged.
I do like the
and to
layout.
continue
Colors
to
are
reduce
nice,
our
not
securities
neutral,
holdings.
calm. I'd have to spend
Over the
more
past
time
2
looking
years,
at
we
the.
have
Oh,
significantly
I would
tightened the
love
stance
a
of
more
monetary
a
policy.
full opinion.
Our
You're the
strong
man.
actions have
I'll
moved
actually
our
give you a
policy
sign
rate
on.
well into restrictive territory, and we've been seeing the effects on
So I'm gonna
economic
take one more.
activity and inflation.
Of the charting here,
As labor market tightness has eased and progress on inflation has continued,
or maybe I should take the
the
options.
risks to
Yeah.
achieving our employment and inflation goals are moving into better balance. I will have more to
Yeah.
say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a solid
This is a
pace.
nice shot right here.
GDP growth
Screenshot,
in the fourth
please,
quarter of last
sometime
year came
today.
in at 3.3%.
Today,
For
Junior.
2023 as a
Starting
whole,
line. That
GDP
is a
expanded at 3.1%,
was planned to be a 2-session
bolstered by strong
type
consumer
deal.
demand,
It's
as well
really
as
gained
improving supply
geared
conditions.
toward
Activity in the housing
people that
sector was subdued
just
over
getting
the past year,
into
largely reflecting
the
high
stock
mortgage
market, and they're
rates.
not. It's
High
just to let
interest
you know
rates
what
also
to
appear to have been
really
weighing on
expect.
business fixed
You know,
investment.
I'm glad you asked that. I would love to dive into
The
that.
labor market remains
just
tight,
paste this
but
over
supply
here.
and demand conditions continue to come into better balance. Over the past 3 months,
SPY is holding that
payroll
level.
job
Here's
gains
this weird
averaged
whiteness again.
165,000 jobs
See
per
that
month,
clears up.
a pace that is well below that seen a year ago, but still strong. The unemployment rate remains low at 3.7%. Strong job creation has been accompanied by an increase in the supply of workers. The labor force participation
Oh no,
rate has
Weeble
moved
is
up
having an
on
issue.
balance over
Okay,
the past
we'll have to
year,
restart Weeble.
particularly for individuals aged 25 to 54 years.
This is where the
And
wheels start coming
immigration
apart.
has returned to
First
pre-pandemic
Weeble goes
levels.
down, then the
Nominal
internet
wage
goes
growth
out.
has been easing, and
Cats
job
and dogs
vacancies
living
have
together.
declined.
Mass hysteria.
Although the jobs to workers gap has narrowed, labor demand still exceeds the supply of available workers. Inflation has eased notably over the past year, but remains above our longer run goal of 2%. Total PCE prices rose 2.6% over the 12 months ending in December. Excluding the
Minimize
volatile
that
food
for
and
now.
energy categories.
All right, let's get
core
Weeble back up. We
PCE
need to know
prices
what's going
rose
on.
2.9%.
Going on in the kitchen, but I don't know what's
The
cooking.
lower inflation readings over the second half of last year are welcome, but we will need to see continuing evidence to build confidence that inflation is moving down sustainably toward
Take your
our
time,
goal.
Weeble. Take your
Longer-term inflation
time.
expectations appear to remain well anchored,
There's no
as reflected
rush.
in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses,
It's
and
only
forecasters,
2:34.
as well as measures from
All right.
financial markets.
Back in business.
The Fed's monetary policy actions are
Give me the
guided
SPY,
by
give me the
our
SPY.
mandate to promote maximum employment and stable
Give me
prices for
fuel,
the
give me
American
fire,
people.
give me that which I desire.
My colleagues and I are acutely aware
So
that
you
high
see what we're
inflation
doing here, right?
imposes
We have this
significant
bear
hardship
pole, a
as it
nice bear
erodes
flag,
purchasing
a
power,
break of that.
especially for
Granted, it
those
was a catalyst,
least
but
able
it
to
held
meet
the
higher
level.
costs of essentials
We had a
like
catalyst.
food,
It found a
housing, and
technical level to
transportation.
hold. Now it's coming back to
We're highly
retest the
attentive
bottom
to
of the
risks that
trend.
high inflation
If
poses
this
to both
bounces
sides of the
down
debate,
and this level breaks,
and we're
I'm
strongly
ditching
committed to returning
the call for
inflation to our
tomorrow.
2% objective. Over the past 2 years, we have raised our policy rate by 5.25 percentage points, and we've decreased
Joe,
our
send me
securities
whatever in Discord and I'll
holdings
check
by
it out
more
and
than
give my honest opinion.
$1.3 trillion.
If I think something is
Our restrictive
safe,
stance
I'll
on
let you know.
monetary policy is
Excellent. That's
putting
what I want.
downward pressure on
Honest
economic
opinion.
activity and inflation.
And also,
committee
you'll be the
decided
first
at
one to have it
today's meeting
load
to maintain
on
the target
your
range for the federal funds rate
computer.
at 5.25 to 5.5%.
So you'll get,
5.5%.
you won't just get
to
screenshots.
continue
You'll
the
see how it
process
loads.
of
And I think
significantly
you'll be able to
reducing
tell
our
me if it's
securities
like too
holdings.
much.
We believe that our policy
Wait, how come you guys
rate is
can't see the
likely
Weeble
at its
screen?
peak
Or is
for
it
this
just that much
tightening cycle,
delayed?
and that if the economy
Okay, it was that
evolves
much
broadly
delayed.
as expected, it will likely be appropriate to begin dialing back policy restraint at some point this year. But the economy has surprised forecasters in many ways since the pandemic, and ongoing progress toward our 2% inflation objective is not assured. The economic outlook is uncertain, and we remain highly attentive to inflation risks. We are prepared to maintain the current target range for the federal funds rate for longer, if appropriate. As labor market tightness has eased and progress on inflation has continued, the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals are moving into better balance. We know that reducing policy restraint too soon or too much could result in a reversal of the progress we've seen on inflation and ultimately require even tighter policy to get inflation back to 2%. At the same time, reducing policy restraint too late or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering any adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will carefully assess the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. The committee does not expect that it will be appropriate to reduce the target range until it has gained greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to our questions.
Gina Smiley from the New York Times. Thanks for taking our questions. Obviously, in the statement and just in your remarks there, you note that you don't want to cut interest rates without greater confidence that inflation is coming down fully. I wonder, what do you need to see at this point to gain that confidence? And as you make those decisions, how are you weighing recent strong growth in consumer spending data against the sort of solid inflation progress you've been seeing?
Sorry, say that last part again.
How are you weighing the growth data and consumption data, which have been surprisingly strong, against inflation data?
Okay. So what are we looking for to get greater confidence? Let me say that we have confidence. We're looking for greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably down to 2%. Implicitly, we do have confidence and has been increasing, but we want to get greater confidence. What do we want to see? We want to see more good data. It's not that we're looking for better data. We're looking at continuation of the good data that we've been seeing. And a good example is inflation. So we have 6 months of good inflation data. The question really is, that 6 months of good inflation data, is it sending us a true signal that we are in fact on a path, sustainable path down to 2% inflation? That's the question. And the answer will come from some more data that's also good data. It's not that the 6-month data isn't low enough. It is. It's just a question of, can we take that with confidence that we're moving sustainably down to 2%? That's really what we're thinking about. In terms of growth, we've had strong growth. I mean, if you take a step back, we've had strong growth, very strong growth last year, going right into the fourth quarter. And yet we've had a very strong labor market, and we've had inflation coming down. So I think
There
it was a
is the
year
nice
ago
bull
we
move
were
right
thinking
here.
that we needed to
This
see
is the
some
second
softening of
move
activity. That hasn't been
on
the
the
case.
FOMC.
So
the
I think
first two
we look
puts
at-
was the
we look
initial
at
reaction.
stronger growth.
I
We
tried
don't
to
look
sell
at it
them
as a
right here.
product
I'm not
at
going to
this
lie.
point. We
At
wanna
that
see
level, I
strong growth.
tried
We wanna
getting
see
rid of it.
strong
I think it
labor
was at
market. We're not looking
75%.
for a weaker labor
Couldn't do
market.
it.
We're looking for
Couldn't do it.
inflation
And then I
to continue
hesitated
to
as
come
this, and
down
finally I think
as
we
it
got
has
rid of
been
it there.
coming down for the last
55%,
6
that's what's
months.
the close. And now I'm holding the
If I
call
could just
into
follow up really
tomorrow.
quickly,
This was
when
like
you say that
the
you wanna
dream.
make sure that it's a true signal,
The
is
dream
there anything
scenario
you're seeing in the
played
data
out.
that makes you doubt that it's a true signal at this stage?
No, I think it's. I would say it seems to be the likely case that we will achieve that confidence, but we have to achieve it, and we haven't yet. And so, I mean, it's a good story. We have 6 months of good inflation, but you can, and you know this, you can look behind those numbers and you can see that a lot of it's been coming from goods inflation, for example, and goods inflation running significantly negative. It's a reasonable assumption that over time, goods inflation will flatten out, probably approximate zero. That would mean the services sectors would have to contribute more. So, in other words, what we care about is the aggregate number, not so much the composition. But we just need to see more. That's where we are as a committee. We need to see more evidence that sort of confirms what we think we're seeing, and that tells us that we are on, gives us confidence that we're on a path to a sustainable path down to 2% inflation.
Nick Timros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, it seems to me you raised rates rapidly over the last 2 years for two reasons. One was the risk of a wage price spiral. Two, there were risks of inflation expectations becoming unanchored. This morning's ECI report for the fourth quarter shows private sector payroll growth running at a sub 4% pace. Inflation expectations are very close to where they were before the inflation emergency of the last 3 years. And given that you appear to have substantially cut off these two tail risks, and that you've judged here today current policy as well into restrictive territory, what good reason is there to keep policy rates above 5%? Are you really going to learn more waiting 6 weeks versus 3 months from now that you have avoided those two risks?
So,
Here we go.
as you know, almost every
Oh,
participant in the committee
okay. I'll
does
check it out. Did
believe
I
that it would be
scare you
appropriate
with
to
the?
reduce rates.
I didn't mean.
And,
Yeah, it just means it's a
for-
really
for
packed
the reasons that you
it's
say.
a
You know,
dense,
we feel like inflation is coming down.
site.
Uh,
Like it uses a
growth
lot of
has been
moving
strong, the
parts
labor market is
and a
strong.
lot of like
Um,
special
what we're
backgrounds
trying
that
to
might
do
take up
is
a lot of
identify
data and memory.
a
Not
place where we're really
you know
confident
permanently
about
on your computer,
inflation getting
but as you
back to
load it
2% so that we
in
can then
or you
begin,
load it while you're
the
using
process
it,
of dialing back the restrictive level.
you can give me feedback
So
because it might just be
overall,
my
I think people do
laptop. I
believe,
have
as
so
you know,
much
the median participant
packed
wrote
on
down
here. I should really
3
get an external
rate
drive.
cuts this year. But I think to get to that
It
place
did
where we
sound
feel
scary, like,
comfortable starting
oh
the
boy, what
process,
is
we
he-
need
what
some
is he
confirmation
doing
that inflation is in
The
fact
Qs took
coming
off too. Remember the Qs? We were
Sustainably
saying
2%.
425 is
Could I
open
ask
if it
differently?
pasts.
If you hold rates high as
Pasts.
inflation
If it
moderates,
gets
as it
past
has
the
been,
overnight
target rates will
highs,
exceed the prescriptions
well,
of
the overnight
controller
highs
experience.
are
What
right
would
around
be
the corner.
reasoning for holding
Just
rates
round the corner.
than the levels recommended
Well, you guys
by
might not know that.
those
That's like a
in the
Northeastern
current
commercial.
instance?
Well, look, I think, as you know, we consult a range of Taylor rules and
Northeastern
non-Taylor
specific.
kind
So
of
we're
rules.
at this
We
level on the
consult them
Qs.
regularly. They're in our teal book. And
The RSI has room to go more.
we look at
The
it.
MACD
You
is
know, I don't
looking
think we've
really
ever been
good.
at a place where
In
we were-
fact,
where we were setting policy by
price action here, really
and
drastic
depending on
move
the
right
rule,
there. That's
it will tell you
that's a
different
sign
things,
for
very different
that.
formulations.
This
Another way to
sign
think
right
about
here
it is,
explains this
implicitly
move.
is,
So if we were to say, hey,
in
wait a minute,
theory,
we have
of
a
course,
nice
real rates
move
go
happening
up
here,
if
that would have been a good
holding
time to
all
get
else
in.
equal as inflation comes
But the
down.
SPY,
But that doesn't mean we
SPY's
can
looking good.
mechanically adjust policy.
right? I'm
and
sure you
real
guys,
rates,
Solis,
as
you were,
sorry, as
oh no, you
inflation
were,
comes
the
down. It
February
doesn't
one is a
mean that at
debit
all, because for one thing,
for a
we
put,
don't
I
know.
think.
We look at
Maybe
more
I
than
read
just
that
the Fed
fast.
funds
Maybe
rate,
it was,
we look at broadly financial conditions. But in addition,
I think it was,
we
yeah, it
don't
was a
know
debit
with great
put.
confidence where the neutral rate of interest is at any given time. But that also
Anywho,
doesn't mean that we wait around.
So that was the
for,
first move down. This is the
to
second
see,
move.
you know,
And
the
I'm
economy turn around, because
thinking
that would be too late.
to hold
So
it
we're
overnight.
looking
I
at
mean,
risk
depending on where we
management
end up here.
of managing the
What was
risk,
the
as I
call
mentioned
for?
in my opening remarks, managing the
Call
risk that we
for
move too soon,
491.
move too late. And I think to move, which is where
February
almost
1st.
everyone on
Okay,
the
good.
committee is in favor of moving rates down.
So
this
we're
year.
expecting this
The
to be
timing of
resistance
that
here
is
right
gonna
here,
be linked
49.65.
to our gaining
If the
confidence
momentum
that inflation
continues
is on a sustainable
overnight,
path down to 2%.
overnight could see a gap over this, and then a shot
Hi, thanks.
higher.
I'd like you to key in on the use of the
Let's
word.
get-
the-
I'll
the-
zoom
the
out.
statement that inflation still remains elevated.
A shot to the top of the
You
trend
pledged
again.
To cut rates before inflation reached 2%. So that implies that
So,
there's some sort of
remember I was trying to
intermediate step
scramble to
here
get that,
on
that one
inflation
lotto
and
down to
that,
481.
a cut would
That's
be
still in play,
consequent with a change
right?
in
That's
the
still in
Fed
play. If
policy.
this proves to
Inflation
be
remains
strong
elevated.
resistance, I
What's
should
the
probably
step
make it a little
down from
bigger.
there?
Yeah,
If this proves to be
I don't
strong
know if we
resistance, this
worked out
489
particular
area,
statement language in
we
that
could
context. I would
see,
just say,
you know,
you look at where
a reversal
12
back
month
down.
inflation is, and
But
it's,
right
you know,
now
it's
it looks
still
very
well
strong
above.
moving up.
Core is 2.9%, for example, 12 months, which is way
Super
down
strong.
from where it was. Very, very positive development. Very
Super
fast decline.
duper strong.
And you know, the case is likely that
They're
it will
wicking out on the
continue.
top. You know, let's
So-
switch to
so
the
that's where it
Heikinashi.
is. But we're wanting to see.
Heikinashi
more
is a
data.
candle system that operates
If I could
around
follow up
the
on that,
50
statement,
mark.
allows
So
for greater
you get a
confidence
better
on
sense
inflation falling
of
before you cut.
direction
It doesn't
and
mention the other
trending.
side of the mandate, a slide
How can I
in
shut everything
employment. Would a slide in employment also bring
So
you
the
to
wicks
point
don't
of
mean the
cutting
same
rates?
on a Heikinashi.
Yes, so
The wicks are a
let
little
me say that
different.
we're not
This
looking
this
for-
wick
it's
is
not
a
something
good
we're
thing
looking
for
but
a
yes,
bullish
if
move.
you think about, you know, in the base case,
Big strong candles
economy is
with a wick on
performing
top is good.
well,
Usually that
the
wick
labor
would mean,
market
oh,
remains strong.
you know, it
If
might be
we saw
reversing.
an
The fact that
unexpected
these are
weakening
matching up
in-
could mean that.
certainly in the
But
labor market, that
if
would
you're not
certainly
familiar
make
with it,
one cutting sooner. Absolutely.
it
And if
really
we
helps
saw
to spot trends, and
inflation
it's good.
being stickier
I don't
or
think it's good
higher
to
or,
trade
uh,
all the time on it, but
those
it's good to
sorts of
switch
things
back
you
and
would
forth.
argue
So
for
this is
the rate.
Heikinashi,
In the
and
base
now
case,
this
though,
would be
where the economy
how
is
that
healthy,
would look under regular
we have,
candlelight.
you know, we have
Candlelight, good.
ongoing growth.
You have a few
strong
reds in
growth,
there.
We have a strong
But
labor
still,
market, we have inflation
strong
coming
trend.
down. That's what people
Strong
in
like
their
bull.
S&P are
We're getting
wanting.
into 76
And in
area.
this
That's
case, what
only
we're
on the
saying
minute.
is,
On the
based on what
5,
we think we
we're
can
not
or
really
should,
there yet. But still,
take
I mean,
advantage of that
76 is
and
not
be careful as we approach that
something to be
correction.
alarmed about, especially after a Fed meeting. So people did digest it, right? And I think that's what what's his name, Steve, was saying, is that, you know, he said stuff that we expected, but his aggressive tone may have jarred some people.
There's been a lot of unanimity in recent
By
meetings.
testing
and just
2-day
wondering
as
going
resistance.
forward,
Oh,
when
yeah,
you
yeah,
said
thanks.
all needing
Forgot.
greater confidence.
What about
Is there
Laquan?
unanimity, or at least consensus among FOMC members about what the threshold for that greater confidence is? And if not, could you maybe tell us a little bit about the discussion today on, you know, what the variations between FOMC members was on what's considered
Yeah, look at that.
enough confidence to cut rates, and also if there was any variation
Just saying hello.
quickly that greater confidence threshold could be reached. Thank
So
you.
we're
We'll
not,
mark it out.
we're not really
489.05.
there was no proposal to cut
Like,
rates.
just touched it.
Some people did, you know, talk about their view of the rate path. I would point you to the S&P.
That SPY call that was
you know, as good
in
evidence of where
profit
people are
before the
on
Fed
this
meeting,
one cycle later.
and the
So,
price was like
you know,
here.
we-
It was
we're
in
not-
profit.
We're not at a place of really working
That's
out
weird.
those kinds of details because we weren't actively
Because I took the
considering,
call,
you know,
I think,
a
here.
a
So in
move-
here,
moving
it was
the
in
federal
profit.
funds rate down.
Here, it's
I will
not.
say
Here,
there
it's
is a
22%
wide
underwater.
disparity, a healthy disparity of views, and you see that in public
And this is a
statements in
good
the
example of
minutes,
how
and
options
the
are
transcripts
a
when they're
little
released every
trickier
5 years. So we do have
than
a
what they
healthy,
seem. So
set of
earlier,
differences,
this
and I think that's
491
actually
call was
essential
in
to
profit. I mean, what,
good
7,
policy.
8% in
We're
profit,
also
but
able
still
to
in profit.
reach
Now that the
agreement
price is
generally
higher,
because we listen to each other,
it's
we
underwater.
compromise, and even though not
One
everyone does,
reason is because
we do
implied
have everyone, so for
volatility
the most
is
part,
now
to join in. To
got
me, that's
sucked out of the
a
room.
functioning public
The
institution.
implied volatility before was, I think, like 10% higher. Now that that's gone,
Hi, Chair
it's a
Powell,
lot
Rachel
lower.
Siegel from the Washington Post.
Another
Thanks for
good
taking our
reason
questions.
why to sell, if
So
you're playing
over
the
past few
Fed,
years, there
to
have been
sell
all these real-time
something
indicators that
as soon as
helped us
possible.
gain a sharper
'Cause
understanding of where the economy
you'll
was,
get that
like open
rush
table
down
data or office attendance.
that will
We've talked about
benefit
vacancy
even
in
though
past.
the implied volatility has
wondering
been
if
sucked
the
out of the
start
room.
this year
It's that
might be on that
slow
track
move
that's
that
gonna
you
give
don't
the
want.
clearest picture of
So
the
at 2
economy,
p.m.,
including
implied volatility leaves,
unemployment.
the price
Including
of that
rent,
premium
rent
drops
costs.
substantially. And if you
So
have
we're not,
a
you know,
slow
it's not the
move
pandemic,
down
so
to
we
your
can actually
target,
rely on more
just like every
traditional
minute, just another
forms.
tick
People are
closer,
working, they're getting
it'll be
wages,
it wouldn't be worth it.
And the economy is
You
largely
want that
reopened
fast
and is
move
broadly
and take that
normalized,
fast
as you
profit
see.
right away
So I wouldn't say we're looking at that
to
sort of more
combat
innovative
the high
behavior as
volatility
much.
being sucked out. Does that make
You know,
sense,
you
or
point to rent,
did I
so
lose you on that
of
one?
course, we follow the
Oh, I'm sorry,
components
I
of
missed something.
inflation
Yep, I
very
bought 2
carefully,
contracts just as the announcement
would
was
be
made.
goods inflation.
Going to wait
I
for
talked about
close
that
to
a
see
little
if I
bit.
want to add
You
more.
mentioned housing inflation, so
All right.
the question is when
But yeah, the
will
implied
these lower
volatility
market
is something
rents
to
find their way into
keep in
measured rents
the back of your head,
measured in PCE inflation.
in the back of
We
your
think
mind.
that's
It's not a
coming.
weird. The
We
back
know
of your
it's
mind
coming.
when
It's just a question of when and
trading
when
on
we
an
so
event like this.
That's in everyone's forecast, I would say. So that will help, but at the same time, we think goods inflation.
So now we're going to use the VWAP
It's been giving a
to
lot
hold
of
ourselves.
inflation to the effort, and probably that declines over time.
Like
but
the
it may
ceiling
well have
can
some
hold
time to
us.
run. You know, the supply chains are not perfectly back to where they were. In addition, it takes time for the healing process to get into prices. So there may be still a tailwind. We'll find out with that. So we look at the things that relate to our mandate very carefully, and as you would
I'm
imagine.
going to remove a couple things that I'm working on.
Follow-up. Do you feel comfortable
that
at
in
this
the
point saying
background.
the economy has reached a soft landing, or is that part of looking for more confidence?
No, I
We
wouldn't. I
focus
wouldn't
on
say we've
the
achieved that, and I
end
think
of day.
we have a ways to go. Inflation is still, core inflation is still.
Ooh, we lost the
current
VWAP.
on a 12-month basis. 12 months is our target. Certainly.
So
I'm
that 2-day
encouraged- I'm
VWAP,
encouraged by the progress.
and good call out, Solas.
We're
That 2-day VWAP would have been a profit-taking
at all at this point. We think we have a ways to go.
point. For me, though, it's not. The move I wanted and the move I need really for any type of profit is a move up to the sell zone.
So I'm wondering what you could tell me.
And that would really happen only overnight.
The neutral rate is
That
working,
493,
telling you
there,
right
that's
now
where the
that
money
it's
is for that
stronger.
491
In
call.
other words, how much is the economy
And granted,
really being restrained right now
on a
by
regular size account,
and how much restraint does
there would have
it
been more
need
contracts
additionally
involved. There would have
if
been more
inflation is
strikes.
still
There would have
coming
been,
down?
a couple for Friday. For tomorrow, there would have been like a 489 and then a 492 to split it, to get one local, get the easy money kind of thing, and then go for the higher, or even below the 2-day VWAP. Because tomorrow, keep in mind, tomorrow we're going to open above the 2-day V. See that? So today, the VWAP is here. We close above this daily VWAP. We're going to be on the north side of the 2-day VWAP come tomorrow. Unless there's some, freaky stuff that happens overnight and the VWAP flies up, whatever. But we should open easier. So to explain that easier, this was yesterday's, right? The 2-day VWAP is here, and then yesterday's here. Keep this in mind. We're going to back up a day, and this is the beauty of QTA. It's simple. You can just back test everything.
How much restraint are you actually
It's the goods.
to the economy, would you say?
I'm going to say
relative to
a curse word there, but
It's
the goods. So we're above it here. And now this VWAP, this is yesterday, right? This VWAP then becomes tomorrow's or today's previous VWAP. Does that make sense? So we're here at 491, and watch, we'll go one day in the future. And the future is now.
That's one I like to do. And you're going to get to something that is materially above mainstream estimates of neutrality, of the neutral rate. You will. And
So now here, that was,
at the same time, you look at the economy and you say this is an economy that
there's our 2-day
1%
VWAP,
last year.
and this will add to the calculations of where this VWAP
What's
is.
happening, though, is the supply side has been
So it's really just taking into account all of day yesterday and then adding it
a lot of the growth
to the action today.
It isn't
Right?
just
That's
a tug of
understandable.
war
Ivy
between-
Crush, man. Yes, exactly.
between interest rates
I'm
and
watching
demand.
Ivy on the
You're
SPY.
getting,
It's starting to drop.
more
Yeah, I mean, I wish I took a
because of
screenshot
the
now that I
labor market
incorporated that
healing
into a
supply chains healing. So
teaching point.
So I think the question is when that peters out.
You can
I think
check,
that,
let's see, you
the
can check what
restrictions will
options
show
used to
up
be.
more sharply.
So if we did a 491, all right, let's check on the put. The put was 486.
Chairman, you mentioned earlier we're not seeking a weaker labor market. I think you said. Can you talk a little bit more?
I like
about
this about
that?
Weevo. You
Do
just click on an
think the
option,
labor
and then you
market
can
now is
chart
back
the
to
option.
"quote unquote" normal, and that we can.
That was
achieve,
11. See,
inflation
perfect example.
targets,
11 a.m.
wage gains coming
was
back down to
just the same amount of money as the
pre-pandemic.
drop
Even today's
after the
CPI numbers are
FOMC
still
was.
above those pre-pandemic.
So knowing that the Fed meeting was coming, this would have been good profit taking. But since we waited, I was like, okay, now we really have to wait for the Fed, and really hope for a drop.
more of them.
Got
So
the
I-
drop,
job openings are
sold
not
it.
quite back to where they were.
Probably, we didn't definitely didn't.
Wages
I definitely
or
didn't
wage
get there.
increases rather are not
I could check the
quite
realized
back to
gains.
where they-
But anyway,
to where
the
they
point
needed
is,
to be in the
can we
longer
check
run.
the IV on
I
this?
would look at it this way.
There's no way because it's only on the options
the
chain.
economy is broadly normalized.
That's upsetting.
And so
That would have been
is
a really
the
good
labor
teaching
market.
tool.
And that process will probably take some time. So
What
wage
was
setting
it
is something
before
that
the Fed?
happens? It's probably will take a couple of years. to
IV
get all the
crush.
way
It
back.
sounds like a really
That's
good
okay. That's okay. But we do see, you saw
candy
today's
dessert or
ECI
something.
reading, the evidence is that that wage increases are still at a healthy level. Very
Okay, we're
healthy
still on the
level,
option.
but
Sorry,
they're
sorry. I'm
gradually
like, wait.
moving back to levels that would be
Yes.
more associated, given
All right, still looking bullish to me.
productivity, or more typically associated with
We're going to have a
2%
little volatility
inflation.
going into the end here.
It's an ongoing process, a healthy one, and I think we're moving in the right direction.
So that process can continue without a weakening of the labor market, basically, you're saying?
Well, I think
Senor Solas.
I don't know if it's rebalancing. Clearly, there was a fairly severe imbalance
IV
between
crush,
demand
man.
for workers and supply at the beginning.
Nothing
of
like
the
it. How's that
pandemic.
VIX?
So we lost several million workers. At
And
the
we said that
beginning
had
of
that
the
open
pandemic
area.
from people dropping out of the labor force, and then when the economy reopened, you remember 2021, you had a severe labor shortage.
This is all
and
open for it
was
to drop
everywhere.
down.
Panic on the part of businesses couldn't find.
I can
people.
see it
So what's
coming back
happened
down
is,
again,
we expected
closing
the
here,
labor- the labor
and then
supply-
tomorrow opening
labor
up
market to come back
somewhere higher. It's
quickly,
done
but
that a
it
few
didn't.
times
And 2022
recently.
was a disappointing year.
It
and,
closed
we're kinda thinking, well, maybe
at
we won't get
support
it back. And in 2023
and then
we
opens
did,
higher.
as you know. So labor force participation came back strongly in 23, and so
Yeah,
did
it closed at
immigration.
support, opens
Immigration
higher.
came to a halt during the pandemic. So
Closed
and
at
so those
support,
two
opened
forces
high.
have significantly lowered the
Closed
temperature
at
in the
support,
labor market. To will is still a very
and then
strong
went
labor
higher
market.
the
It's
next day.
still a good labor market.
That'd be cool if
for
it
wages
repeats
and
itself.
for finding a job, but it's getting back into balance, and that's what we want to see. And one great way to look at that is what's happening with wage increases.
PayPal,
and you
right?
see it
That's the
now
one I
across
want to
the major things that we
look up.
track. It isn't.
So I just signed on their
but
website, and they have
overall,
this.
there's a clear
It's like a
trend,
totally new,
still at
revamped
high levels,
thing,
but
and there's
back
like
down to where
AI-powered
what we
innovations
consistent
coming this
is-
year to
is where we
PayPal.
were
Finally,
before the
some
pandemic and with 2% inflation.
PayPal needs like a little bit of a revamp. Here's the thing.
Hi,
PayPal
Bruce
has
Ruger,
gotten
Associated
so
Press.
beat up
Thank
by
you.
Wall
I
Street.
wanted to follow up on Rich's question.
I must use PayPal
It sounded like you
at least
suggested that,
several
you're
times
not
a
worried
week.
about faster growth
And I
so
know
much,
everyone else
so
uses it,
wanted to see if you're seeing
but yet,
anything that suggests that
for the
inflation
last
could
2 years,
accelerate
it's just
from
gotten
here.
beat down, and it's
And it
just
sounds like you're saying
unrelenting.
You're not worried that solid growth from here on out.
It's weird, but those are stocks that are like that. So now that we're finding some type of support, and let's see what I mapped out here.
Would
I
reaccelerate.
have to,
I think
must
the
have
greater
lines here.
risk is that it would.
Oh yeah.
That
There
it
you go.
would stabilize at a level meaningfully above 2%.
Now we're at this support.
That's
All it
really
needs
more
is
likely. Of course, if labor, if
all we need is a miracle.
inflation were
All we
to
need is
surprise
good
us
earnings.
and back up that
Good
way,
earnings
we would
coming up
respond to that.
on the
It would
7th.
be a surprise at this
So if they
point,
come up with some
I
good
have to tell you
earnings, some
that's
good
why we have to
guidance,
keep our options
we could
open
see
here
a
and why
nice
we're
move.
not
There's a nice
rushing.
gap to start us off, going up to
So,
72.
I think both of those are risks.
This might be
but
something I have
think
to
the
put
more
into
likely
a,
risk is
a report.
the one that I mentioned, which is
Run it
you've-
by
you've
my
had 6 good
fundamental
months,
team.
Very good months, but what's really going to shake out here? What will, when we look back, what will we see? Will
That's
inflation
interesting.
have dipped and then come back up?
Very
Are the last
interesting.
6
All right,
months
Spy, where you
flattered
been?
by-
Where you go?
by
Oh,
factors
video's
that
going
are-
up.
That are one-off factors that won't repeat themselves.
Video's going up.
We don't think so. We don't. That's not what we think. But that's the question we are
That's
asking.
weird.
we
It
have
didn't
to
dip
ask.
with the
And
Fed
we wanna
meeting,
get
but it
comfort with that.
rose.
And just one quick follow-up.
245.
Governor Waller had mentioned the revisions that are coming on February 9th for the CPI.
So the
data. Is
NVIDIA
that something
put
you're watching as well?
is on
And
hold
if
until
we
this
see those revisions fairly minor.
this little
does that
formation
give
is
you more
is
confidence,
completed.
where things are going?
If
We'll
it
just have to
doesn't
see.
do this,
Yeah,
it
we'll-
just starts
we'll
going
look at
higher,
this.
then we don't have a
Last year was
pattern, and we just
was a-
have NVIDIA going higher.
a surprise.
Which, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if it did, but I was joking around about a 650 call for NVIDIA, and we got more than halfway there. I think on Monday I said, yo, 650 by the end of the week. And then the next day, we're at 635.
Other scenario of a hard landing.
Sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's not. Okay, Tesla's on its way to 195. Remember what happens at 195? Above 195, we're
below
good to
2%
207.
inflation on a 3-month
I mean,
basis,
not good, but
core
there's
PCE
nothing in a way.
of
It's unobstructed.
1.5%.
Unobstructed
And there
move
are those on
to
Wall Street who
207.
think that
If we break
if you
specifically,
maintain
we need a
the
higher
level
than
of inflation you have right
196.36.
now, you could end up with inflation
I'll move
running
that up
below your target.
to the east side.
How do you see that?
We'll leave it like that.
So how to your first question, how to
196.66. Break that.
where we are. So I guess I would
207.78
just say this.
is in your
Executive
future.
summary would be that growth
Send
is
you
solid
back
to
to the
strong
future.
over the course of
So,
last year.
Q's.
The labor market, 3.7%.
Having trouble with that 420 spot.
Indicates that the labor market is strong. We've had just about
Or
2
the 422
years now
spot.
of
That was the overnight high.
under 4%. That
Ran
hasn't
into the
happened
overnight high,
in 50
came right
years,
back
so
down,
it's a good
holding
labor
up by
market.
the VWAP.
And we've seen inflation come down. We've talked about that. So
Nike, I don't think
we've got
went
6
down
months of good
anymore.
inflation data
Then we,
and
oh,
an
we'll pop it in.
expectation
We'll
that
see
there's
what's
more to come. So this is
Held up.
This is a good situation.
Hold up.
Let's be honest. This is a good economy. But what's the outlook? That's looking in the
Next
rearview. The
episode.
outlook, we do expect growth to
Yeah,
moderate.
that purple
Of course, we
line,
have expected
I don't think I
for
drew
some
that
time.
today.
It hasn't happened.
That's been
But
there.
we do expect that it will.
That was my purple line
moderate
phase.
as supply
I kind of
chain
change
related
colors every so often to
normalization
know
runs its course.
how long ago I drew
Labor
lines.
market is
Now I'm just,
rebalancing, as
I just,
mentioned.
I don't write it down. I
Job
just keep
creation has
forgetting.
slowed. The
All right,
base
back
of
to the
job
SPY.
growth
46.
has
We're in the
narrowed.
46 area.
And of course, 12-month inflation is above
The
target.
Ivy
and
Crush has
getting,
completely
getting down closer to
obliterated
target. It's not
my calls.
guaranteed, but we do seem
My
to be
one call. I keep
getting on
thinking
track
I'm,
for
I'm
it.
having a
So
regular
those are the
account. It's
risks,
only one call.
and questions
Take it
we have
easy,
to
Doc.
answer,
Take
but
it easy,
overall, this is a
man.
pretty good picture. It is a good picture.
This is a
The
nice
second question
bearish.
was, sorry.
Here, we got a shoulder, huge head, and another shoulder.
Below target.
So just to
End up with
recap,
inflation
how
below
you
target.
measure
We have to
where
do
a
something
head and
about that.
shoulder could play out,
The thing is, we're
you
not
measure
looking
the
for
top of the
inflation
head to the
top of
neckline.
2% base once. We're looking for it to settle out.
That 41
over
put
time
is looking pretty good,
at
huh?
2%. And the same thing is true. If we have a
As
month
a
or two
lotto,
of lower, and we
it
have
was
that
a little
now
too
of
expensive for a
inflation
lotto.
that's annualized at a lower level, that wouldn't be
More
good.
like
We're not,
a
we're not
possibility.
looking
Oh, that
to
might be a
have
lot lower
inflation
now,
anchored
right? The
at
IV
2%.
came
We're
through.
gonna have
We
it
should
anchored
recheck
at
that.
2%. So if we do face those circumstances,
That's
then
the measured
we'll have
move.
to deal with that. I think as of now, the
If that head and shoulders
question is,
plays
we're gonna
out,
take advantage of this situation and finish the job on inflation while keeping the labor market strong.
and I'll make this dotted so we know it's a
Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking this.
artificial line.
So as I've heard from some district Fed presidents,
There's
is
the
it, in
move.
your view,
There's
a
the
little premature to
move.
think that rate cuts are right around the
VIX
corner?
resistance at
And then when
14
we do
is
see that
weaker
first
than it
rate
was
cut,
earlier, so
is
VIX
that- should we interpret that as the
13.5
beginning of a rate cut cycle,
to
or is it
15
a
is
one-off?
reasonable now.
So I'll point to
Pull it up.
that language on your first question. We included that language in the statement to signal clearly that with strong growth,
Here's
strong
13.5.
labor market inflation coming down, the committee intends to move carefully
Top of here.
as we consider when to begin to dial back
Absolutely.
the restrictive stance that we have in place. So if you take that to the current context, we're going to
Absolutely.
be data dependent. We're going to be looking at this.
Oh
meeting
man,
by
I keep
meeting.
forgetting. I got a haircut
Based on the
yesterday,
meeting
and
today,
I don't get
would
like
tell you that
a haircut like most
think
guys.
it's
Like every week,
likely
people
that
get
the
it.
committee
Guys get
will reach
haircuts.
a level
I
of
get a haircut
conference
like
by
every
the time of
3
the
months
March meeting
minimum.
to identify
Minimum.
March as the time to do
So
it.
I got a
But that's to be seen.
I got a
So I wouldn't call it
cleaned
you know,
house up
when you
there.
say- when
I
you
got.
ask
I
me
might
that
weigh
in
less.
the near term. I'm hearing that as March. I would say I don't think it's probably not the most likely case or what we would call the base case.
So this dotted line, remember, is the measured move from the head and shoulders.
When we see a cut, is it the start of a cutting cycle? Or is
Try
it
to
to
write
do
some of
just
these
a-
points down for the editing, right?
You know, that's going to depend on the data. The whole thing is this is going to depend on the data. We're going to be looking at the economic data as it affects the outlook and the balance of risks, and we're going to make our decisions based on that.
All you need is a miracle.
You know,
Oh, that's gonna be weird too. When I edit this back and I'm singing random songs,
But in the end, it's
they won't get
really
the
gonna depend
context.
on how the economy
I don't think
goes.
anyone
We
here
talked
gets.
about
I don't think I get the
risks that would
context.
cause us to go slower. For example, stronger.
So
inflation,
483
more persistent inflation.
is
Or
a
risks that would
possibility.
cause us to go- or if they happened, that would cause us to go faster.
See now, this is
and
strange.
sooner.
Remember I
That would
said
be
earlier that the
labor market, or for that
it's
matter,
not strange, but this is
very,
unique
very
to the Ivy
persuasive
Crush. Remember I
lower
said earlier how my
inflation.
SPY
Those
calls
are the kinds of things. So we're just
were
gonna be
in the money, not in the money. They were profitable here, and they were down 22% here. I'm going to slide it over, and you show me. You'll tell me. The call is still down 22%. It's because the crush happened,
concerns about
and now it's
the
just
level of wage
it's
growth that's
operating
consistent with 2%
close to normal.
inflation. We've
Like
obviously
this move
seen,
didn't have such an
you
effect
talked about ECI
on
morning,
this
in which it's
premium
grown a little bit, but still
as
sort
it
of
should.
above what you wanted to see.
It's
Growth
interesting.
has been very strong.
Next
How
Fed
much of
meeting, I'm
those
going to do a
numbers do you attribute
whole
to productivity,
whole
and do
broadcast
you
just on
see
IV
that
crunch.
productivity as sort of
People are going to be like,
just temporary because
I'm
of the
not
factors,
tuning
the
into this.
labor and supply chain factors you were talking about, or do you think that productivity growth will fade over time?
There's the move. Oh, saving my settings. Why? I'm telling you, it's one of the worst. My worst performing app is my banking app, and it's not just the Charles Schwab either. I mean, there's issues with. I've had issues with TD. I've had issues with. I'm not going to go through the banks that I use, but other banks. It's like, get on top of it. And their mobile apps are like really, they leave a lot to be desired. Oh, I'm dreading. I know that this could be incorporated into a 60-second video. How to demonstrate a head and shoulders move. I'm just dreading thinking about it. Why did you pop up? Now I can't move it? Awesome. Great. Take your time loading. Can't move you. Oh, come on. Work with me here. Oh, if this wasn't recorded, no one would believe me. This is the third time trying to start a trading application. Woo-wee, look at that. Textbook. I might have to move this over to see the finishing move. I almost placed it perfect, too. Like, placed the distance. I'm getting pretty good at this, man. RB. And remember, if we're in these puts, this is our target. The smart play would be to close it here. Even though you feel we might go lower. Man, those 481 puts are looking real good right now. You know, the ones I didn't get? That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. The market is open tomorrow. That's okay. You know, that may be, that might have been the profit right there. That might have been the target. Was I off by 10 pennies? Or more like 40. Okay, are we ready? Fragile Street Smart Edge, are you okay? All right, here we go. Slide you nice over here. Oh, great. So in that time, waiting for my banking app to reload so I can close the call. And it's still not even fully loaded up. Just has all zeros. Nice. Ah. This is what I'm working with right now. This is what I'm working with. This. And when I go to close it, I get this. Nice. Nice. Very nice. Close this. Oh my goodness. And there's no one to like complain to or give feedback to. Because the brokers, they don't care. Like, oh, yeah, sorry. I'll put it in your notes that you can't close a trade when you want to. Jesus. Okay. Try this fourth time. Deja vu. All right, what's going on? Chet. Chet. Time is now 3:10. There is 49 minutes left to the trading day. SPY looks like it's on the path to more down, right? Where are we going below that? Below 43 is at 41, right? And below that is 477.5. That would be the bottom of the trend. That works out. That checks. Man, what a bundled day. I mean, it worked, but only because we were alerted by Mr. Bill. All we need is a banking app. All we need is a good banking app. So this move is still in play here. Just went back and retested it. Brum-pum-pum. Okay. Oh, I really want to jump in this conversation and give them the idea, but all I need is a banking app that works more than 25% of the time. No, that's pretty harsh numbers. Okay, now we have some numbers. So that SPY call that I was trying to think about closing when it was 22% down. It's now 68% down. Crushed. But the intention was to leave it overnight, so we're leaving it overnight, and this part doesn't matter. This was in place as a protection in case we went up on the meeting. Since we didn't, we captured the move down, and we're going to leave the call because now it's just it's on the other side of rescuing. I mean, I could still cut it and save. I keep forgetting working with a small account, so $25 is a lot. That would be more than, okay, $265 to trade with tomorrow rather than $240. All right, we're going to have to let this play out. I think this was fun doing the small account. I'm going to do it again next week when I don't have results and internet issues. I mean, blood lab results, whatever. Yeah, I think we're going to go down at the close. But I think after this drop, it should have a little bit of pop. Or you think just straight more down here? Oh, let's check the GEX. What am I doing? What are you doing? Oh, you're messing with your banking app. That is the problem. All right, we're pulling up. QTA Discord. We're going to get on the 5-minute here. Everything is so slow here. What is happening? Okay. Back in business here. This is the SPY, the new SPY. This is really interesting. We have negative GEX, a lot of negative GEX above us, up to the 480, 49, 490. This probably happened after the Fed meeting. So the IV drops and everything kind of gets shifted. So look back here. This 492, yeah, right, 492, strong at 57. So this is like 90,000 volume. Positive GEX flips at 3 o'clock. And now that 492 is still there, but right below it, wow, look at this. Close to 250, up 49, 490. This is still an attraction. This is an attraction. It's not a push downward. That's the way I understand it. This is an attraction. If this absolute moves to here, we'll see a rush up to that 49. And doing that into close would give it some steam for tomorrow morning. Remember, I don't want it to hold tomorrow. I don't need it to hold, I should say. We just want it to open up higher tomorrow. Like open up above 491, that would be perfect. So a run into close, a close above 485 would give us a chance to gap up, break this 49. That would be a tough move. But I don't think this 49 is going to be broken if we open up below absolute GEX tomorrow or close below 485. That's just what I see. I didn't really check the data on that, but I'm just going by what I'm looking at. What I've been looking at. So also keep in mind we're going to be above the 2-day VWAP still, right? Bright light, bright light. No, we would not be. We have to get above that 486 or 487. So as of right now, we're going to be below the 2-day VWAP opening tomorrow. We have to get above that. Not an easy feat, especially with this momentum downward. That's no divergence. That's no divergence. That's a little divergence there. So this is on the minute. As we can see, we're making a new higher low. If we have a bounce, that'll flush it down. If we have a cross, the blue crosses, we'll have a push up. So, moment of truth. And that was, I'm glad I wasn't thinking of involving the Vortex indicator today, but for information, posted the basics of the short trade and the QTA public trade ideas channel. Awesome. Good to hear. Thank you. Solus, using all the aspects and things that QTA has, and that's great. Sharing is so underrated by so many people. They think, oh, no one wants to hear what I have to say, or this isn't up to anyone else's caliber. That is so far from the truth. Anything that's shared can spark an idea, can spark something. Even mentioning a ticker. You can say, anyone ever check out GCT? And then all of a sudden you'll have 5 people planning trades on GCT. It's community trading. It needs a spark for the fire to work. Q's really having a bounce off that 422. Let's slide it over and take another look. That 422, the overnight high, proved to be hard resistance. Look at this hard run up to it and said, nope. Nope. Even harder flight down. The Q's making a higher low. The gold and blue crossed. This could be the pop that we were looking for. And where could it, it could easily close at 487. The absolute GEX is notorious. Notorious for predicting or pegging where the close of the day is. $485 is now the absolute GEX. I wouldn't be surprised if it jumps. 49 is looking like it wants the attention. Also, the call volume is right around 488 also. Plus, this is growing. When's the next feed? 489, absolute GEX, final answer. There was no question, Doc. What are you talking about? I don't know. Final answer. Oh my gosh. Oh, we lost a lot of people here, man. We're down to dirty dozen. But I do really appreciate this has been an educational day. I wasn't saying it has been educational. I was just quoting Back to the Future, which I might, if you haven't known me already, I might quote Back to the Future every other breath I take. Because the other breath I take is quoting Ghostbusters. Okay, let's check on, what can we check on? How about some advanced GEX? Huh? Let's do a little advanced GEX work on the SPA. No, I do not want to trade my verification. No. So remember, 489 was the jump we were looking for on absolute GEX. Right now it's at 485. So I'm going to slide it down here. I want to make it visible, so I'm going to leave it above 480. No, make it below. Oh, 485 is way down here. What am I doing? What are you doing? But this is confluence here. Yeah, 45.30 it is. So advanced GEX is an area of QTA that is, I wouldn't say not misunderstood or just underused. It's just not readily. It's not used right away by people. A lot of people that I've onboarded over the summer and things, they just haven't checked it out yet. Really, really simple. It's your GEX, a GEX report, individualized for you. It generates your own specific report based on what your trade is. So Solus would use this for his trade in February. I want to use it for live information for tomorrow. So I'm going to go to the SPY. First, we load the ticker we're using. Qs are bouncing too. And I'm going to select today's and tomorrow's GEX and uncheck everything else. But first, I'm going to look at what everything looks like on a chart. This is with all the expirations included. I think some are left out. It's a couple that gets left out for some reason. It's like calculated or something. Okay. So right now the spot price is the most liquid right around here. It makes sense right after a Fed meeting. Little action to the high side, 495, but also to the down. So now I'm going to get rid of everything, man, and just get, let's do today and tomorrow and Friday, and then I'll cut out the others. All I need is a banking app. All I need is a good one. So this has now generated a report for this week. This is the GEX on the SPY for this week. Lots of negative. That means volatility. 46 above. Absolute GEX is right where the spot is. Looking a little light in the 490s, but looking a little heavy in the 480s. Now, if we cut out today and just leave tomorrow and Friday, this will be the telling. This will be the tell of what to expect. Because there were a lot of calls and puts placed today, specifically for the Fed meeting. 480. That matches the SPY weekly that we were looking at earlier. And now what about just for tomorrow? Because Friday has a lot of volume because it's a Friday. And it's the first of the month. It's the second, the first weekly expiration of the first of the month. So 487 for tomorrow. A lot of GEX below, though. So that call is not really looking too hype. This would be an easy move here. Sliding up to the absolute GEX. I just want to see that feed. I want to see if that feed jumps to, what did I say, 489? That would be cool. So to recap our measured move, let's see if we placed it correctly. So this is the measured move, right? From the top to the neckline. Or maybe is this the neckline? How about that? That might be the neckline. Let's see how that worked out. Perfect. If this dotted line was the neckline, right? Shoulder, head, shoulder, that played out perfectly. But if this is considered a neckline, it came up a little short. Either way, good move. Good pattern recognition. And now, look at this. We have a nice pull, a flag, a pull, a flag. Another pull. This level will tell us all. If it's using this level, oh, that was cool. It just flipped to green. I didn't touch it. Do it again. Do it again. Issues. Have some. So if it uses this as part of the flag, you can see more down easy. If the flag breaks it and hold above it, oh, there it did it. Aha! That's pretty cool. I don't know why I find that so cool. Because I've been staring at a screen all day, and the littlest thing can make me pretty excited. Q's bounced off the weekly QTA quant level. Nice. Good shout out. The oval. Hey, who is that little guy? Who's that handsome devil? Yeah. Oh, on the weekly. Gotcha. This is the oval chart. So, are we going to crush down into close, or are we going to fly up? Or we can close right here at 485. There's always an option. Not moving in any direction is always my last option. And I always get reminded of that. And Brian is usually the one to do it. I'm like, yeah, we could break here and or get rejected. And he goes, or we could trade around absolute GEX levels. I said, yes, that's an option. Got to remember that. Tesla, let's check that for kicks and giggles. Where are we on Tesla? 189 again. What happened there? It's so stuck on this 187.5. So stuck. Iron Condor to end the week? Is that what you said? Iron Condor? Where would it be? It would have to be a wide 200 and 180. That's too wide. 10 point either side. Or butterfly. Butterfly surrounding this. 10 point, 10 point. Don't know. Doesn't matter. We're not doing it anyway. Got too small of an account. What you working with? Working with that small account. How about we check on Sigma alerts? Did any stock of interest hit it too? Hey, we were just looking at PayPal. 35, 35. This is a good one. 56%. Hit resistance. That's on Friday. Okay. We can follow it up, though. See where it's trading at. This was today. AMD hit support. Wow, that really came down a lot. I think it might have more to go, though. That's why it has a low strength. Okay. So we got 29 minutes left to go in the trading day. And Solus, thank you so much for everything you did today. This was awesome. And Bill, I don't know if you're still here, but thanks for contributing. I think you probably saved a nice batch of profits and nice losses. Saved from a good loss. I mean, a healthy loss, whatever. But if anyone does, I think, pretty much open the rest of the evening tonight. So if anyone wants to get connected with a private session or something like that, reach out. Reach out and touch faith. Why not? But we can set one up. We are going to retest this level, aren't we? Yeah. Retest it is. What do we got tomorrow? Thursday. Initial jobless claims, 8:30. Auto sales. Oh, yes. And then unemployment on Friday. Not really a big mover, but with this rate hike explanation again, or re-explanation, people might be focused on that a little more. So what were those 481? Oh, no, this is turning white again. Is that Weeble failing? Yep. And the hits keep coming. You gotta love it. Because if you don't, you could go insane. Take your time. And I just installed an update this morning or last night. So I guess the update is fried. Like me. Spy. What do we got? Qs are looking like it's going to fall. 415. Next stop on the Qs. The SPY is going to take this again. And a loss of here. Wow, those 481 puts would have been done. They would have been gold today. Let's see. Profit on those 41 puts. So SPY for the second. The 41 puts was around $80, I remember, and it went down to 78. Now they're rocking 136. Not too shabby. The 41s for today are worth 1 penny. But the 43s are moving. They're up 14, 16 cents. Watch those 481s. They might pop. Wait, speaking of which, why not? Okay, why not? A 482 lotto put for today. 7 cents. Just for fun. Where is this spinning wheel coming from? What is this attached to? I demand you give me answers. So a 482 put at 7 cents with a 41.24 target would put it in the money. And if it flies there real quick, right now, in the money is at 143. So no pressure, SPY. You can hang out there and do your thing. What do we got? Keeping Rodrigo, I appreciate that, man. Appreciate the feedback. And super thanks to you. Because it takes a lot to hang around someone as crazy as me. Keep selling, people. Sell, sell, sell. All I need is a miracle. I got to get a new song in my head. This is going to be a bad afternoon if I can't stop singing that. Especially since I changed the lyrics to I need a new banking app. Is it my processor that's really slow? The fan's on. It's nice and cool. And I have the extra fan that sits underneath. Let's get it up. Put it up to 6. Get the air circulating. All I need is a miracle. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I apologize. Rodrigo, I'm so glad you stuck around the whole day, man. You are in your public chat, right? Are you on the fence about joining the gold side? Because I could, for the next 20 minutes, I can focus on some, what else is over there, rather than just the GEX and the quant and the advanced GEX. And we covered a lot, actually. Today was it would have been a good day if I had realized it was a Fed meeting. I would have used the data a little differently. I was going to say we can do this again tomorrow, but I think I may have to go to Brooklyn tomorrow, which is really unfortunate because I really don't want to go out there. And Friday is a little weird. It's not bad, but it's not the best day to use the GEX levels to trade on because Friday's expiration day, and it gets a little weird. I mean, it's definitely doable, especially in the morning. I'm thinking. It might have to be a game time decision tomorrow morning. Speaking of game time decision, it's 16-4. I may have to call and see if they'll take me. Yeah, I gotta go. Shit. Shoot. I said shoot. Let's see if that one gets by. I was asking if you're in the public side of quant trading app or if you're in the gold side. Okay, cool. As long as you're happy. I was saying if you were contemplating getting the subscription for it, I can focus the last 20 minutes of today on what else is available in there. But it's just, most of it we covered. The 2 Sigma alerts, all these GEX ones. The gold chat is really the one that I didn't highlight because I don't know if people in gold chat, if they know that they're going to be. Meanwhile, I'm sitting in gold chat saying, I'm not sure if I want to. Let's put up the SPY weekly real fast. There is going to be another channel that's just going to be for GEX and quant sharing. Gold chat is more like an open arena of sharing ideas. So 480 is still that confluence level for SPY on the week. Alrighty. Yeah, I found you in public chat there, Rodrigo. Down to 483 on the day. Nice. That works for me. All I need is a 483. Or 42, actually. Gold. I love gold. Well, the way to find out is if you pay or not. I found you in. I did a search for you, and I found you in. I found you in public chat. That's why. That's the only reason why I asked. Oh, okay. Nice. Access. Oh no, I'm singing the right. It's extra. Okay. My preview screen is starting to flicker. That's usually not a good sign. Let's see if we can fix that. I mean, that looks like it wants to just fall right through. You can do it. Go for it. No one's looking. Do what makes you happy, SPY. Feel the weight. Feel the weight to 481. Go ahead and do it. Not gonna do it. So now that call I'm leaving on for tomorrow is down 85%. It's $11. Not the best play, but I'm still holding it because of the because I feel that pop happening overnight. And when your instincts tell you something, it's always correct, right? No. I mean, there's no purpose for me to close it now for $10. I would take a $10 risk that it would pop 7 points. I mean, the harder we fall into close, I think the more of a gap up we'll have. Put it that way. And being that I'm on a cash account, if I drop the call here, I would not have been able to repick it up here because we're not on margin. We're not over 25. Not over 25K. We're under PDT and on cash account. So if I closed it, that money would have been booked for tomorrow. Just giving my strategy out loud. Yeah, sorry, Rodrigo. I searched as if your username was Rodrigo. I was mixing you up with someone else. I had a chat with another Rodrigo, apparently. All they need is a... Stop it. Stop that laughing. Oh, I know what I had to do before 4 o'clock. I definitely have to text this, Brenda. Tesla signal. What is this? Yeah, this one was a weird one. I'm not even going to read this one out loud. It's so weird. It's a 400. I guess I am going to read it out loud. But someone sent me a, what do you think of this trade? 400 call, January 16th, 2026 for Tesla. I mean, I guess it's good, but it's just a weird speculation to get into now. I would wait for Tesla to be at more of a pivotal point. I guess it is. It's bottom of the trend. I'll have to say we'll discuss it live. Let's discuss this live. Free tonight. Duck. No, it's not Brendan. Jasmine. That's her name. Jasmine. Yes. Come on down, Spy. You want to break that level, don't you? You want to break that level, don't you? You want to break that level, don't you? Break that level, don't you? Now she has the info and file. I'm not gonna have to type all this back out again. Yeah, you want to break that level, Spy? Go on with your bad self. And that 7-cent put is now worth, drum roll, 3 cents. Only because we have 10 minutes to close, and we are not yet in the money. Strongly emphasize the word yet. Not that it's a bit of a long shot to get there, but it's just a little bit of fun. I really though only a 1.5, 1.5 would do it. A little dab will do ya. Here we go. Here we go. Let's go watch it on the minute. Watch it happen right before your eyes. Right down here. There's a nice soft spot. You can just drop right in. Feel the weight. Feel the heaviness. As you drop into a nice fluffy cloud at 481.24. Yes, that time works for me. I will send you a link. Good. Good, good. Look at that teetering. Aw. Where is Tesla in all this? 187. Okay, Tesla. Tesla's got that 181 in sight. Or if it holds this, 186. It's still on the trajectory for 195 tomorrow. I don't know about that 200 though. Okay, now we got something. Come on down, Spy. Look at all these little tiny candles. They didn't want to do it. Nope, 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 nope. And then finally we'll get a big red one. That would be nice. Big red candles are coming. Your fresh breath goes on and on while you chew it. So come on, everybody. So what'd you do today? I was live with some weirdo who was singing 1980s Big Red commercials. No big deal. All technical stuff. You wouldn't understand. That's how you explain it today. You explain it Like you wouldn't understand. I'm a loner, Dottie, a rebel. I do things you wouldn't understand. Things you shouldn't understand. Oh, man. Okay, so we just stuck our toes in the water here. On the 15, it's making a little more sense. And that sense has just flushed down the drain because we're going back up now. Wow, those are some strong candles. Oh no, should I take profit on the 482 push? I don't think I'd be able to close it if I. Oh wow, it's $1.50. I think that was a good lotto. Taking here would have been better, but still too much time on the clock. I think waiting to here is okay. Lots of texts are coming in hot and heavy here about what to do the rest of the week. And the only thing I can say is wait for tomorrow's open. There's no sense in trying to squeeze something in at the end of the day to try and get a jump on what may or may not happen. I'm already locked in, almost pretty much against my better thinking for a call tomorrow, and it's not even a proper call. If I were to take a call here, it would have been a lot lower for tomorrow. But we can gap over this overnight, open up much lower. 481 is still a good target for the end of the week, or 480 even. At the same time, if this holds, 486. Oh, that's Monday. Oh, now my mouse is even moving slower. Even the mouse is getting tired. Oh boy. Taking another shot with 2 minutes to go. Keep in mind, the SPY trades 15 minutes after close. So if you're holding anything, especially something for tomorrow, you have an extra 15 minutes to close it. And on top of that, there's a cashless exercise, which is a very interesting strategy. So in other words, I have 482 puts. If SPY were to fly down to say something worth what, like 479 after hours, I can exercise those 482 puts and collect the profit on this small cash account, just as if it were a major, major like a regular 25K or 100K account. You can do a cashless exercise. The bank spots you the cash because they have a seller lined up, in other words, or someone to assign it to. So I think that's it. There's the day. That's the ball game. That's the news, and I'm not out of here. I'm just looking over some things. Watch Benzinga in 30 minutes. No, I'm watching my own program, sir. Thank you for the invite, but no thank you. Clean up this workstation. It's atrocious. Do. So what do we got? Yeah. So what do we got? Let's see. We have not done so well in our small cash account today. We have a call that is now 93% underwater with now worth $5 when it should have been closed at 25. We have SPY that is still gravitating lower after hours. And what else? We have Apple that has found the footing so much at 184. Right there. That was one of that was the trade of the week for sure. That was taken on Monday. A 190 put on Monday for $1.66. And it's now trading at, I think it's up here, 617. That was the trade of the week. And that was the first trade of the week, actually. That was taken at 9:40. But I think all in all, we had a good day besides not remembering or not knowing until Bill came in for the rescue there that the Fed meeting was today. But we were able to shuck and jive it, kind of skirted around it there. It would have been a lot better, though. I'm trying to make it sound a lot better. It would have been a lot better if I did just a little bit of homework beforehand. Now I'm just holding this one last put that expires today. I'm going to see where that goes in the next 12 minutes. And also, when it comes to exercising, if you're holding any type of spread into expiration, just remember that you can get exercised well after the market closes. You can get exercised, I think, up till 8 o'clock. Correct me, I might be wrong. I think actually midnight, to be honest, is where certain banks will allow you to do it. And I think certain banks allow you to do it at certain times, but then they can't guarantee, or there's always a loophole with the bank. So if you're looking to exercise anything, talk to your broker. But if you're holding anything that's of credit into expiration, you have a chance to get assigned, and you can get knocked. You can get hit. There's 100 shares behind every contract, so you can get a very rude awakening on that Monday morning. So I always tell everyone to close, close, close before expiration. The debt, the one I'm holding is a debit. That's the SPY. And that's just going to probably end up being worthless. But if I was in the money right here and I was on the debit side, I would still strongly consider holding it, because even though you have the right and not the obligation, the, what is it, the OCCC or the DCCC sometimes automatically exercises it. I don't know what the case is. All I know is that from my broker, they were saying just make sure you close them, debit or credits. It's a good practice. Something to keep in mind. All right, let's check in on Discord here. All we need is a banking app. Hey, the trade recap. Public. Hey, CeeLo. Here's my hindsight trading for today. 131.24. Good moves. QTA and GEX levels respected for the most part. Some were breached temporarily, but overall, plenty of scalp opportunities today. I hope you had a great trade today. Doc, thanks for the live session. Nobody knows how difficult it is to be on the mic for hours. My man. CeeLo is good times. I'd say more, but I got to cycle through. I want to catch up with some gold chat. Catch up with some gold chat. Oh, it's the same one. No, I'm still in trade recap. What's going on? Oh, we're really still. Yes, same one. So when I'm streaming, I have my Discord set to go to streaming mode, which kind of blocks out everyone's name, or should be blocking out everyone's name. But it's just so funny that CeeLo's name is so short. Like mine is 3 letters, his is 3 letters. It has nothing to block out. I want to get to the point where I can broadcast live. Only can get assigned if a credit trade. See, that's the thing. Like the most risk is getting assigned if you're on a credit. But if you have a debit trade or a debit spread, you can get it's not assigned, but anyway, the clearinghouse that handles all the options trades in and out, they don't see that you have like a spread open or a protection leg. So they will start automatically exercising or automatically assigning things at the close. So to avoid that, this is what I've told to me by my broker. To avoid that, every platform that I've come across will start closing you out as it approaches 4 o'clock. So starting at like 3 p.m., you'll get closed out of trades. Even if you're on the debit side, and even if you're out of the money, if you're close to being possible in the money, they'll close you out. And they say it's to minimize your risk. And so when I asked about what type of risk, I said, well, I'm in a debit. If it closes, an exercise. The other thing is if you don't take profit if you don't take the premium profit of the derivative, it would just expire, and that money could just go into the ether. So you want to make sure you close everything and not risk having profit go into the winds. So it's good practice to close everything, because with those automatic assignments and automatic exercises, or at least that's the threat. That's what the banks have told me, that, oh, they're going to get automatically exercised. I've never had that happen to me. I never got automatic. There was a threat that I was going to get automatically assigned, but I was working with my broker who helped me in time to close it. So on the debit side, you have the right, not the obligation, to exercise if you want. On the credit side, you have their obligation. You have to put up your end of the bargain. So in general, it's just good practice, from what I understand, to close everything before 4 p.m. And in the case of that cashless exercise, this is like a very rare, if not occasional type of deal. What else can we see here? What was the last SPY 0DT? That would be interesting. I want to see that. 345. Oh, look what happened. The absolute GEX jumped to 486. Was it here before? 487, and then it jumped down to 485. Now we're back up to 486. And now we have strong confluence. Not that this is going to carry over, but it's interesting to see what happens in the last 15 minutes. There was that attraction to the high side. If that wasn't there might have been a better shot for a flush down. So now let's check on the SPY, the weekly. Oh, nothing. We already did. We saw the last one. Oh, and keep in mind, so a credit trade, if you place a credit spread, which is basically you'll have a sell side and you have a buy side, a written and a buy side. And you have the buy side as protection, right? You're selling a put, or you're selling a call, but you buy a call to protect yourself, because if you do get assigned, you have the other side to do it. The clearinghouse, they don't see that. They don't see that you have a spread. All they see is that you have an open credit call. So you'll get assigned that leg, and then you have to call your broker and say, no, I have, or I had this other leg to protect it. So please figure this out for me. And you don't want to ever be in the case where that's all in the past and you have to try and happen after the fact. So even if you have a spread in your mind, you're like, I have a credit call, but I bought a call also, so I have a protection leg. You still want to close out of it because you don't want to clean up the mess. You want to avoid the mess entirely, right? If that makes sense. All right, I would stick around for a little while, but if anyone, I know Jay, if you're free, I'm free. We talked about getting together with a session for a while. I can send you a link. We can hop on. And I want to thank Rodrigo, Solis, and Bill. I don't think Bill's still here, but thank you guys. Thank everybody. And CeeLo, if you're still here, thank you guys for a lot of participation. We had a very small team today, but small but mighty. I'm going to try and see if I can edit this into something useful, but I don't know how I'm going to look at 8 hours of material and try and pick out a bunch of stuff to get it into a 5-minute thing. I don't have the fortitude or the constitution for that. I don't think anyone does. I don't know how these people do it. I don't think many people do. Maybe that's the answer. But I do appreciate you guys. If you haven't already, make sure you hit the like, hit subscribe. I think that there's still a bell icon. You'll get notified when we do this again, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Just like today. No, today was fun. I had a blast. I always just make fun of myself that it's not fun, but I really do have fun, and I hope you guys do too. And if not, I will somehow find a way to make it better. We're going to have Bagel Fridays, Pizza Tuesdays, Taco Tuesdays. What am I talking about? Taco Tuesdays, Pizza Wednesdays, the whole big deal. All right. Well, I do appreciate it, guys. And if you do want to reach out and get a session in, hit me up in Discord or my email, stockdoc2k@gmail.com. Or if you do the quant trading app, if anyone watches this, I guess in the future, use the code DNOW30. It'll give you 30% off your first month. And if any questions, find me on the other side. Tell me that you used the code and you want some help. Hey, no problem. yeah, again, thanks a lot, and I'll see you guys soon.